Yo, 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 what's happening, y'all? Just noticed that my light's not on. Way, now we're blue. What's going on, y'all? Another day, another you, another me. I had things to say. I don't know what they are, but I got things to say. Of course, over just like if you look just there, I'm like pointing there, right? You can see that. You'll see we got Grass and Chasing on at 1800 GMT and then Aethereal Nyan on at 20 GMT. Both of these games are really important because the winner will go through to the playoffs. The loser will be out. They are playing for... they're playing for third place though. So that does mean that regardless of who wins, they will have already lost a life in the playoffs. But yeah, that's the story. That's all I got. It's fine. Let's talk about the playoffs at the moment. The Champions League playoffs for first and second. They are basically scheduled or basically set in stone, the players. For Challengers League, because of the fact that the first games are going to be played this Friday, we've got a Friday stream starting at 1400 GMT. Because of that fact, the actual players are going to be probably moving around a little bit, hopefully, so we can try and get everyone to play live. And if that's not possible, then we're going to have to sort something out for the weekday so that we can get the recorded games for Friday, because we're going to be doing them all on Friday most likely. But nonetheless, I think people are confused in my Discord, but that's fine. Yeah. Right now, I'm waiting on... I'm waiting on a few people to give me their times, and then I'll be able to sort all that out. But it should be possible. It's looking like it might end up working out. We'll see. Alrighty. So we're going to... How's it in Australia? It's hot today. We're just going to play some games today up until 2 a.m. my time, 1800 GMT. And then we're going to do some casts. So let's pop over to this scene and we'll do some stuff. If it'll work. Hey, you have to flick twice. Click twice. Someone play me. If there's anyone out there. If there's anybody out there. Let's play a video game. Even you, anybody. I mean, you're beating me every game now, so I'm not level anymore. Yes, upcoming matches should be in this scene. If I refresh, let me have a look. Refresh. Will it work? Hello? Do I have to change the URL? Euros? It's just schedule / upcoming - matches. Upcoming match / What about this one? No, yeah, no, I've got it in there. For whatever reason, it's not popping up. Maybe it'll pop up later. Maybe it'll only pop up when I'm actually in the game. $1920 by $1080. Yeah, that's what it is. Maybe it'll only pop up when I'm in the game. Let's go. You always do some magic with this stuff, hey? All right, I'm ready. Bloody Susan. The Susan. This god is impossible. Impossible to kill unless you actually just go and kill them. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. What are we going to get? I'm playing random. Random everything. Try refreshing the cache after. I don't know what that means. I got Zeus. Right. Okay, I got a strat I want to try.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι, μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος. Ορθοβούλομαι.
I got a strat I want to try.
Μεταλλεύς.
Έτι μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεκ μεταλλεύς. Λέγε τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι.
I have this feeling it's not going to be very good, but
Λέγε έτοιμος.
I want to try it. We're here for the fun times, right?
Λέγε ορθός.
We're here for the fun times.
Έτοιμη.
Okay, we're going to force drop here.
Βούλον. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμο. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Θρητόμος. Έτοιμος.
Yeah, this is one of the best gods in the game right now, right?
Πάνι. Πρόσεχε.
Θηρευτής.
Λέγε θηρευτής. Λέγε πρόσταγμα. Ορθβάνι.
Prostagma.
Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Έτοιμος.
Yeah, I'm up against Japan. Not fair.
Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Not fair in the slightest.
Λέγε πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
We'll see what we can do. I'm here for a good time.
Έτοιμος. Θηρευτής. Λέγε. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα. Βάνι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Θρητόμος. Λέγε έτοιμος. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλ. Καλός. Ισμάχιν. Πάνι. Ορθάν. Βούλαν. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλ. Ορθάνι. Ορθβούλ. Ορθάν. Ορθβούλ. Ορθάν. Ορθβούλαν. Ορθβούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλ. Ορθβούλαν. Βούλομαι. Ορθβούλαν. Ορθάν. Βούλαν. Ορθβούλο. Πάνι. Βούλ. Ορθός. Βούλαν. Βούλ. Ορθός. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι. Βούλ. Ορθό. Πάνι. Βούλ. Ορθάν. Βούλ. Ορθάνι. Ορθβούλαν. Ορθβούλαν. Ορθάν. Ορθός. Βούλαν. Ορθάν. Βούλ. Ορθάν. Ορθβούλαν. Ορθάν. Βούλ. Ορθάν. Βούλ. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλ. Ορθάν. Βούλ. Ορθβούλαν. 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 Βούλ. Ορθάν. Βούλ. Ορθάν. Ορθβούλ. Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορθβούλ. Ορθάν. Βούλ. Ορθβούλαν. Βούλ. Ορθβούλαν. Βούλ. Ορθός.
Victory is mine. That was fun.
Λέγε. Πάνι. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε.
Well, actually, can I advance here? I don't know.
Πρόσταγμα. Θηρευτής. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος. Βούλο. Θηρευτής.
Λέει βούλο. Ναι. Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε.
Προσέστ. Μάλιστα. Βρυτόμος. Έτοιμη. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε έτοιμος. Ορθός. Εθρητόμος.
Προς βούλ. Θηρευτής. Προσέστ. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Βουρφάνι. Βούλομαι. Βούλομαι. Λέγε.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Ταπεινός.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Έτοιμος. Έστω. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμη. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Θηρευτής.
Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Βουλάνι. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω. Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Έστω. Ισμάχιν.
Dude, this is actually stupid.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Καλώς.
Έτοιμο. Βουλβριτόμος. Λέγει μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Λέγε. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω.
Λέγε. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Θηρευτής. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Θρητόμος.
Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Ναι, μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Ισμάχιν.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Έστω. Βούλε. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Έστω.
Okay.
Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Έστω.
Ναι.
Βούλο. Θηρευτής.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Λέγε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Έστω. Ισμάχιν. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Προστατέκτον. Θρητόμος.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμο. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Ετοίμος. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ετοίμος. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Ναι. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Λέγε. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Ετοίμος. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Προστέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος.
Ετοίμος. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι.
Βούλ. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Τέκτον.
This stuff is
Ετοίμος.
expensive though,
Πρόσεχε.
no?
Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Μα βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ναι.
Προσέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Θρητόμος. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Καλώς.
Πρόσεχε. Ισμάχη. Μ' έστω.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε.
Έτοιμο. Πάνω.
Λέγε. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Λέγε. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Έστω. Ισμάχιν.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω.
Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Ναι.
Λέγε. Πάνω. Ορθός.
Λέγε. Εισβολή. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω. Καλώς. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Πάνω.
Ισμάχιν. Ναι. Εισβολή.
Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πάνω. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος.
Μ' αρέσει. Βούλομαι.
Λες. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Ετοίμος.
Εισβολή. Μάλιστα.
I don't think this has worked out all too well for me.
Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Πάνω. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε.
I think it actually probably worked out better than it would have if I did something else, though.
Έστω. Ναι.
Funnily enough. He's on 2 counts.
Έστω. Ναι.
Έστω.
Τεκ θρητόμος.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε τεκ θηρευτής.
Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Έστω.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα τεκ.
Λέγε. Ορθός.
Ναι. Μα βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω. Ισμάχιν. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή.
Τι μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα θηρευτής.
Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής. Τεκ.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Μα ναι. Ετοίμος. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε τέκτον
Λέγε.
θρητόμος.
Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Βούλε. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι.
Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχιν.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι.
Λέγε. Έστω.
Μαλ. Βούλομαι. Ετοίμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμο.
Πρόσταγμα. Μα έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Μα ναι.
Λέει τέκτον θρητόμος.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ναι. Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι.
Μα έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορφάνη. Ορθός.
Μα βούλες. Ναι. Βούλες. Μα βούλες. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλες. Ναι. Μα βούλομαι.
Βουλάνη. Ορθός.
Ναι. Μα έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή. Καλώς.
Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Πάνω. Βουλάνη. Εισβολή.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Έστω. Ισμάχη.
Run!
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Ισμάχιν.
Πρόσεχε. Καλώς.
Έτοιμο. Χώρο. Λέει. Ορφάνη. Ορφάνη. Βουλάνη. Ορφάνη. Ορφάνη. Βουλάνη. Καλώς. Εισβολή.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Ορθός. Λέγε.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Τι ναι. Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Ισμάχη. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Λέει πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πόρο. Ορθός. Εισβολή. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι.
Μάλιστα ποινός.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Ορθός.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πάνι.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον
Έτοιμος.
θρητόμος.
Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορφάνη. Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Έστω.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι.
Λέγε
Μεταλθηρευτής.
θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ορθός.
Μάλιστα.
Oh, fuck off.
Ναι.
Έστω. Ναι. Ισμάχη.
Μάλιστα. Καλώς. Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι.
Λέει. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω.
Μάλιστα.
Ron is on bronze now.
Ισμάχη. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Sick.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Μα
I don't think he's made a single dojo unit.
Ναι.
And he's already at heavy.
Λέει μάλθηρευτής.
Ναι.
I'm just dead. Too good with the bushy placement. I thought maybe he would run around here with everything. Oh. I tried. That was an interesting game. I don't fully understand why I'm like so far behind when he went for the same amount of Miko as I did, but I guess, well, the same amount of favor gain as I did. That only makes sense. It gets easier after the fourth swamplet. Man. Yeah, we won this fight nice. Like, this was a good fight. That was a good win. Maybe here I should have gone heroic age instead of spamming and got Apollo, healed everything up. Maybe that was the right call.
Πρόσταγμα.
That's alright. And I play Soup Susanoo, he goes Shrine of the Hunt. Yeah, it's probably because you just rush him, because that's all you can kind of do. Like, the Susanoo is, the thing is stupid, right? Is if I just advance quick, send my units in with restoration and fuck around a bit in his base, then his life gets really hard, right? But if I play
Λέγε.
any other sort of idea, then it's like, well, that's tough. I think I got outplayed here, though, to be honest.
Λέγε.
I think maybe this works if I just play it better. I kept on running my centaur and losing them to bushy. I think if I just control them better, I'm in a much better spot. Maybe this is also better with I don't know if it is better with Poseidon, because you get less favor, but they're faster straight off the bat. I don't know. That was a fun game. Shrine of the Hunt, sort of against like Norse, sort of makes sense. Against Egyptian, sort of makes sense. It's probably good against Egyptian, actually. Oops. I don't know. Stats seem equal, yeah, but he gets military upgrades for free, so I can't really catch up unless I get mad value out of my centaur. Hey, mister, how you going, man? Did you like my Zeus idea? I tried something funky. It was good fun. I think if I'm better at the game, I think it's good, but I'm not good. I'm not good enough with the fucking centaur control. Feels bad. Sets.
Enito, are you repair?
Finito, no. Rig. Finito, in with you I air. Rig, EU refer. Kid.
Gira refer.
That's my boss.
Great.
Finito.
11, 12, 13, 14, favor.
You
Rig, kid, baya. Infinito.
And arc. Aethereal.
Tayo. No.
In
Alright,
arc.
that'll do.
And we.
Oh. Should we try this? I don't think it's a good idea versus Fushi.
Baya.
I think in hindsight, I think the devs really screwed up with the hero systems for China and for Japan. In hindsight,
Infinito.
the hero system needs a weakness. That's the thing. It needs a weakness. But hindsight is 2020. Very difficult to understand why you need a weakness, but it needs a weakness. Now, the Japanese hero system does have a small weakness before you get to the heroic age, because it has the slow heroes. But that's not that big of a weakness. I just showed Japan hero system as a weakness, did I? I thought that I failed miserably. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm going crazy. Oh, you come over here.
You baby.
Rig, act, kids, and kids.
En kid. Enito. Tayo. You ayo. You ayo.
Infinito. You no.
Why am I so late on that?
Which act? No. Rig, you refer. No. Tayo. And you baya.
In arc.
You I air baya.
Oh, hello. I'm supposed to go. I forgot what my plan was. I'm supposed to go Ptah here.
Kids.
Oh, well.
Kids.
So Ptah for shifting sands and for electron bullets against China, because they don't have a great answer for the slinger. I mean, they do. They have the javelin
Arc. In wedge. In a giraffe. Arc.
but then I can make elephant as well. Like this matchup, I'm feeling elephant, but I think we'll do something stupid. Normally I do something stupid, so that's fine.
Great.
And you, I add you. In pile.
Gerek. Ine tayo. In wedge.
No.
In
And with you. You I no.
in gerek. Incorrect. UIL.
So see if he's grabbing this or not. Answer is not. He might go to the center one. I don't know.
Are you refer? NUEL.
I no no.
UIL.
Well, that's stupid, isn't it?
Enito. And Ayo.
Any kids? In which?
Gerek. In which kid new. Incorrect. Gerek new. UIL.
Get some obelisks up.
Enito. Ayo refer. UIL.
Because I do not know what he's doing. I should grab this tech, but I need the gold. Is he just going mass dudes again? I mean, okay. I think I just go chariot archers here. I don't think that's a problem.
And which UIL.
Finito.
Greek. Tayo. In Gerek. Kid.
I might have taken the middle town center. Let's grab this now.
In it, UEL.
In ak. In a gira ak. Erifir.
Gerek. IU. UAK. Kid. In I kid. Enito. En Urifer.
Antio.
And Ayo. IUIL.
Okay. Yeah, we're good here.
In which Bea. You kid. Ayo refer. Inage.
In a gira. Hayo. Jirej. Erifir.
Gerek. IU.
In wedge. Ak. Tayo.
That's too risky.
In kid.
Antio. Ak. In a gira. Ak. Erifir. Jirej. Tayo.
Gerek.
Kids. In EU refer. Ro iya tawit. Greek app.
Garrett, you refer.
In which.
Kids.
In a kid. Into you.
Kids baya.
Into
In
you.
tayo baya.
And you refer.
You refer. Bea.
Garrett, into you. Into you. And you, Garrett, into you.
In
EUEL.
which EU
In
refer.
ak. You Bea.
And wait, into you.
Finito. Kids.
Ent Bea.
Into you. EU, Garrett, EL. And wait, into you. UEL.
Inage. Rec.
Into you. EU refer. And in you. UEL. Into you. Into you. At you. EUEL. In you. In you. Into you. In you refer. And wait, UE into you.
Gerek. Kid.
In Garrett, UEL. And wedge. In UEL.
In I knew. And you knew.
Into you, Garrett. In UEL. and into you. EU refer. Into you. Indirect. EU refer. Garrick, you in EU refer. Into you. And Garrick, into you, into you,
In arc.
into EU refer.
In arc. Aethereal.
And UEL. Into you, EU refer. At you. Garrick, into you, refer. UEL.
Anti-arc. Direct. NGO.
Anyway, into you. Into you refer. Garrick, at you.
In arc. Eri. Arc.
Into you, in
In
UEL.
arc. Direct.
Anyway, into you. Garrick. Anyway. Into you. Garrick. At you. In UEL.
Tayo. Anti-arc.
And into you. Garrick. Into you. EU refer.
In wet tayo.
Anyway. At you.
In a eri fear. Arc.
Garrick. Into you. Anyway. Garrick. Into you. UEL.
This is working well, I think.
In a direct.
Anyway. Into you. Into you. Garrick. Into you. Anyway. Into you. UEL. Into you. Into you. UEL. Into you.
GG. Oh. Who is this guy? This is Feluti. Fair? Liu T. I don't know. I played a bunch of him recently. He's quite strong. He's a pretty good player. Yeah, super solid. Don't really know what he was trying to do here. He sort of just let me put things in his face. You can't really allow the Egyptian player to just 2TC and then also put amygdals in your face. I think this is probably the thing that China is probably going to struggle the most against at the moment, especially if you go for all the Qualfu, because it slows you down a little bit, which allows the Egyptian player to have this advantage. I'm interested here. What's the difference in eco? Was this the tree? No. I am quite far behind here, but I am set as well, so. Then again, I didn't have the monuments on my amygdals. Whoops. That was a fun game. Again versus the Fushi. Fushi ruins all my fun though, because he's got so many heroes. I have to play somewhat specifically. We got Zeus. I don't have any fun stuff to do here with Zeus that I know about.
Πρόσεχε.
Προς τα ορθός. Πάνι. Πρόσεχε,
Θηρευτής.
θηρευτής.
Λέγε.
Like I can
Πρόσταγμα,
obviously bolt the
τεκ, μεταλλεύς.
I can bolt the first Nijar.
Λέγε, ορθβούλομαι. Ορθός. Παν, ορθβούλομαι. Ορθάν,
But
ορθός.
what about everything
Βούλομαι.
else? What's the range on the Pioneer? 4 plus 8, so 12.
Λέγε,
Same range as the
προσάν,
things.
ορθός. Βούλομαι.
If I can micro well, maybe I can do stuff. I don't know.
Λέγε, παν, βούλομαι.
I could go again with the Sentai Hippias, but I can't do it in the same vein that I did against Susanoo.
Έτοιμη. Έστω. Ναι. Θηρευτής. Πρόσεχε.
Because he can
Θηρευτής.
just mass pioneers, and they're also really good versus my Hippias as well. Because they got divine damage.
Λέγε, προς τα παν, βούλομαι. Παν,
Λέγε.
Λέγε,
Let's drop this off.
Έτοιμη. Βούλο.
πρόσεχε,
Μεταλλεύς.
έστω.
Put
Τέκτον,
that there.
έτοιμος. Τέκτον, θρητόμος.
I think that's enough on that. This is like kind of too long of a walking distance. I might drop a storehouse.
βούλομαι.
Maybe I'll put it on the back. Nah, I'll just put it on the front. It's fine.
Έτοιμος. Παν, ορθός.
Cloud, sure.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα, βούλομαι. Τέκτον, θρητόμος. Πρόσεχε, τέκτον. Λέγε,
Πρόσταγμα.
θηρευτής.
You know what? I will try Hermes. I pretty much always go the other way. Always for Athena. Because I like the restoration so much, but let's try some Hermes shenanigans.
Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε, ναι, μάλιστα. Θρητόμος. Πρόσεχε, ναι.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι.
Both
Ορθός.
of those relics are really good if I can get them.
Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι.
Λέει ορθό. Πάνι. Ορθβούλ. Ορθάνι. Βούλ. Ορθάνι. Βούλάνι. Ορθάν. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Έτοιμος.
Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα, βούλομαι. Έστω, θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε,
Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι.
πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Τέκτον, μεταλλεύς. Πρόσεχε, τέκτο, θρητόμος.
Λέγε.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε.
Λέγε. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλ. Ορθός. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Λέγε.
Έστω.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε, τέκτον, μεταλλεύς. Προστέκ, ταπεινός.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Okay. Well,
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Καλώς.
Έστω. Βούλο. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Ετοίμος. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμο. Ορθό. Παν. Βούλομαι. Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε, τέκτον,
Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύ.
Πρόσεχε. Εις μάχη.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι.
Έτοιμη.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε ορθός.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Λέει βουφορβού. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Εις μάχην.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω.
Μάλιστα.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα πάνι. Λέγε ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Έτοιμο. Πάνι. Λέγε βούλ πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Ετοίμος. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον.
Λέγε πάνι.
Λέγε.
Έτοιμος. Ορθός.
Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα.
Well, that was actually not what I clicked. Well, not what I meant to click.
Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Λέει βούλομαι. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσεχε. Μαραπινός.
Λέγε
Πρόσεχε.
βούλομαι.
Τι βουλές. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βουλές του.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Πάνι.
Βρυτόμος.
Έτοιμο. Λέγε
Ετοίμος. Μάλιστα.
ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Λέγε
Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε.
Θηρευτής.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Λέγε βούλομαι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Λέγε ορθός. Πάνι.
Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα.
Προς
Ορθός.
βρυτόμος.
Πάνι.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε
Ταπεινός.
πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Έτοιμος. Πάνι.
Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Βουφορβός.
Βούλαν. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Ταπεινός. Λέγε μάλιστα.
Λέγε ορθός. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο. Πάνι. Ορθάν. Βούλο. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλαν. Ορθάνι. Βούλομαι. Λέγε ορθός. Προστάνι.
Μάλιστα.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Ναι.
Λέγε.
Λέγε ορθός.
Έτοιμο. Τέκτον.
Λέγε
Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Dude!
Ναι.
έτοιμο. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Πάνι. Βούλο. Πάνι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
How does he hit that?
Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Ορθός.
I'm moving the guys!
Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Is this Italia? Is this why I can never use centaur? It's because I'm always on the Italian region.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Έτοιμος.
Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε ορθός.
Λέγε.
Ετοίμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Πάνι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε ορθός. Πάνι.
Έστω.
Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Λέγε έτοιμος.
Βούλο. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε.
Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Εις μάχη. Έστω. Ναι. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε προς έστω.
Λέει
Τέκτον.
τίμος.
Dude, like, there's just no point in making with units versus this fucking civ.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον.
Λέγε ορθός. Βούλομαι.
What am I doing here?
Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος.
I bet she's got two TCs there as well.
Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Έστεκτον.
Λέγε πάνι.
This
Βούλαν,
army.
ορφάνι.
Βούλε, μα έστω.
Piece
Ναι,
of
βούλο.
shit.
Λέγε.
I don't think I want to
Πρόσταγμα.
continue.
Ναι,
Λέγε.
μάλιστα, έστω.
What am I supposed to do?
Ναι,
Put some of
τέκτον.
this
Let's
down, I guess.
Μα ναι, βούλο, μάλιστα. Έστω.
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
Ναι, βούλομαι. Μάλιστα, βούλο. Ναι.
Λέγε πρόσταγμα πάνι. Ορθός. Ορθός. Λέγε πάνι. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Ορφάνι. Καλός. Λέγε έτοιμος. Λέγε πόρο. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Εισβολή. Λέγε βάνι. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμη. Μεταλλέ.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Λέγε βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα.
Did I not say? I literally ran. Guys, what the
Fine.
fuck is happening?
Λέγε, βούλε, ναι. Ετοίμα, έστω. Ναι, βούλομαι. Λέγε, έστω, μα ναι. Βούλε, έστω. Ετοίμος, μα έστω. Ναι, βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι, μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Προς ετοίμος, πρόστα λέγε, ετοίμος, πρόσεχε, ναι. Ετοίμος, λέγε, πρόσταγμα, βούλο, έστω, καλός. Μα έστω. Βούλομαι, ναι. Εισβολή. Προσλέγε. Πρόσταγμα, μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε βούλο. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχη. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Λέγε
Πρόσεχε.
έτοιμος. Φόρος. Καλός. Πρόσταγμα. Φόρος. Εισβολή. Λέγε
Ισμάχη.
έτοιμος. Πάνι. Λέγε πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Λέγε.
Έτοιμος. Φόρο. Καλός. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε πρόσταγμα. Ισμάχη.
Πρόσεχε. Καλός.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε του.
έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Ναι, βούλομαι.
Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλάνι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόστα. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλάνι. Ορθό. Φόρο. Λέγε πάνι. Εισβολή.
Ετοίμος. Βούλε. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλε.
Λέγε βούλομαι.
Ταπεινός.
Πρόσταγμα.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Προς βούλε. Μάλιστα. Προς βούλομαι. Προς
Λέγε
ετοίμος. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Μάλιστα. Βούλε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω.
ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Έστω.
Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμη. Ναι, τέκτον. Πρόσμα. Μεταλλέ.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Καλώς.
Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
Ετοίμος. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Ισμάχη. Ετοίμος. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Εισβολή.
Καλό. Ορθός.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέει βούλομαι. Βρυτόμο. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Πρόστα. Πάνι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε ορθάν. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε.
Βρυτόμος.
Μα ναι. Έστω.
Πάνι. Λέγε ορθό. Βούλομαι.
Μα βούλομαι. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Μα βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Λέγε ορθός.
Λέγε. Έσβουν. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε πάνι.
Ετοίμος. Λέγε.
Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε.
Προς έστεκτον.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Προετοίμος. Προσλέγε, πρόσταγμα, έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Εις μάχη.
Πρόσεχε, λέγε, ναι.
Πρόσταγμα ορθός.
Εισβολή. Καλώς. Εις μάχη.
Προετοίμος. Προσβούλομαι, ναι.
Έτοιμος.
I don't even understand. Someone explain to me how I won that game. Was I not just like... How am I that... what is happening? How am I not absolutely just lost here? Is it because he didn't build Fire Archer when I was building Hoplites? Probably. Pioneer don't beat Hoplite. Maybe that's the...
Έτοιμος.
That's the secret sauce. That was a very, very silly game. I mean, I guess he went for the wrong god choice. Also, grabbing the town center on this map is probably a bad move unless you've got the forward one. Bills. Yeah, I'm just way behind. Obviously, he's 2 TC. But if you can't get gold, you can't get gold. Where's Euros? Euros was telling me to do something with the cache. Oh, that one. I clicked the button, Euros. I don't know if it worked or not. I mean, on the one hand, it's really frustrating for you to target the center with your ranged units and it not hit them. But on the other hand, it's really frustrating for your center to get targeted. You move it and then it die. That's a difficult thing to deal with. Hi, Joe. What's happening, man? It's the Joe. What's going on? I heard you abused SO ships against poor UCA. Very mean. We'll skew the abuser. Never change. Oh, he went with purple. He's more than just a full abuser. He's peak abusing me. I can't see anything. Gaia versus ISSA.
Burek. Eke. Burek. Yoji. Skopos. Hedgehos. Yoji. Hedgehos Makdiat. Eke Diat. Skopos. Yoji. Hedgehos. Burek. Mak. Osto.
Is there another code here?
Mak.
Nope.
Hedgehos. Yoji. Burek. Hedgehos. Osto.
Alright. Not the easiest of matchups for me here. Especially not versus Joe. What are we to do?
Skopos. Schlost. Yuji. Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Yuji.
9 cauldrons.
Hedgehos. Yuji.
What's that one?
Hedgehos.
Tawar's last. That's a nice relic, right? It's ranged soldiers doing divine damage.
Skopos.
Makes
Yuji.
my
Hedgehos. Osto. Yuji.
Terma feel a bit
Mak.
better.
Yuji. Shvet. Skopos. Head. Bureg. Yuji. Skopos. Bureg. Skopos.
9 cauldrons, yada yada yada. Okay.
Yuji. Skopos. Hedgehos.
What's the game plan? What's this one? I have Ornu. Another big relic there. If he wants to go for a classical fight or something.
Mak. Yuji. Osto. Bureg. Hedgehos. Yuji. Bureg. Skopos. Hedgehos.
Well, there is a pig over here. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna actually leave this guy on gold here until I can get myself 45 extra gold.
Skopos. Mak.
I'll start claiming relics. So that's 94 on the gold. I might pop that there as well.
Bureg.
Now I'll drop a temple over here.
Yumak. Eked. Diat. Yuji. Hedgehos. Eshlos. Yuji. Yuji. Osto. Mak. Osto. Hedgehos. Bureg. Eshlost.
Bureg. Schwest.
Skopos.
Give me relic.
Yuji. Osto. Mak. Osto. Yuji.
Scopo. Osto. Mos intem.
Skopos. Diat. Yuji. Hedgehos. Yuji.
This one too, please.
Eshlost. Yuji. Osto.
Okay.
Bureg.
I'll put you in the
Mak.
top corner, away from harm.
Yuji.
It's probably pretty risky.
Hedgehos.
You
Eshlost.
can come over this side. If I
Skopos.
open up with Terma here,
Yuji.
I think that might not be a terrible idea on this map. Even if he goes for a town center, should be okay.
Hedgehos.
Yuji.
Bureg. Bureg. Mak. Osto. Mak. Eshlost.
Yuji, Eshlos,
Osto. Eshlost.
Erjo. Aked.
Yuji. Eked. Hedgehos. Mak. Osto. Eshlost. Mak.
Erjos, Yuji,
Yuji. Scopos. Mos intem.
Eked.
Skopos, Erjos,
Osto. Yuji.
Yuji, Bolia,
Eshlost. Mak. Yuji. Osto. Yuji. Bureg. Eshlost.
Shkmak, Yuji,
Bureg. Hedgehos. Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Bureg. Eshlost. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Skopos. Hedgehos. Mak. Bureg. Mos intem. Skopos.
Skopos.
Erjos, Skopos, Eshmak,
Bur. Eshlo. Mak. Yumak.
Yuji. Hedgehos. Eshlost. Shvest.
Eshlo. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eshlos.
Skopos.
Mak.
Yuji, Eshmak, Eshmak, Yuji,
Bur. Eshlo. Mak. Yuji.
Erjos, Mak,
Skopos. Eked. Eked. Shvest. Yuji, Mak, Bur Yuji, Mak.
Yuji, also most intim.
Burek, Yuji. Skopos, mos
Kerjos,
intem.
Yuji, Diat.
Dilis Moke, Yuji, Eshma, Yuji, Eshma, Burek, Eporofras. Skopos, Yuji, Eshma, Yujma, Eshma, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos,
Eşmak.
Osto, Yuji, Burma, Yuji. Skopos, Eshlo, Burek, Yujma, Yuji, Eshlo, Yuji, Yufolak,
Yuji,
Yüce.
Ma, Eshlo, Yujma, Eshma, Yuji,
Yuji, Schwest.
Mak, Eshma, Yuji, Eshma, Eshlo,
We need another house
Eke,
here.
Vayen.
Yujma, Eshma, Eshlo, Yuji.
Kerjos. Yüzmak.
Skopos, Yuji, Eshlos, Burek, Mak, Eshlos, Yuji, Eshlo, Eporofras. Yujma, Eshlos, Yuji, Mak, Eshma, Burek, Eshlos,
Burek.
Eşlos.
Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Eshlos, Burek, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos.
Do I have any other
Scopus?
gold down the bottom? Can I sneak a gold mine? Not really. I have to come up here and
Dilis
clean
Moke,
these.
Yuji.
Yuji, Eke, Diat.
Eporofras. Burek. Eshlos. Ma, Yuji, Eshlos. Yuma, Burek, Skop, Yuji, Eshma, Eshlos, Yujma, Eshlos. Ma, Yuji, Ma, Dilis Moke. Burek, Yuji,
Skop, Eschlost. Yuji, also Burek. Yuji. Kerjos,
Eshma, Yuji,
Eschloma.
Eshlos, Yuji. Shma, Yuji,
Hermak. Aked.
Eshlos. Ma, Yuji, Eshlos. Ma, Yuji, Eshma, Yuji. Eshma, Eshlos, Yuji. Ma, Eshlo, Ma, Yuji, Ma, Bu, Eshlos. Skopos, Ma,
Burek. Aked. Diot.
Burek. Yuji, also
Yuji, Yuji.
Yuji. Diot.
Burek, Ma, Eshlos. Yuji, Ma, Yuji. Burek, Eshma, Eshlos.
Yuji, most intim.
Yuji. Eshma, Eshu, Eshma.
Skopos, Eke, Eschlost.
Yuji, Yuji. Burma, Eshma, Yuji.
Skopos. Mak.
Burek, Eke, Mash.
Skopos, Ma,
Skopos.
Most intim.
Bur. Mos intem.
Eshma, Yuji.
Yuji. Kerjos. Eshlos.
Eshlos. Burma, Yuji. Yujma, Eshlos. Yujma, Eshlos. Eporofras. Yuji. Burek, Ma, Eshlos. Yujma, Eshma, Eshma, Yuji. Eshma, Yuji. Eshma, Yuji.
All right.
Eshma, Yuji. Eshma, Yuji. Eshlos. Ma, Eshma. Eshlos.
Yüce. Yüce.
Dilis Moke. Yuji. Eporofras. Eshma, 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 Yuji. Ma,
Eşmak. Yüce. Eşlos. Yüce.
Skopos, Burek. Dilis Moke. Eporoji. Eporo. Dilis Eporji. Yuji, Eshlos.
Ermak. Yüce. Eş. Yüce.
Ma, Yuji. Epor. Eshma, Yuji. Eshlos. Burek. Dilis Moke.
Eşmak. Yüce. Yüce. Eşmak. Yüzmak. Eşlos. Skop. Yüce. Yüce.
Yuji. Yuji. Eporo. Dilis Yuji.
Skopos. Mak.
Galadriel abuse. True. Galadriel OP. I don't think you have to go that crazy, right? It's special tactics. Ah. Yeah, Caladria abuse is strong, man. I don't know if this game is quite over, but I think surviving that first push is a big deal. I didn't even notice that he had slingers though, because I was like, where's the units? I can't see them. Hey, a brickhead. How you going, man? The playoff bracket is not yet released, but it will be out soon. It'll probably be out tomorrow. Yeah, the playoff bracket will be out tomorrow, I think. But the whatchamajigits, the actual standings, I think you can see them here. Oh no! He didn't pick Tsukiyomi. I was terrified for a second there. Thought he was gonna pick Tsukiyomi on me. Uranus! Strongest god in the game.
Yuji.
Actually, this is a tough map for me, I think. I don't think I would pick Uranus on this map anymore. If I had a choice. There's too much naughty stuff here for some other civs. Especially Set. I have to deal with a lot of animals. Luckily I have Caladria, so hopefully I can make some Caladria and do things. We're gonna be hell versus you expert topic. True. It's the RTS Sanctuary clock. Striking 12. Cheating accusation coming in at 1 o'clock. Followed by the AQ debate at 2 o'clock. I should try Einherjar's build order. Okay, but it's a bit late here. I'm already doing this build. Very juicy front gold. That's a big relic there to help me. He gets some animals, I get some animals. All is fair in the world.
Aket, Schwest.
Go Prometheans? I don't know if I believe in Prometheans here. I think I might die. I mean, we could. All right, I'll go Prometheus. I don't recommend this at home, guys.
Aket, Schwest. Herr Joes.
Yuji. Diat.
Yuji, Herr Skopos. Yuji, Mos Intem.
Skopos. Bure. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Eschlost. Mak. Yuji. Osto. Yuji. Schmak. Eschlost. Osto. Mak.
Bureg.
Let's get one more Oracle out. It's a bit greedy, but Let's do it.
Herr Joes.
Black Lotus is nice.
Burek. Yuji.
Go, my monkeys!
Yuji.
Skopos. Erschlost. Mak. Yuji. Osto.
Ow! Where'd he go? My animals can beat up yours.
Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Skopos. Skopos.
Skopos, Eked, Burek. Eked, Diat.
Got him! Got him! Let's go.
Herr Osto. Ekeshvest.
Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Burek. Osto. Yuji. Mak. Erschloss. Skopos. Osto. Yuji. Osto. Skopos.
Skopos.
Skopos, Yuji, Schwest.
Bure. Eket. Mos intem.
Mak. Erschloss. Yuji. Mak. Dilis Moke. Erschloss. Yuji. Skopos. Terjo. Mak. Erschloss. Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Mak. Erschloss. Mak. Erschloss. Yuji. Mak. Bureg. Erschloss. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Erschloss. Yuji. Mak. A poro flas. Yuji. Terjo. Mak. Bur. Mak. Skop. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Bur. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Skop. Osto. Skopos. Terjo. Yuji. Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Osto. Yuji. Bureg. Skop. Erschloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Erschloss. Yuji.
Herr Joes. Mak. Yuji. Eschlost.
Terjos, Oso, Eked.
Bureg. Eket.
Yuji. Eked. Esmak, Oso, Es Yuji. Skopos, Eked.
Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Erschloss. Skop. Mak. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Erschloss.
Herr Joes. O Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Eket. Mos intem.
Yuji.
Herr Jeschlost.
Mak.
Yuji. Es lost.
Yuji.
Herr Diat.
Skop. Yuji. Erschloss. Mak.
Burek, Oso,
Bureg. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Osto. Herr. Erschloss. Skma. Yuji. Osto. Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji. Osto. Mos intem.
Yuji, Mak, Momos, Intum.
Bureg. Mos intem. Herr Joe. Eket.
Osto. Erschloss. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Herr Joes. Osto. Yuji. Mak. Skopos. Osto. Bureg. Erschloss. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Erschloss.
Skopos. Yuji. Mak. Eschlost.
Yuji.
Yuji. Osto.
Skopos,
Skopos. Erschloss.
Herr Joe. Mak.
Mak. Erschloss.
Bures. Yuji. Osto.
Dilis Moke. Yuji. Mak. Erschloss. Mak. Yuji. Erschloss.
Mak.
Erschloss.
Yuji. Eket.
Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak, Eshlo, Yuji.
Again, most intimate.
Eshlos. Most intimate.
Mak, Yuji, Eshlo.
Herr Joe Schwest. Bur Schwest.
Oh, my monkeys are still here. Forgot about those. That would have been really helpful.
Yuji, lost.
Skopos. Eschlost. Herr Duji. Aked.
Yuji. Mak, Yuji, Mak. Yuji, Mak, Yuji.
Osvolia. Skopos. Schwest.
Yuji, Eshlos. Skopos, Yuji.
Hedge, Mak, Eshlos. Mak,
Herr Joe's. Mak. Mos Intim.
Herr Jos,
Bure.
Skop, Eshlos.
Yuji.
Skopos, Diat.
Yuji.
Yuji, Eke, most intimate.
Skopos. Mak, Yuji, Mak. Eshlos. Yuji, Mak. Yuji.
Bure. Osto. Yuji.
Mak, Yuji, Mak, Eshlos. Yuji.
Herr Schwest. Eschlost.
Mak, Yuji.
Yuji. Burek, also best.
Eshlos. Mak. Yuji, Mak. Yuji. Eshlos. Burek. Yuji. Skop, Mak. Burek, Eshlos.
Burek, Eke. Yuji, Esh, also Eke.
Burek. Yuji.
Skop. Bu. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Mak. Aked. Mos Intim.
Burek. Mak. Yuji. Eshlos.
I don't think that went well for me there,
Mak. Eshlos.
for some reason.
Yuji. Skopos. Mak. Eshlos.
Herr Jos,
Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Skopos, most intimate.
Yuji.
Burek, Yuji. Skopos, Diat,
Herr
Herr
Joes.
Diat, Burek, Mak.
Skopos. Bure.
Eshlos.
Herr Eschlost.
Skopos, also Yuji, Diat, Mak.
Yuji. Skop. Yuji. Bure. Mak.
Herr Diat,
Yuji.
Burek, Eshlos.
Skopos. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji.
Herr Jos,
Herr Joe's.
Burek.
Skopos, Yuji.
Skopos.
Herr Jos, Mak. Eke, most intimate. Burek, Eke.
Skopos. Aked.
Yuji. Mak.
Bure. Aked. Aked. Mos Intim.
Burek.
Yuji, Eshlost. Also Burek, Eshlost.
Yuji.
Skopos. Burek. Eshlos. Yuji. Dilis Moke. Dilis Moke.
Mak. Yuji.
Burek. Skopos. Mak. Yuji.
Burek.
Burek. Yuji.
Skopos. Herr Joe. Osto. Eschlost. Mak.
Herr Yuji. Mak. West. Burek. Yuji.
Yuji. Mos Intim.
Most intimate.
Mak.
Burek. Eke. Mos intum.
Use schloss. Use mak. Use. Es mak. Use. Es schloss. Mak. Es use. Es mak. Es schloss. Use. Es mak.
Skopos.
Es oso. Yuji. Burek. Oso.
Use.
Yuji.
Use mak. Use mak. Use mak. Es schloss.
Ost voliat. Burek. Aked. Voliat. Aked. Diat.
Burek. Use mak. Use. Es schloss. Mak. Use. Es schloss. Mak. Use.
Skopos. Es lost.
Yuji.
Yuji. Schwest.
Es schloss. Use.
Dia.
Buresh diat.
Mak. Es use mak. Es schloss.
Herr Joes. Aked. Vian. Skop. Aked. Vian.
Use mak. Use mak. Es use.
Herr Jos.
Herr Yuji.
Es schloss. Mak.
Burek. Diat.
Es porofras. Dilis moke.
Bulma. Yuji.
Skopos. Es schloss. Mak. Use. Es use.
Yuji.
Burek. Es lost. Oso.
Skopos. Mak. Use.
I need.
Skopos. Eke. Dia.
Skopos.
Herr Jos.
Es schloss. Mak. Mak schloss. Mak. Use.
I'm gonna take a fight here.
Burek. Skopos. Es lost. Yuji.
Mak. Es schloss.
Herr Jos.
Herr Mach. Schwest.
Skopos. Use. Mak.
Skopos.
Burek. Es use. Skopos. Es schloss. Mak. Use.
Burek.
Skopos. Es schloss. Use. Mak. Burek. Use. Es schloss. Mak. Use. Es schloss. E porofras. Mak. Use. Es schloss. Mak. Use. Es schloss. Mak. Use. Mak. Use. Stop. Es schloss.
Herr Jos. Yuma. Burek. Yuma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji.
Burek. Skopos. Burek. Dilis moke. E porofras.
Yuji.
Skopos.
Herr Jos. Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Mak.
Mak.
Herr Jos.
Oh, that didn't work.
Skopos.
Bu. Yuji. Osto. Schwest.
Skopos.
GG. I need my Caladria abuse. Ah. My eco is stronger? I don't know. I don't think so. Kinda a little bit. But he's set, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, I couldn't get as much food as I would have liked to here. I think like more Caraballister and more Prometheans would have gone really well rather than into the sage
Yuji?
here. I'm not very good with these shades here. Maybe I should... When did he get the town center? He pulled back here. I'm still like okay on resources up until like this point. Maybe if I just dropped a town center and kept playing defensive, like in the center of the map, palace down and all that stuff. I think I lost this fight just because he had an extra town center on me. Oh well. You got an advert in the main fight? I'm so sorry. Yeah, he dropped second, or he dropped Plague of Serpents and Ancestors and the rest of the stuff. I can't read that kanji. Taikai dettara yusho yoke? Is that right? Hold on, give me a second, guys. I need to I'm right. Oh, yo you. I don't actually know what you mean by that.もう一回大会出たことあるで。何番になったっけ ?8？ 8やっけ ?10… 9番。9番。B に負けちゃった。Yeah, I got 9th and I lost to B. Though the B series was very, very close. It was 5-game series. I was very upset when I lost.
了解。任せて。
準備了。はい、カリ。行くぞ。はい、カリ。了解。行くぞ。なんだ。了解。行くぞ。了解。了解。行くぞ。はい。
Real Japanese abuse stream.
準備完了。
I don't know.
建築担当。
I do think I have an advantage here, but some of my advantage is mitigated by the Nareed if it's used correctly.
なんだ？
何？準備できた。なんだ？
指示は？
準備できたよ。指示やる。はい、カーリー。
建築担当。
Good luck.
準備了解。コリー。指示は任せろ。行くぞ。
So, because he put the dock up this far, it's quite far, I'm going to just wander forward and drop the dock down here. And I'm also not even going to bother taking these spots. I'm going to wander and take these spots first. And we'll work backwards. Our goal here is basically just to get 18 fish and maybe a dock up the top side to annoy him. I don't mind going equal or something like that here. Definitely need a house though.
建築木こり。
建築担当。木こり。 指示は
何なんだこれを任せて建築担当
Okay.
準備完了。なんだ
Now we start working towards our temple.
Junbi, Rio, Kai, Kari.
You get another house up.
準備完。
何建築担採掘
指示は
指示ある準備できた行くね木こり
なんはい了解準備行くぞ木こり指示はなんだ
なんだはい
準備完了任せろ指示は了解なんだ建築担当
Okay.
指示は
Another house, please.
準備建築担当り
何神楽
なん行くぞ採掘
何木こり了解採掘
建築木こり指示ははい木こり準備完了
準備くねカーリなんだ
なんだ
任せて了解カーリ
Okay.
準備完了
One more of these.
もう準備は
進みなさい
指示あはい何行くね
指示は建築担木こり
何了解準備できたよはい
準備完了行くぞ
なんだ任せて
Okay.
了解木こりなんだ任せろ建築担当準備完了建築担当
Totally didn't think about creating relics here. A bit of a mistake. I probably have to be prepared for Stymphalian birds, but we'll see.
指示ある。行くね。了解。
建築担当。なんだ建築担当。採掘。
何？
準備建築木こり。
準備できたよ。はい。マク行くね。了行くね。神楽。
了解。指示は採掘建築担当。準備完了。突撃。なんだ行くぞ建築担当。木こり。準備完了建築木こり。
俺がやる。
建築木こり。なんです前進なんです。はいはい。
任せろ。よし。
準備完了。戦闘開始。
俺に行くぞ。
ご指示を。攻撃。進め。
なんだ？はい。何？任せて。
任務数準備向かおう。指示検採掘なんだ。なんです。なんでしょう。了解。はい。任務に戦闘開始。ごし出発する。了任務はい。向かおう。
命令して戻るわ。
なんでしょう。
行くね。はい。
準備向かおう。任務はい。
何？攻撃了解。
指示を出発する。
準備ではい行くね。
任務遂行了解しました。準備完了。了解。向かおう。
俺がやる。
出発する。了解。建築担当。指示ははい。建築担当。了解しました。
指示や建築担当。
はい。任務遂行。はい。出発する。了解しました。任務遂行。はい。向かおう。了解しました。前進。
何です？異議なし。お任せください。戦の時。
何？任せて。建築担当。了解。建築担当。
準備り了解りなんだかり。
前進します。
準備できたよ。行くね。
向かいます。了解。今参ります。ご命令を。向かいます。ご準備ご命令を。今参ります。
建築担当。何？カリ。何？了解。行くね。カリ。
了解。
指示は
なんだ？
行くぞ。了解。
準備できた。何？
はい。
承知。
指示や神楽。何？神楽。
なんだ任せろ。建築担当。指示は建築担当。
異議なし。ご任せく。私が承知。なんでしょう。なん了解。なんでしょう。今参ります。
何？はい。カチカチク。
なん向かおう。出発する。
向かいます。了解。ごめん。任せなし。了解。
準備建築担当。
準備できたよ。
はい、了解。建築担当。建築担当。
承知。ごめん。私が参ります。
了解。任せて。はい。行くね。
家
ご
畜
指示を指示を
なんでしょう今開幕了異議なし
準備完了
何建築家
指示を
命令を承知
俺は
了解
Fight me!
何でしょう任務にはい
任せろ
突撃しますご指前へ何です形が入ります
建築担当
ご準備整いました
なんだ任務遂行
何異議なし
何でしょう攻撃準出発する突撃任務にしておりますご指示を
Just kidding, don't fight
指
me.
示ははい任せろ了任せろ
何です今参ります準備ご命令を切りご買います
指示を了解何でしょうはい了解しましたご指示を何です前進出発する
行くぞ俺がやる
なんだ準備完了
指示を
はい
準備できたよ
カリ
何家畜
準備
I didn't know Boit had an OnlyFans account. Ah, that's funny! I don't know what you did, but look like abuse. Hey, Shadowfax. How you going, man? Yeah, Susanoo is pretty insane. We didn't really do anything, to be honest. I just made dudes. He put 2 palaces down that had no impact. But he has to get through my samurai and my Oni. What's he gonna build? It's good to see you're still alive, Shadowfax. You know what they say about Age of Mythology. You never quit Age of Mythology. You just take breaks. Honengyo making experience is OP. Yeah, this guy. Where is he? Where's my guy? This guy just chilling here, giving me 1.5 XP for free is nice. I realized I didn't really need to put any more Miko down after the fact. When I got the first stipend of favor, I'm like, oh, I actually didn't need all those Miko. I got enough from the stuff. I'm just sitting here with like excessive amounts of favor. But then again, maybe there's someone else coming a little later. Honengyo gathering gold is completely balanced? Yeah, I think so. It's just like a very, very... That tech is so difficult to balance. I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. Because it's either going to be like a bit of a nothing tech where you have to nerf it into the ground because, you know, it's just generating too much value. Or you price it so high that... I mean, you can't because even increasing the cost doesn't really help because it's always going to be new moon. Feels like it shouldn't be a classical age tech. It only really comes online in the heroic age because all the heroic age myth units are really, really good for Japan. The Oni's good, the Tengu's OP, the Raiju's OP. Maybe the Oni's OP as well. The Oni is at the very least in the like, I am really good category. Like, if you gave this myth unit to any other minor god in the game, they would be like, hells yeah, let's make Oni. So yeah, the technology comes online in the heroic age. Laundry got blown away all the way to the top of Mount Fuji. Ah, that's funny. アルペスさん、自分がなんていうスケジュールしないよ。俺がスケジュール用意するよ。I feel like this strat is similar to the Cyclops Underworld. It's aggressive only if your opponent doesn't expect it. What would you do? The question is, what would you do against it? What's your plan to stop it? That's what I'm like trying to figure out. Obviously, against a really high level player where we don't share water, like Andre just gave me my side of the water. Actually, we can just go and watch it back. Hi. これでいい。大丈夫。アルペスさんは大丈夫。もうできる時間が分かってるから。Okay. So if we, what I would probably do as Gaia here, just to play around this, if I was in this specific situation, is I would probably go full Murmillo and just rush into here. I would rush as hard as I can. Yes, there are some games today. We got 2 games today. Potentially 1 recorded game series where I only casted 1 game from it yesterday. There's a couple of others I could cast, but I might save them for the weekday. I'm not sure. But there's 2 games playing today. We have at 1800 GMT Grass and Chasing, and then at 20 GMT we have Nyan and Aethereal. Yeah, I'd probably just rush, land, keep the Susanoo player in the classical age as long as possible. But let's just say you're just trying to defend it. Like what's the other option? If you're not just trying to like be proactive to prevent it, what are you trying to do to defend it? What can you do? So it's going to be Samurai, it's going to be Yari, it's going to be Oni. Those are the 3 units you're most likely to see. Nyan vs Aethereal is interesting when he gets to play Mr. in the losers bracket. I love that confidence, Soup. Have you played Mr. in tournament yet? Is this the first time? 9? Oh, that's exciting. First time for you. It's always fun. I think if there was one player I would want to play in a tournament, Mr. would be the player. Just for the fun of it, you know? I think it'll be a lot of fun. Woo. Bragging rights are indeed fun. No. Just like, I think I go in with like no pressure. I think that's the nice part about it all. Because you know it's the Mister. If you lose to the Mister, it's like, oh fuck, it's the Mister. Like, what does it matter? You lose to Husk Soup, you're like, pfft, can't believe I lost to Husk Soup. That guy's trash, right? You know what I mean? Just kidding. It's all jokes. Okay, so what do you do to just defend it? What's the play? It's probably something like Stymphalian Birds, right? I'm just kidding. Soup is literally one of the best players playing. Like, it's all jokes, guys. Spiders eat samurai. I mean, maybe Leto for automatons. Automatons do lose pretty hard to the Oni, though. Because, like, take a look at the Oni stats. Where are they? This guy's got 2x versus Myth, and it's doing 16 DPS, plus it's doing 24 crush per second. Versus, and you could probably have, what, 3? Was it 6? You could have 4 automatons out per 1 Oni in terms of cost. Obviously, the problem is that I'm not going to really fight you until I'm much later. Oedipus, I think this guy is better in a lot of matchups. This guy is better in some matchups. And he is better, and this guy is a little better on water because this is food costing. Oni beat the shit out of frost giants, do they? You just get frozen, right? They don't do anything. You have to kill the frost giants first. Shokuryo? Yes, food. There is lots of food, yeah. What do you want to go for? If soup is trash, I love trash. Me too. Though soup does hold the record for the fastest tap out in Age Mythology Champions League Season 4. Fastest tap out. That's his title. Maybe I should stamp that. We're gonna do. I got some pretty cool production stuff coming up. No giveaways. I want it to be a surprise, but be excited about some production stuff. Okay. So, I mean, at this point, I've got nothing in my base. I could be getting raided. I should have scouted all this stuff. If I see the Murmillos coming in, I probably build some dudes out anyways. But by this stage, now Samurai are coming. So, I mean, if he also did the same thing. He fast stroke and then started making units, which I think obviously is probably the wrong way to go about this. But Super even made a video on the on Norse anti-crush before the tournament. Yeah, but I told him he was wrong and he never listened to me. I told him how to beat the crush. I told him. I told you how to beat it. Oh, I even showed it. I smacked a who did I smack? I smacked an Amaterasu player with the anti-chrono strat. Go back and watch my my anti-chronos strat versus Amaterasu. I can I'll show you. I'll show you after this. I just don't know. I don't know what else. Like at this stage, right? This is already too late to stop everything because I'm not going to run out of resources in my main base. I will get to 175 pop, so my death ball will come no matter what. Like you're not stopping it. This fighting here is a mistake from him because that means my Bushido tier 1 comes in faster, and that's really all I need to get myself. How many is this? I'll get myself 2.5 Oni for free from that first tier of Bushido. And from... Oh, and also, if he rushes in with Murmillo early on, I can just use Swampland to hold. I don't actually need that. So I don't think I even need to hold. I don't need to build anything unless he goes heroes into my base, in which case now I'm in a bit of trouble. Have we got a patch soon that nerfs Japan and reverse the Norse eco nerf? Yeah, the Japan nerfs are going to be very interesting, I think. 'Cause I think there's so much stuff inside of Japan that is so strong. Like, the samurai is obviously really strong. The heroic age myth units are really strong. The Swampland is really strong. This Kusanagi is now too strong. The Amaterasu, like, what's it called? Solar Shield is still really, really good. Like everything is really good for Japan at the moment. So if you nerf one thing, then they've still got all this other stuff they're going to be doing. Even if it, or you nerf everything a little bit. I think that would be my like preferred nerf at this point for Japan. You just touch everything down a bit. Not like no big nerfs, just like everything gets touched down a bit. So you can still do everything, but it's just like less power. And then they have to figure out a way to get through the early game. Like, I mean, I'm seeing too many games even at the very high levels of Japan players just getting rushed and losing. I don't know what they're like. He's going Mythic Age. That was his play. This doesn't work because I've got 209 HP units. Even if he implodes it doesn't work. But obviously my timing was quite good. One palace, get Mythic Age a little earlier, I guess. If he'd go on full army... Okay, let's work this out. He's at 3.3k.
Burek.
I need to click all his army and see what he's got. And see if he can win this fight in the editor. Okay. I don't know if this is exactly fair. I don't think I clicked on any of his units, but I just went straight for the town center. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. If he went into full units here, would I just die? So let me just quickly write this up, and then I'll have a quick look. 5 Merm Hero, 8 Arcus, 3 Con, 2 Merm, 1 Oni because he stole it, 2 Caladria.
Herr Joe's?
Am I missing anything?
Skopos?
He's also, yeah, and then all of those resources into, and then he's got, let's just say that he's got 2.4k. Let's just say he's got 3k extra res or something. I didn't click on how many. I just had. I don't know how many units I have. The Oni are pretty strong. My samurai are gonna do some damage. I don't know how many units I actually had, but let's quickly do this. This is piquing my interest. I didn't have any armory upgrades either. 5 of them. Arcus. I do also have Swampland as well, so that's a problem. Okay, so first and foremost, if I heroize all of this stuff with 3k rest, let's just give myself 1,000 of each. Can I get everything heroized? Just with 1k of each. And that plays around Swampland. I gotta go, we'll just go heroic age.
Bureg.
Okay, everything can be, and there's plenty of resources left after this. So let's just call it, you make another 5 Contarius. Well, we'll just make everything hero, and you make another 5 Contarius and 5, how much are you costing? Let's go 4, let's go 5 Cons. Wait, how much are you? That's nearly 200 res. So we'll go 4 Cont heroes and 5 Arcus heroes. And then I'll see if the Onis can win with some stuff. So we'll go a couple more Arcus hero. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a couple more Cont heroes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll go with my army of like samurai. I don't know how many I had. I think I had like 5 of these guys, right? Maybe 6. And then also a couple of Yardie. I really don't know. I know I had full pop. But let's just see what this is looking like. Okay, Susan. Heroic Age. Fujin. And I had these techs as well. This is going to give us both full bronze, full copper, but that's okay. Player, set tech status. Player 2. Oni Mask. Duplicate. What's it called? What's the other one called? Rampage or something? It's not Rampage. What's the one that gives the boost to the Onis? You got Oni Mask for the myth units, and you've got something else. Someone help me! I can't open the bloody thing here. Help! Please! What's the Oni upgrade? Deadly Rage. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So you are Heroic Age. We got Rhea. I'll play as player 1, and we'll just see. Wait. Let me just see how much population this is. I'm at 72 military pop. If I add on I think I had more than this. I think I had way more than this, but that's okay. We'll just see if this works. I think I had about 100, yeah, but we'll just see. So I'll play here, and then I'll just attack, move in, and I'll steal one of the Oni away.
Skopos, Yuji. Mak, Eshlost. Skopos, Yuji.
Now, of course, I have the win thing to run from this, so it's not a problem, but if this is what happens. That's fair enough. I'm pretty sure I would have won the fight with all the stuff that I had. Plus, I can send half the army away. I don't know how much I had before. But yeah, that's a very close fight, considering it's Japan gets Bushido for taking the fight. I'm just gonna make another army afterwards. No, the army's not expensive because all the favor is free from Susanoo. Also, it's from an in-game situation. I don't know if you were watching. Missed up. I was seeing if there's a thingy there. It's the Gaia. So basically the guy, I did that basic idea versus Gaia, and he went Mythic Age. So I tried to put the resources that went into the Mythic Age into his army and see if he could win the fight. I don't think he could have. Sorry, Mr. Xbox user. Don't you need Fnatic if you're going Rio? Fnatic would be a unit to add in, yeah. Takes a bit of time. Takes too long to get the Fnatic out, though. You guys are going to do a best of 5? Yeah, alright. I don't think I've casted enough games. Mister, come and hang out with me. Let's watch Soup play. We could we'll watch it together. Me and Mister. That'd be pretty hype content, but sure. Send me the stuff. Send me the drafts and things. Oh, you got a baby sleeping next year? That's fair enough. It's a tough life. You got the real hardcore duties. I hope the wife is taking some much deserved leave from her own duties. Are you not ready yet? Wait, should I play a game then? Okay. Yeah, man, I'm just here having a good time. That's all it is. This is the way forward. Just wondering, I'm reading this this Age of Empires Discord at the moment. Do you guys understand why we use editor tests, or is it like above most of your guys' head? Like when you use an editor test, do you know what that's for? Do you understand what it's for? If there's anyone wants to like have a conversation about editor tests. I don't think Frez that bad at the moment, man. I think Soup just wants Norse to be broken. Frez okay. It's just that China and Japan are on a league of its own, and probably also Egyptian. Don't understand the question. To see how units compare, it seems too obvious, or what am I getting at? Like, when you do an editor test, it's not to like state anything about. It's not to state anything. Like you're setting up like a perfect environment. So that you can see if you get into that perfect environment in game, if you can actually win that fight. Like for example, I want to see if I'm going to be aiming for a unit composition at 10 minutes into the game, I know exactly how many units I can have for 10 minutes into the game, right? So I'm going to aim to go and beat that, right? So for example, if you take the Tengu and I'm playing Zeus, I go, okay, what would be the most ideal situation probably me getting Mythic Age and me having all of my heroes out. And you go, okay, how many Tengu can I actually beat with all my heroes? And it turns out the number is something like 9 or 10 until you get full iron. In which, probably not even 10. It's probably like 9-ish Tengu, maybe 8 Tengu with all your heroes until you get full iron. And then you can beat like 11-ish before it gets a problem again. So you have to ask yourself, okay, if that doesn't work, what else can I do? Because by the time you get Mythic Age, there's going to be more than 11 Tengu out. Unless they're losing them for whatever reason. And that's just you out playing. Are we playing another Anatolia game?
In wedge anti-gire arc.
I repair.
In wedge. Tile arc.
In crow in yawit.
In ak, no. In which you I air, no.
In which tayo.
In ak you refer,
In a gire arc. Tile.
And with you I air. Gire.
Okay.
In and with you I tayo. Image reg.
rig, ak kids,
Gire fear.
in which. Inito, in which.
Gireg.
Rig. You I know, in which kid baya tayo.
Antio tile.
Recon really hates Freya.
And
Yeah.
with you repair.
It's because Freya OP.
In which.
Right?
In
Oops.
wedge.
What am I doing here?
Arc. In arc. Airy fear arc.
Rig, kids,
In Greek you I air. You repair. In wedge. Entio. Gireg.
Inito,
Antio tile arc.
Inito tayo.
in you I air, kids,
In wedge.
Okay.
Inito. A Greek. You repair. In and with. In it. Gireg.
rig, you rebaya,
Inito. You tayo.
inito, ak,
In wedge. I knew.
I'm going to try
Entio.
and...
You repair. No.
rig, you I air, kids,
And you repair. You repair. You I air. Inita you I air. You repair. You repair. You I air.
in with kids, inito,
Image. In a bay.
rig, you refer,
Not
inito,
part
ak,
of the
kids,
plan.
In bay. Gireg.
rig, inito,
In wedge. In
kids. Rig. Ak. Tayo. En kids baya. Inito ak. Kids. Kid tayo. You kids. 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 Greg kids. Kids.
Image erect.
En at. Crow no tayo baya. In kids.
Gereg. In.
Greg. Kids. EU refer. En at. Kids. UIR. EU refer. Kids.
Into.
Fuck, I hate this game sometimes, man. What the hell? Why can't I micro? Like, why can't I just like get the shit in there when I want it to? Jesus. Should be able to survive that every time. I don't know why I decided houses when walls are just better.
Greg tayo kids. En kids baya.
In. Gereg. In. Into you. Gereg. In. In. Into you. Gereg. Into you. In. Into you.
In kids. Greg ak. Crow iya tawid.
In. Into you. Gereg. In. Gereg. Into you. Anyway. Gereg. Into you. Inisai Bea. Gereg.
En which UI baya.
Into you. Gereg. Into you. Into you. Gereg. Gereg. Anyway. Gereg.
Greg. Greg kids baya.
In. Gereg. And wedge. Into you. Gereg. And. Into you. And. Gereg.
En kids. Greg. UIR. Kids. Ini tayo ak. UIR iya tawid.
Image erect. Kid. In wedge.
En which kids baya.
Anderi NGO.
Greg EU baya.
In a arc.
En tayo kids.
In wet arc.
Kid.
tayo ak.
Teenager. Rig ak kids baya.
Jerry ak.
In which
N-U-E-R, Bea. Into N
In a ak.
ini baya.
That's an interesting retarget there. I've never seen that before.
into you refer. Gerek.
And you?
You into you.
In what? Tayo e a. Tayo.
Into you refer. N-U-E-R. Gerek. Into you. N-U-E-R. B-I-U-E-R. B. Gerek. N-U-E-R. N-U-E-R. Into you. In you and you refer.
Jirej. Ah.
Get into you. You into you. Into you. Into you. Into you. You and you into you. You refer. Garrett. You into you. Into you. Into you.
In Erif. Tayo.
Garrett. In Garrett. Image. In which? Into you. Garrett. You into you. In the U-E-L. And into you. Garrett. U-E-L. Into. And into you. U-E-L.
Tayo Erifir. Ah.
Garrett.
Ah.
In Garrett.
Erifir. Ah. 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 Tayo.
I don't know if he's gone 2 town centers or not. I think it matters though.
Tayo. U-I-R.
Inej. Ah. Eri. Ah.
In which? Gereg. Kid.
And Erifir. Ah. Tayo Erifir.
Image. Correct. Kid.
Temple!
Tayo. U-I-R. Tayo refer. Tayo. N-E. Kid. Bea.
Alright. Oh, I forgot to get this tech. That's okay.
Rig. Kids baya. In which ini baya. Kids. Rig. You refuse. Ak. Kids.
Ini Bea. Bea. Ger. Kid. Bea. R. Ayo.
In which in tayo you refer rig kid
Sandwich. In which you refer into you.
In what?
Alright, now we get this one. Oh, they cost wood? Since when?
in kids
Ayo refer.
Oh, my guys are idle. Okay. Don't worry. We will spend these resources soon.
in which Baya
Into Garrett. UEL.
Have these been wood ever since the start of Retold, or am I just like I just haven't used my I haven't played like Osiris in forever. Normally I go Horus. Horus is more fun for me.
rig
Into you. Garrick.
Direct. In ak.
in which you are rig ak
Direct.
yatawi
Refer. Ak.
Garrick. Into you.
In hayo. In a direct.
inito
You throw in
Antio. Ak. In where refer. Ak.
in which
Direct. Ak.
Garrick. Into which Garrick.
GG! Go the minions! Ancestors with Ra! No, I'm playing Isis. Damn it! Ah. Alrighty. The Superstar is ready to play some games. We're going to be watching Adipest and Soup going at it here. Do we want to... They're doing a little bit of shenanigans for us. Do we want to put the thing in? Let's do it this way, hey? Definitely not Champions League, but that's okay. We have got the pre-show show. This should be some fun. This is the step above Champions League. True. Platinum League. All right, Soup Scott. Probably third best god in the game for his first pick with Tsukiyomi. Alapes has got some of the Chinese. Oh, he takes away the Susanoo. No Susan. No Susan for the Soupster. Ha! Can't abuse anymore. All right, I'm trying to organize some stuff. All right, I think we actually might be able to put the times out. The only problem is Tunison. But I think if he is the only problem, then unfortunately that's the only way to go with it, right? Is Tsukiyomi S plus alone? No. I think Isis is fine into Tsukiyomi. Also, Isis is really good into China. Also, Isis is really good into everything. I think Set's probably fine into Tsukiyomi as well, but I'm yet to try that one. Actually, no, I have played it once, but I haven't played against the cheese. Whether or not I can survive the cheese is everything in that matchup. Is it just coming down to dealing with his myth units? Yeah. Yeah, basically. There's three things you have to be prepared for to be able to beat. First thing is the Tengu. The second thing is the Shogun. And the third thing is the Swampland. So basically, in order to beat all of that stuff, you have to basically defend. You have to be the defender, or you have to kill them before. You have to kill them before they hit their thing, right? You have to do so much damage to them early that they can't get their thing off. Is Shogun similar level to a China? No, it's different. The Shogun kind of very average against human units and amazing versus myth units. It spawns samurai every 100 damage at the moment. So it's okay versus human units as well. It's not bad. When I say it's not good, but its main purpose is like a utility unit to give extra samurai in there. But yeah. These guys started? Oh, they have. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to jump into the game right now. The first game is going to be Pest playing Gaia and Soup playing Kronos. All right. In the right-hand corner of the map, we got ourselves Soup playing as Kronos. I'm going to take it a little bit easy on this one. We're going to be saving some energy for much further into the night. So more of an analytical stream or analytical cast. These guys are just playing a... this needs a flip. These guys are basically playing a... like a scrimmage, like a practice scrimmage. And they're kind enough to want to show it off on stream. And all the good stuff that happens. we can talk. I mean, you guys are chatting about the Tsukiyomi thing. So the Shogun basically means you can't build myth units versus the Tengu, right? So that's one option to try and kill off the Tengu, would be to try and make some myth units to beat them, right? But you can't build myth units because if the Shogun whacks the myth units, then it just pukes out samurai. So it's very difficult. So that's number one. So that means you need to make heroes. Number two is the Shogun doesn't have any weaknesses, right? It's not a cavalry unit. Doesn't have a cavalry tag. So the only way to kill it is true damage or high base damage. So Murmillo, like your infantry or your archer or your generalist infantry, your generalist archer, or your generalist cavalry. Now, infantry isn't really an option because of the samurai spawning in. But if you can prevent this villager is very much struggling to kill that peasant. What is happening here? He notices. Yeah, so you can't build myth, you can't really build infantry, but you need to be building some sort of infantry to kill off the cav that the Tsukiyomi player is building anyways. And that sort of infantry you want to build versus the cav is going to be your anti-cav, so like catapulties or herdmen or something like that. But you can't really build that either because that doesn't deal with the Shogun. So you basically, like, if you say playing as Atlantean against this, you really can only build Murmillo. You can't really build catapulties. You can't really build Karabalista because that doesn't help versus the Shogun. It's another big weakness if the Shogun gets onto the Karabalista. Terma don't help. So it's basically only build Murmillo there. And now the Tengu come in at 5.5 speed with a pretty big jump and can basically kill your villagers off in an instant. And with any decent control, you're just not going to lose a single Tengu in that situation. Maybe if you had some Arcus heroes in, you can get some good damage, especially with ballistics. That takes a while to get to. So we see some people trying some funky stuff, but like most of the time, most of the success against like someone who's actually pretty well versed in the Tsukiyomi is by killing the Tsukiyomi before he even gets going, which for me isn't even that fun. But that's like that's the thing. And then obviously there's the Swampland that comes in, which kills off a whole bunch of units on a defensive point. So if you're going to be going for a cheese, you're aiming to get a gold staff, right? So you've got all of this power that is all angled in onto one point. So you have to, as a like player who's trying to figure out how to beat this, you have to basically remove the possibility of you getting into that position where that's going to be a problem. And the best way to deal with that is actually to put down buildings. So, for example, like if I was playing like Kronos here against Tengu Fast Heroic, and I wasn't going to rush, I would be literally thinking, okay, I need to go mass Murmillo hero, wall towers on this spot or something like that to try and survive the whole thing. And it just means that you give your opponent like the opportunity to do whatever the hell they want. And I guess then the final problem is, which we've seen once or twice so far at the pro level. So if you're seeing it once or twice in the pro level, it's very, very easy for it to be fallen into at every level. Is a massive Tengu or something like that. Like when the players get to a critical point of myth unit, we see this sometimes with players going for like, you know, mass Minotaur, mass Hydra, which is really fun and can get you some wins. But you know, there's some nice counters to that for a lot of different things. But if you get to a critical point of Tengu or a critical point of Raiju or a critical point of Oni, with like all the other units. So basically you get to a full population army. It's really, really strong. Like the Japanese death ball is just really, really strong. And I don't know if that's like by design or what not, but that's the, I guess that's the kind of situation that needs to be balanced out a little bit. Unless you're happy with that, in which case, you know, sure. We'll just play death ball games and attack move into each other and it's going to be fine. Tengu Raiju are fast, that's the issue, unlike Minotaur and Cyclops. Yeah, I mean, here's the question then. Okay, if that's the case and it's just the speed, then surely I could just do the same thing with like Mass Centaur, for example. I'll just go literally sit in my base and I'll just make nothing but Centaur until I have like 20 plus of them, and then my opponent's never going to be able to kill me. Is that possible? Maybe I should try that next time with my Centaur strategy. This is a big mistake here from Soup. Can he actually win this with all of his Prometheans? The Prometheans are going to be pretty good here. If only Greek got 5 extra favor to do that. No. The favor gather rate of Japan, and specifically Zeus, but also Poseidon, also Hades to some degree, is very similar. Japan's is faster, without a doubt, than Zeus's, but it does depend on the map a little bit. Like Japan can get 1.4 favor a second. I've seen pretty early on if they get a nice if they get like right here on this forest with those Cerro and that gold mine, you get like 1.4, whereas one villager on a temple would be with 3 on the temple would be something like 0.14. One villager on a temple would be something like 0.9 or 1.0. Greek needs to pay a lot more for it? No. Greek pays the exact... Actually, Greek pays less for favor than Japan does. Obviously, the Miko can heal. That's the big difference between the Greek favor gather rate and the Japanese favor gather rate. Is that the Miko has got utility in healing, and the Greek villages have got utility in, I don't need favor anymore, let me take the villages off the temple, let me go over onto resources. If you buy a Miko, that slows your next villager down. So every single villager, every Miko you build will slow the next villager that comes out of the temple, out of the town center down by 15 seconds or something. So it's 50 resources up front, plus the 75 for the shrine, and then every villager is pushed back 15 seconds, which is going to be, for every villager you build, it's going to be an extra 15 resources or so that you have to pay for it. So it's it is cheaper for Greek to have a villager on favor than the other way around. Greek have to effectively delete villages for favor? Well, what's the difference? What's the difference between Japan building a Miko and Greek putting a villager on a temple? Explain the difference to me. I'm not getting it. You have to explain it to me here. Like, how is it not exactly the same thing? I'm waiting. You did the math? Yes, the difference is Greek gets to change their mind later. Japan gets to heal. That's the difference. Three Miko take 3 minutes to pay themselves off? What do you mean? The thing that's cool about favorites is nice to buy things that aren't dog shit with it. That's an interesting comment. I don't actually. Which unit is dog shit? How does the Miko pay itself off in 3 minutes? I don't understand that. I don't understand that one. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like you're not accounting for the fact your villages are popping out later. For the rest until you get to 100 villages. You are? That doesn't make any sense. Three Miko at 0.1 favor a second versus 3 Greek fills, 0.08 favor a second. Same upfront cost at 75 rest for sure. I can't even comprehend what you've just written there. There's too many numbers. Yeah, they're in 0.02 favor a second more. You put that on Japanese. If you're telling me that the Japanese favor gather rate's a little too high, I think I'd agree. But I think that it's like comparable to Greek. Like I don't understand exactly what your math is. Okay. Soup wins the first game. I was not paying attention to this game at all. Myth units feel pretty unreliable. And that's not my experience, and it's not the experience I think of most top players. Like in this game, you saw Soup building nothing but Prometheans. Not nothing. He built a lot of Prometheans. He built a lot of Satyr. And he was playing against Atlantean, who's got a very nice counter in his heroes. Anyways, that's the first win there for Soup. Backseat mathematicians. I need to actually read this thing. Hang on, let me just read it again. Let me comprehend. 3 Miko versus 3 Greek villages. Same upfront cost. So 75 rests for the shrine, extra for the Miko. Trains quicker so you can get 1 villager. Okay, so the difference in train time. Let me give the win over to Soup first. And let me do this first. We're definitely watching this series, guys. Are you guys following along? 1. Win. Loss. Let me have a look. So Miko, I don't think it was 12 seconds. I thought it was 15 seconds. Maybe that changes everything. So it means it's costing 12 resources every 18 seconds. Whereas the Greek villager is costing one resource a second. And that's fair enough. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, the Miko do pay themselves off then. Pretty quick. Over the Greek villager. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair. I just think that the rate of the
Nani?
like the Miko, like on a position like this with just a forest like
Nanda?
this, like this seems wrong. It's gonna be like 0.9, right? I don't even think this is a good. This isn't even 0.08. It's not even a good spot. Like you could have it over here and have 0.9 on this spot, right?
Nani?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Nani?
Oh, sorry. Alrighty. We're back. Now we're going to watch some more Japanese. We got the Tsukiyomi. Three vills on Greek temple means 3500 resources not gathered over the course of an average game. Let's do the quick math. Let's say an average game is like 18 minutes. 18 times 3 times 60. It is 3240. I guess you said it was 20 minutes for the average game. I think the problem you run into is how much value is favor actually? Are you actually behind on resources? Like for example, like a Minotaur, if you just say that the favor doesn't exist, then it's not assigned any value, right? And it's just not a thing. Then the Minotaur costs 180 gold. The question here is, how many units can the Minotaur kill? How much damage can the Minotaur do to units that have an actual cost? So if you put the Minotaur up against, say, a Toxotes, how many Toxotes is it going to be able to kill? That's how much value that he's worth in that situation. And you got the hoplite, and you go, okay, how many hoplites is he going to be able to kill? That's how much value. So while, yeah, it's like 3,500 resources for 20 minutes of favor gather time, the myth units you build or the god powers you use are going to net you that back. So for example, if I fight with a full population army and I drop a 100 favor restoration, the amount of resources I get back is the DPS dealt from the units that are attacking it. You are behind the other civilizations. That's true. That's a fair comment in terms of favor gain. But all myth units aren't really made equal. I think most people would say the Greek myth units are the strongest, no? Actually, you know, maybe they're not. Because the Pitsukos is pretty insane. The Sphinx is pretty good. Your Nubite's pretty good. You might be right. I'm sorry, every time I hear the myth units are unreliable, you never see myth units while I'm watching someone spamming myth units, like I just can't take it seriously. Like clearly myth units are a very integral part of this game at the highest level. Like, yes, you're going to see some games which don't feature many myth units, and you're going to see other games which feature lots of myth units. You're going to see some games which feature just a few myth units. I think that's healthy. I think you want to have a game that has many different ways to play it and have success. I guess also the other thing to think about in terms of the actual economy of Greek and comparing the favor generation methods is like, for example, Greek and Japan are both gathering resources faster than the other civs, with the exception of China, who is currently has economy has been thrown into the stratosphere. So, for example, like Egyptian should be gathering resources slower. I was having this like thought the other day. I don't know if Loggy's making it or not, but a really cool mod idea would be to play Age Mythology, but be able to choose, like, play which god you want to play. So say you pick Zeus, but then you get to choose which economy you're going with, whether it be Greek, Egyptian, Norse, etc. I don't think the argument that that myth units are dying too quickly is accurate either. I can't see that. The only time it ever feels that way is against China, if you're making like things like Centaur. If you're making units that you need to control really well to keep alive and they're dying really quickly, then that's like mostly a skill issue. Imagine a mod where you can pick any minor god. We did that kind of in Legacy with Mix-Up mod, which is like a randomizer for the minor gods. You can get some insane things. It's pretty fun for a little bit. This is not a good fight here for Mr. Soup. Do-boo-doo-doo-doo. Like, for example, if you want to talk about the Nidhogg, right? This unit. If your opponent's got a whole bunch of heroes to counter it, they should be able to counter it. Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand it. I'm like, there has to be, for a game to have like any sort of competitive integrity, there has to be counters to things. That's very important. Like, okay, so in Age Mythology there is a counter pentagon. It's not a counter triangle. It's a counter pentagon with a side counter system of counter units. So you've got obviously infantry beat cav beat archer beat infantry, and then you got hero beat myth unit, but myth unit beat human unit. But it's actually not that simple. It's like some human units beat for cost some myth units, and those same myth units will beat other types of human units for cost in a big way. For example, the Centaur. You have like Hippias beating Centaur, but Centaur are beating Toxotes and Hoplites really, really badly. Or really badly, really, really well. And that's kind of true for, it should hold true for the majority of the units. And if it's not holding true, then that's a balance problem. Because there should be weaknesses to every single type of myth unit, right? Not just heroes. It kind of comes into this problem of like, well, China has just got a whole boatload of heroes, and this is probably a design issue that maybe the devs didn't really think about. They just said, let me just give all the heroes and it's gonna be fun, right? But they've got every hero they need. They've got a ranged pioneer. You've got this poking Najar, so you don't need to really think about this at all on the other side. Also, some heroes are going to be able to beat some human units. For example, heroes will beat the counter units, like a Jason will beat a Hypaspis, for example, for cost, I think. Or Heracles will beat a couple Hypaspis for cost, or a couple of Peltas for cost, or a couple of Prodromus for cost. But they will lose to all the generalist units. And all that stuff is like that's all we want with a balance patch, right? That's what we want. We want something. We want this counter pentagon to exist, where you can beat things in a multiple different ways. Jason beating Hippaspis in this. I might be wrong on that. The Hippaspis might beat the Jason. Actually, let me have a quick look. I can do quick math. He's got 308 effective HP, and he goes to 6 DPS in the classical age. The Hippaspis is 146, so it's got double the hack armor, and it does 1 more damage. So it's probably gonna beat the Hippaspis, who is maybe 2 of those is a little bit more expensive than a Jason. The Jason probably wins that fight. It's probably pretty close. Okay. Soup now. Hachiman.
準備できたよ。
Blackadder said Jason can be beaten by 2 hoplites but not 1. Well, yeah, Jason does cost more than a hoplite though, so that's basically inside of the reality of what I'm speaking in. Like 1 Jason, it's 150 resources. So 1 hoplite is 90 resources or something, right? So 2 hoplites will beat that easily, right? What? The oldest trick in the book. Throw your Tengu away before the fight even... What is Soup doing? Alright, nerf Fushi. Fushi too strong. Now we're not watching Champions League at the moment. Hold on, let me get rid of these. Sorry, this is just a random this is just a scrimmage these guys are playing for us. Yeah, I don't think the thing about this leap is that it doesn't actually do that much damage. It does like 10 damage on the leap. The thing that's strong about it is the after effect, which gives you extra damage and extra armor. So you actually want to turn these off autocast and be using it manually non-stop, like when you want to jump in. So that way you never have those mistakes happen. Alright, Soup's gold mining operation has been spotted. Do you have the option to turn off autocast for every Tengu? You have to do it manually. But if you select them all, you can do it in 1 click. So click on your Tengu, select all of the same type, and then Alt-Q. And that'll turn them all off. Hey, Mr. Evil. How you going, man? I don't know if Soup's gonna be. I don't know what he's trying. Maybe he's trying to get to Watatsumi, and then he'll just use the God Power to clean all this up, and then he'll be in a good spot. No, he's spamming units now. Okay. Nubar will help break this, though. I kind of like the Watatsumi idea. Sack this spot, move the villagers back home. Uh-oh. No heroes. Oh, lightning weapons, though? Is that going to be enough? Jump these guys away, though, as soon as you can. Just jump. Jump away. Jump away. That was kind of cool from Alabes. Lightning weapons there to kind of counter everything. Where's his heroes? He didn't have his heroes in there. I think that's a huge blunder from Alabes. I think Soup might be able to bring this one back now. This gold is getting... Does he have a market? No market for Soup. He has the market. He can buy a whole bunch of food and keep going. I don't know about this fight for Soup either. Let's see. He's got the ballet, the castle at the very least, targeting down the Zhangxia. Why no Shinobi? That's a good question. I think if Soup had actually managed to spend all those resources, he'd probably be okay here. Really don't know what Soup was trying to do in this game. I guess him fighting in the center kind of made life very tricky for him. No, you can complain. It's fine. I just don't understand the complaint. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, I swear it's like... let me pop over here. Yeah, I don't understand the complaint about the myth units at the moment. Like, I don't see it. Like, are the heroes too strong? I mean, if we're going to talk about heroes, you'll have to talk about very specific heroes. You can't just say the heroes are too strong, because I don't think that's the case for the vast majority of the heroes. Like, I don't think the Greek heroes are too strong. I don't think the Norse heroes are too strong. I don't think that the Egyptian heroes are too strong. I don't think the Atlantean heroes are too strong. The Japanese heroes are good, but they do cost a lot of resources. They cost a lot of resources to build those, right? Now the Chinese ones, I can definitely understand what you're saying with the Chinese heroes. If you want to go into bat and say we should make the Chinese heroes more expensive, I'd be like, right behind you. Yep, make it happen. This is 75 wood, 30 gold for the Pioneer. Probably not enough. Put it up. Put the cost up. And the Nijar, way too cheap, right? Jiangxia probably needs to cost gold instead of food and wood. The Sage probably costed correctly. You know? Is this a tournament game? No. These guys are just having a... maybe I'll write this up. Is there another game? Have they already started? Did I miss it? Having fun watching these things. Nope. Maybe they're taking a break. Hunden vs Asura. Oh, Alpes restarts. Okay, let me get some water. I'll be right back. We can continue our myth unit discussion after we've seen Soup winning with myth units and then losing with myth units. I'll be right back. Whoa. Yeah, there's some myth units that are very micro intensive. I think that's a very accurate statement. But like, what are you going to do about that? Do you want to... You can't necessarily take the micro away from them. That's the way they're designed. Micro is fun as well. Like being able to control a unit well and get massive value out of it. That's fun. I don't know. Maybe it's not fun. I don't know. There's some mid units that don't require any control. Like the Minotaur, for example, doesn't require much control. Just attack move. The Hydra doesn't require much control. The Oni, the Mountain Giant. The Battle Ball. There's plenty of myth units that don't require much control. Promethean doesn't require much control. You're absolutely right. Ordinaton. Good 20% plus damage when you click attack move. Yeah. All the ranged units require pretty good... You need good control out of the ranged units. Centaur. Manticore. Actually, Medusa doesn't need much control. Lampedia doesn't need much control. Just put it in the back, hit attack move, and it's fine. That's true, Kusanagi. I just had some chocolate. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Any other complaints that I can ease your mind about? Omyoji is a very micro-intensive unit. Is it? You have to just right-click on the Archer Ball. I don't think it's very micro-intensive. If you don't know to right-click on the Archer Ball, then it's pretty average. You want Monster Drink to sponsor me? What are you talking about? Crazy. Maybe the solution here is to move this to 1400 GMT Saturday and me just take the L. If I do that, then everything works. Let me ask Kavoth. I'm trying to work out a problem for Saturday. Yeah, so we got the Champions League playoffs starting on Saturday, and the way that it works is there's going to be 4 games on Saturday. There's going to be 4 games on Sunday, and for every weekend after that, there's going to be 4 games leading up to the finals, which will be 3 games on the end Sunday with best of 7s. So there's going to be the Champions League losers finals, which is best of 7, and then Challengers League finals, best of 5, and then the Champions League grand finals, which would be best of 7. I don't think there is not heavy intensive micro in this game compared to StarCraft. It depends on what you mean by micro. You don't really need to. There are certain abilities that require aiming like that. Like for example, the Cyclops requires aiming. So that's not exactly the case, but I agree StarCraft does have a higher mechanical barrier to entry. But the conversation is about how much value you can extract out of a unit, right? And if there is infinite value you can extract out of a unit, then it's pretty good. Any tips to use the Hun doing correctly? I don't know about... This is one of those units that's just not very... It's more of a siege unit, right? The Hundun does like a lot of crush damage. Hits targets in a 30-degree cone. I guess turn the ability off. Right click onto the area with the most units bunched up, and then turn the ability on in that moment. And that gives you 3 seconds of stun onto those units. I guess that's like the way to micro that. More micro in the game doesn't mean it's fun to play or watch. Yeah, of course. If something is just like a sweaty micro fest, then that's not like okay. So you had like the water wars in Legacy, right? Which was just Archership wars. That wasn't fun to watch. I think it was pretty fun to play though for the players, but not fun to watch. Not at all. Warcraft 3 was too much. I never played Warcraft 3. Watching skill expression is more fun than mindless attack moves? I think that's a fair statement. Are these guys in the game? Have I missed something? They're absolutely already playing. I'm big dum-dum. They didn't send me the game room. Jacks. Alright, let's get into this game. Have I ever tried Halo Wars? No. Alrighty, let's go. What are the other sets for today? We've got Chasing the Sun versus Grass, and we've got Aethereal versus Nyan. Yeah, I think there's lots of ways that skill is actually expressed in Age of Mythology. There's a lot of very, very cool ways you can express skill. And it kind of sucks when those games are taken away from you because a certain unit is just broken. Or a certain god is too strong. You want the skill expression to be seen, right? AoE 4, all you do is micro good targets with units, nothing more. I don't know enough about Age of Empires 4 to talk about it. My experience in Age of Empires 4 was very short-lived. Which gods do I mean? I don't know, man. There's plenty of things that can be changed in this game to get you closer to a competitive, like a game which has got counters for everything, basically. When something is busted on many gods, if you solely focus on countering the strat, you generally can with an evenly skilled opponent. Yeah, look. Okay, here's the thing, right? Let's just say everything is broken. What does broken mean? Broken means no counter. So if everything is broken, then it's a rush for whatever thing is the most broken. And you just do that, your opponent can't counter it, the game's over. Not ideal. Like, there's a difference between things being like good, situationally good, usable, and trash tier. There's a difference between, like, there's tiers of stuff, right? So, for example, on release, when Age of Mythology came out, the unit that was absurdly broken to start everything off was like the Centaur, because you would just grab that straight away and you would mass those, and you just could not kill those things against anyone who had any ability to move them and basically keep them out of range of ranged myth units, of ranged heroes. And then at a certain point, there was just too many of them and you couldn't even kill them, right? Yeah, I mean, we talk about balance because it's kind of fun to talk about balance, right? But it's not fun to talk about the game is bugged, so I don't talk about that. But yeah, if I was to actually be requesting one thing and one thing in a patch, and we had the exact same patch balance wise, I would be happy if it was the pathfinding getting all fixed. That would be like my #1 request for a for the next batch, but it's not fun to talk about that. It's like no one's going to be in disagreement. We got to have an argument here. We have to have some confrontation. The blessed air of the OP divine. See, the thing about the slinger, the divine damage slinger, and why I didn't have that much of a problem with it was because there were several clear counters to it. Now it was in the like, you can 100% argue that it was in the broken column of unit, and I'm not like gonna super argue against it, but in terms of my definitions for how things should work, if there are like several counters to something, then it's not broken. But you know, maybe it's not good game design as well. There's like those things. It's not a fun thing to have where you get a unit that has got that is supposed to be in X roll, and then you get an upgrade and now it's got Y roll, but also X roll. That's maybe not good design either. You played StarCraft 2? That game's smooth. The thing with StarCraft 2 is every single map is the same. So their ability to do pathfinding in that game is very, very easy. Whereas Age of Empires, every map is different. So it's quite challenging there. Oh, this is not how you do this. You need 3 priests, and then you can out-heal this damage. Where are the priests, Soup? Is this game just done? Okay. Oh, now there's an Ondamusha, and there's going to be a solar shield available for it as well. Oh no. I killed the Vils! Oedipus! Solar shield! Solar shield! Soup's copying my gameplay. Yeah. If you want to go town center against the weasels, it's 3 priests and then town center, and then you can out heal the. You can kill the weasel until the solar shield, and then you out heal it with the villager running. And before Oedipus wins this one, and what's his name comes in here and says, "I see Isis, best god in the game." What is it? My brain's completely blanked. He'll come in. I guarantee you. Every time we see an Egyptian player losing, he's in here. And he's never here when the Egyptian player wins. Sat fat. Yes, that's right. Sat fat. There it is. Myth units only suck if you're bad at micro. No. There's situations where myth units are bad. And I think that's a good thing. There should be situations where myth units are bad. There should be times in the game where building myth units is the wrong decision to make. If building myth units are just good at every single situation, then what's the point? You don't have to think. You don't have to make any decisions. You just do build myth unit. Maybe that's where my disagreement is mostly at, and that's where like other people maybe have a difference of design, where they're like, no, every single situation should have as many myth units as you could possibly build, and that's the right way. That's the way the game should be played. But that's not it for me. Not in an RTS game, not in a strategy game. If you wanted to play like a If you wanted to play like a dungeon crawler or something, and you just make as many myth units as you want, then sure, then it's fine. But in a strategy game, in a competitive game, I don't think that's what you want to be aiming for. You think you want it to be situational. You want people to make good decisions. Well, you want people to have to make good decisions to win a game. Not just do X and win. Now this is a best of 5. They're doing a scrim for us, and I'm sitting here having a watch before we get into the Chasing the Sun Grass and Groom series. That's going to be at 1800 GMT. Every single strategy is situational, some more than others. So if you get stopped by something, yeah, there's sometimes there is. This is the problem with the balance, right? So for example, there was a strategy which, if we go back in time a little bit, there was a strategy which was the 4 monument Sphinx spam that that Nullra was doing, and he made a video. I put a video out as well, and a whole bunch of top players were getting absolutely brutalized by it, and it wasn't even close. I think I had one game where I with probably the best god to counter it with Uranus, where I got close, but it was a very, very, very strong strategy. It's still strong, by the way. It's just, well, when I say it's very strong, it was broken. It was a broken strategy. It was just too strong. So now, if you want to do that strat, you can still do it. It's just not as broken, and you still have to play. You have to play well inside of it to win. You can go for it. It works. Fast myth units, range myth units are almost always good. I think spending your favor is always good. Whether that be on unique upgrades, whether that be on myth unit, or whether that be on god power. That's the decision to make, right? That's like when I say building myth units is like it shouldn't always be the right call. The other calls are get unique upgrade and get unique upgrade or use god power, right? Can I put in my credit card to get an extra Sphinx in the game? Yeah, you can. If you open up single player and type Mount Olympus, you can get yourself an extra several Sphinx without even needing to get the resources in. It's fantastic. Yeah, I reckon you can probably build something like 50 Sphinx with that one little hack. Seems like minor gods are slowly getting tuned into. I don't know if that's true. We actually saw in a tournament game, in a very important tournament game, we saw Soup going Heimdall. I picked Njord a lot. I think Njord gets picked a fair bit. I think it's very, very strong at the moment. I don't think that's the case, that they aren't getting picked. What's the other one you brought up? Ares? Ares is in a weird spot. I think I'll agree. I think Ares is in a bit of a weird spot. I think maybe the thing to buff with Ares, if there was going to be a buff, would be Pestilence. That's the only reason Ares is like a little meh at the moment. I'm surprised Soup is fighting this. This is really dangerous here. Even if he wins the fight, he loses, right? Pestilence is considered OP in deathmatch. That's really interesting. Yeah, maybe we're all missing it, and you just play areas, but you play hyper defensive, and you just try and get to late game.
And we
Can I make a tier list of minor gods? I feel like I did that once. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Let me show you how good. Yeah. I got baited in that one. I should have won that game. I got baited. I didn't know what to do. I hadn't played against that before. I'll beat it next time with Ares. Don't worry. I'll show you how good Ares is. Fucking Nishar is so broken. Like, what the hell? Just for the people who out there who are saying, "Well, I only talk about Myth." Nishar is the most broken unit in the game. The most broken unit. Why the hell does that thing cost 150 gold? What the hell? It's ridiculous. Imagine losing to a literal kid. This is gonna be champion units here soon, no? Maybe it's not. Soup with the full barracks spam strats. Nishar has pop cap. That's true. That's true. Alright. Isis broken. Lose. How many villages did he lose? On that. He should have lost so many more. The game should have been over. It doesn't. I don't even know. He lost 1? 2? 2 bills? He should have lost. He should have lost the entirety of it. Like the Ondamusha walking forward with the solar shield. He just would have erased everything. Alright, GG. We'll go on to the next one. All right, we are going to jump into the next game. It's a Shenong versus Susanoo game. Been watching these every week, every morning. Yes, Saturday morning cartoons, indeed. Love it. Okay, so Soup's Shenong, and we see Adipus as Susanoo. Alrighty then. Do I think all Japanese are weak early or just Susanoo? They're all weak early. The like thing with this Civ that's difficult is basically when someone walks into your base with a whole bunch of units and you can't build anything to respond to it. Because you have to get buildings up. That's the big weakness for Japan. So you walk in, you kill a couple of vills, then the stuff comes out, and then you're behind for the rest of the game, and you're just like sort of praying that your broken mechanics are going to be able to catch you back up. So how do I explain it, right? So for example, if this is what one thing here that Shinon can do in this matchup that's very difficult to not take damage from, very difficult to basically get through it unharmed, is that Shinon can go for one Quailfoot, advance at like 330, send in like 4 pioneers, 5 pioneers in, and just be starting to harass the gold mine, harass the Miko in the main base, harass the wood line. So in order to stop all of that, if your gold mine is exposed, like say the gold mine was here, for example, you're in deep doo-doo. If your gold mine's back here, it's totally fine. He's not going to be able to get in there because you can just wall this off and you can just like throw a wall up over here, and then what's he going to do? Run around up this way, come in this way, and then you wall up over this way. You can't get it onto the gold mine, right? So there's like plenty of situations where the Japanese is not going to have any problems. But and you can see here that also Adopes is going to recognize this, and he says, all right, I'll just wall this off and we'll be good. But then, of course, if the map spawns in a way where you can't do this sort of a build, this sort of an opening with your buildings, then your opponent just walks in and they just auto win. It's not good. That's not what you want. So there needs to be something to help that out. I don't exactly know what it is. Of course, there should be some sort of like tug, like there should be some sort of like push and pull in a matchup where one person's got an advantage for a little bit, the other person has got an advantage for a little bit, and that sort of stuff. That's fine. Of course, here Soup is doing Soup stuff, so he goes for the later advance time. He's got 3 powerful out, so he likes the later advance time, and the Susanoo is going to be completely fine here. Early game, he's not going to take any damage, so he's completely fine here, which should actually give him a really good game. I haven't seen Adopes playing Susanoo in quite a while though. We'll see what he's going to go for. Legacy game would get. What are you talking about? Free towers? I don't like the idea of free towers. It seems like a band-aid fix, a band-aid like fix for the problem, but it might be the right move. And obviously, if that was to happen and the early game was fixed, then you would need to obviously bring the power of everything else down. Because at the moment, it's like, can the damage that you take early game be mitigated? Sorry, can the damage you take early game be mitigated by whatever like huge boost of resources you get from the Bushido? That's what's going on with the Japanese at the moment. That's why you see like a lot of these games. I think probably like the win-loss on Tsukiyomi at the moment is like probably around 60% or something for Tsukiyomi winning and 40% for him losing in tournament, which is obviously well within a like margin for error of something that being #balanced. But when you look at the actual games, you go, oh, in this game he had an exposed gold mine and he just lost in 4 minutes, you know? In this game, he had a really safe base, and there was no way to get that pressure on, get that damage on, and he just won. Uh-oh. These are losses you really can't afford to have. Because this is also gives... Does this also give Bushido? I think it does, yeah. Yeah, it does. Put some farms down. Oh, he does. That's funny. He had it... Yeah, he didn't have the wood for a second one. What about free survival equipment? Oh, that's not fun either. You want people to get survival equipment because your opponent's going in on a very heavy raiding strategy. That's sort of what you want there. Does this guy get healed on the farm? He does. Slow food income, but he's going to get his HP back and then he'll be able to move back over there. You can put a peasant onto it. Remember when you had a no Qualfu build? Yeah. Who needs Qualfu? You just build Yatsa. I actually think you can still do that. I think it's still probably pretty strong. I need to bring that one back out. Everyone goes full Qualfu. I'll go 0 Qualfu. When did I do that? Did I do that versus Yukito? Or was it versus Soup? I think I did it versus Soup. It's probably really good versus Norse now because Norse got shot in the foot. Well, there's a gap here. Is there? It looks like there's a gap here. Oh, there must be. I did it to you. Good. Ha! Yeah, who needs Qualfu? I think this is more to the point. This is more to the point. Qualfu should not cost any favor. And they should just be a 2-population villager. I'm going to keep saying it until it happens. I'm going to speak it into existence. Kill the farm. What's the meaning of husk soup? I believe it means pumpkin soup. Could be wrong. Considering how highly asymmetrical the game is with so many different factions, minor gods, random maps, what about it? I think the balance... I think you're absolutely right. I don't think the balance is that bad, but I do think the balance could get better. And I think that's all most people talking about balance at a high level are saying. They just go, look, it's fine, but we could get into a better state. You're just tuning things a little bit. Like when I'm saying, like, the nerfs that I'm talking about, they're not big nerfs. There's never a big nerf. Like if I was to nerf the Tengu, I'd probably just give it a slight favor reduction. You know what I mean? Like, so it's a little bit less, a little bit harder to get to that critical mass of Tengu. Like, if I was to nerf the Najar, I would probably just increase its gold cost by like 20 gold or something. So it feels a little bit better when I trade my Heracles for the Najar. You know what I mean? %5 gather rate would be crazy. I mean, look. I'm going to keep saying this. I don't think Norse is in like the worst state right now. I think it's just because Norse has got a terrible matchup into China, and China is very strong right now. So that's number one. This is a terrible, like, against China, Norse versus China has been a terrible matchup since, like, the start. It's been very, very hard because of the Fire Archer. Similarly to how Egyptian versus Norse is hard. So you get two things there, and then they introduce the Japanese, and I think, actually, no, I think Norse is okay into Japan. I think Norse is pretty good into Greek. And I think Norse is, like, depends on which Norse god, but I think Norse is okay into Atlantean as well. So, really, the only problems is Egyptian and China, of which you could easily... No one wants to nerf China. No one wants to nerf Egyptian because Egyptian's got like a 40% win rate or something, is what I hear. But... anyways. Yeah, I agree with you, Araman Evs. Like the 100%, like I said, if we had 0 balance patches for and now until eternity, and every single patch that came out was a bug fix patch with pathfinding, I would be so happy. But like, that's not something that I'm gonna sit here and talk about because it's not fun. I said that already. It's not fun. It's not fun to talk about bugs. Norse doesn't have any pierce damage units to deal with samurai. They don't need them because the throw and axeman is perfectly fine against the samurai. They also have towers. Let's not forget that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fey beasts. Oh my god. They're all dead. Okay, who comes out on top in this fight? Yeah, samurai are also not the best versus Jarls either. They're not, when I say not the best, they're not good versus Jarls. How do you feel about making Shukuno available in the classical and fire in the heroic? That's an interesting suggestion. Do you have to change the stats around? That is an interesting suggestion. Make the Fire Archer 3. Is there any world where I then build the Fire Archer? So I just build Chuko Nu. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. I do talk about balance things. I don't... Look, if I ever say something about balance, I always like to have at least some semblance of logic behind it. It's not like I just wake up on a day and go, you know what I think's broken? Pegasus. And then I leave it at that. No, I'll tell you exactly why I think something is not okay. And then whatever the devs are, if the devs want to listen to me, then they have to be like, okay, I hear the logic. Does it actually track in the mind of whatever design philosophy or balance thing that's going on there? And then they make a decision as to whether they want to implement that change or not. And that's probably the same with literally every other person who says anything on balance to the devs. I complained about Kusanagi and Villages the next day it got nerfed. If I complained about something and the next day it got nerfed, I didn't have any influence on that. And just let me put that out there. It's not how the balance patches work. They aren't getting modified a day before the patch comes out. All right. Soup wins. Whatever John does is going to get nerfed next patch. Oh, poor John. He had two strats. He had the Cyclops strat And he had the mass Plentyvault strat. He's had everything nerfed. Poor guy. Are you guys going to play the 5th game or no? Wait, what happened to my thing? Oh, that's why it's not there. Oh, you're done. Okay, no worries. It's not going to be Loki division. We're going to go into Zeus division, right? All right, that's prepped. Alright, this game is still like an hour and a half away, so we're going to play a couple more games. Tio Sigi. Nah. Taskete. Taskenai. Taskerarenai. Alright, we'll play some games here and we'll see what's going on. Soup not viable post nuance when Qualpha gets nerfed next patch. That's funny. Okay, Soup, what would be your nerf? What would be your nerf to the Qualfu? Considering it's clear that the devs have got a direction to reduce the favor cost of the Qualfu. If they insist on 10 favor, then just reduce the gather speed. Longer train time. Yeah, both of those are good suggestions, right? All right. At what? Let me ask you this question. If the research time, sorry, if the gather rate went down on this guy, to what level would he have to go? To what level could you push it down for you to still want to build it? And similarly to whoever said increase the other one. Oh, Adipus. Let's go. Similarly to the other one. To what level of train time nerf Oh no, we got the blue purple. No, I should have changed myself to red. Oh, we have a Chinese mirror. Let's go.
请下命尊。是的，什么？建筑工。
准备出发。 是的，好的。
什么？出发！遵命！出发！遵命！准备好了，出发！遵命！
准备好了。
准备好了，请出遵猎人。是的，出发！猎人。
是的。
什么？请下出发！建筑工。是的。建筑工，伐木工。准备好了。
是的。
请是的。
准备好了，出遵命。
是的。什么？出发！
请下命，出遵命，出发，遵命出发，出遵命。
请下命令。
请下命令。
是的，出遵命。建筑工。建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工。
准备好了。
准备好了。什么？出发，猎人。
是的，遵命。矿工。
请下建筑工。遵命。
什么？矿工。
准备好了。
准备好了。建矿工。请下命。请下命令。遵命，出发。准备好了，出发。建筑工。
是的。
什么？建筑矿工。准备好了，出发。遵命。是的，伐木工。
好的。
请出发，遵命。请下命令。
We need more gold. We need another Qualfu.
建筑工，遵命。建筑工出发，遵命。建筑工，伐木工。什么？
准备好了，请遵命，出发。是的。
请下。
是的，出发，遵命。伐木工。
I forgot to get the Qualfu Chieftain. I'm stupid. Maybe I can still get him.
是的。好的。什么？准备是的，出发。好的，是的。
请下命令。
请下命令，遵命。好的。是的，出发。是好的。是的。
什么？出发。
准备好，伐木猎人。
准备好，遵命，猎人。
出发，遵命，伐木工。
好的。
是的，出发，矿工。
请下命令，出发，遵命。
准备好了，遵命，建筑工。
是的，遵命，建筑工。准备好了。
遵命。是的。
请下命令。建筑出发，矿工。
Okay.
什么建筑工？
是的，出发。好的。
准备建筑工。
什么？是建筑工，请 请下命令。准备好。是的。
是的，遵命。什么？请下建筑工。
请下命令。什么？准备，请下命令。是的。什么？建筑工。
什么？
出发！
准备好了，建筑工、伐木工。
是的。出发！
是的，遵命。出发。矿工。什么？建筑工。建筑工。
准备好了，出发。
I think Adipest forgot to build docks.
请下命令，遵命，出发。伐木工。
下命令。是的，是的，遵。好的。
是的，伐木工。
请下命令，遵命，伐木工。
出发！遵命。
准备好出发，伐木工。
什么？建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。建筑工。出发！遵命。遵命。伐木工。好的。是的。 请出发，遵命。
准备好了。是的。
请下命，出发。准备就绪，请下命令。是，遵命。出发。
好的。
是的，出发。遵命。遵命。 出发！
什么？准备好了，遵命，出发。什么？是遵命，出发，遵命。
好的，是的。准备好。好的，请下。是的，请下命令。
准备好了，请下命令。是的，好的，是的。
出发，遵命。什么？好的，准备。是的。准备好了，出发。矿工，请下命令。准备就绪。是的。
是的，
出发。
什么？
遵命，矿工、伐木工。
准备好了，出发。
好的。请遵出发。准备就绪。准备好了，出发。建筑工。
是的，好的。
出发，遵命。出发，出发。请下命令。请下命令。请下。出发，遵命。出发。什么？遵命。矿工。什么？遵命。准备就绪。遵命。出发。好的，出发。 开战！请下命令！请下命令开战！遵命攻击！好的，请下遵命前攻击！请下准备好了。
建筑遵命。
准备就绪，开战！请下命令攻击。好的，请下是的。准备就绪，前进！请下命令攻击。是遵命。好的，开战！准备就绪，准备攻击！请遵前进。好的，攻击！请下命令出发，开前进！准备就绪，开战！好的，遵命。请下攻前进！好的，开战！请下是的，准备遵命。是的，出发！好，建筑工，准备出发！出发！攻击！请下命令。好的，出发！遵命，请下命令。遵命，请出发！好的，前进！准备就绪。请下命令。
Go, White Horse Cavalry!
出发，攻击
Kill him!
出发，建筑工，建筑工。
是的。
GG. Yeah, you made one dock or something, right? This. Oh, is that fishing ship? Your soul? What's the blue circle? This is my earth wall. I had to show how to pest the business. I wasn't gonna do it, but then I was like, nah. Don't want to have to deal with the busted Nijar. No more Fushi. Koncha. Iro. Oh. Kawatte kure nai. Kawatte kure nai. Oh, you did it. It's fine. Azasu. Mod review Monday? No. I don't know if I want to play this god again. Mod review Monday might be dead, unfortunately. Much as I'd love to support it, it has to be. There is a mod that I want to play, which is the No Tuds RPG. Maybe next week. Next week we might play No Tuds RPG. Alrighty. Let's play Mr. Adipes. Zeus versus Isis. Alright. Now we try our strat. Now we're gonna try it.
Τέκτον. Λέγε Βάνι. Ορθώς. Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
Έτοιμη. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε, τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Alright, I need to have the villager long distance mine. I could put 2 onto gold and 2 onto this, but I don't want to.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέει έτοιμος. Ορθός. Λέει πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε, βούλομαι. Φρυτόμος.
Έτοιμη.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε, έτοιμος.
Λέει έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πάνι.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε. Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε, πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω, θηρευτής.
Έτοιμη.
Need to get this storehouse in. That, I mean, it's not a terrible amount of walking time for this stage of the game, but
Λέγε. Θηρευτής. Πρόσεχε.
Ναι, θηρευτής.
Λέγε.
Ταπεινός.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε, έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε, μάλιστα. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
now
Λέγε.
the whole plan
θηρευτής.
here is that my centaur are going to be an answer for his sphinx or his Anubites. That's my plan.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Λέγε πάνι.
Or if he goes town center, then I'll cry.
Λέγε.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε.
But I'll be able to raid him if he goes
Λέγε.
town center, so it won't be the end of the world.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε, βρυτόμος.
Λέγε. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
I also have ceasefire for ancestors. You're absolutely right, or for eclipse.
Λέει βρυτόμος.
Έτοιμος.
Λέει πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Πρόσεχε.
Ναι, μεταλλεύς.
Βούλο. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε, έστω.
Oops, I don't want this many on this.
Θηρευτής.
I need one less on
Λέγε
that.
στο.
One over here.
Βρυτόμος.
Skulls of the
Προσμάλη.
Serapes.
Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε, έστω. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι, θηρευτής.
What did he say? Stay away from Kavath. He is no good.
Έτοιμος.
Έστω, μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέει έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πάνι.
He's going max Anubites. I love it.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε. Βουνέ. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Καλώς. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε, τέκτο. Ταπεινός.
Λέγε. Μάλι. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ορθβούλομαι. Πάνι.
Έτοιμη.
Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Oh, he's going back units? Okay, great.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Λέει βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα. Θρητόμος.
Λέγε. Ορφάνη. Λέγε. Ορφάνη. Ορφάνη. Βούλομαι.
Τέκτον.
Προς βούλομαι. Ναι, μάλιστα. Ετοίμος. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε έστω. Πρόκειψε. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Λέει βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Έσμα. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα.
Προς μάλιστα. Ναι. Προς βούλομαι. Λέει έστω. Ναι, βούλω. Μάλιστα.
Πρόκειψε.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Ισμάχιν.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Παλεύεις.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Καλώς.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμος. Ναι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Ισμάχιν. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι. Καλώς. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Λέει βούλομαι.
Προς έστω. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής. Λέγει ναι. Τέκτον.
Έστω. Πρόκειψε. Έστω. Ναι.
Έστω. Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμη. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμος.
Θηρευτής.
Προσμα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Λέγε. Έστω.
Πρόσμα. Έστω. Θηρευτής.
Ναι. Ναι.
Ναι. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Έστω.
Ορθός.
Λέει τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Ναι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Καλώς.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Ετοίμος. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Ναι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Εισβολή. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Έστω.
Λέει βούλε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Καλώς.
Λέγε.
Προς βούλε.
Φάνη. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Βούλαμε.
Έτοιμος. Ναι. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ισμάχιν.
Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχιν. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Λέγε. Έστω.
Μάλιστα.
Ετοίμος. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Έστω. Έτοιμος. Έστω.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Προς έστω.
Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Ετέκ. Μεταλλεύς.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι.
Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Καλώς. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Βούλες. Βούλομαι.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Μεταλλεύς.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Βούλω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έτοιμο. Ναι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Προμάλι. Θηρευτής.
Προς τα τέκτον.
Λέει ορθός. Φάνη. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Ναι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα.
Ναι.
Βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον.
Πρόστα. Ναι. Τεκ. Θηρευτής.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Εις μάχην. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Καλώς.
Έστω.
Έστω.
Λέγε, μάλιστα, βούλομαι.
Λέγε προσβούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι.
Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Φάνη.
Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
Λέγε.
Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής. Έστω. Θηρευτής. Λέγε ναι. Δρυτόμος.
Πρόσεχε. Δρυτόμος. Έτοιμη. Δρυτόμος.
Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Ναι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Εισβολή. Βούλομαι. Εις μάχην. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Βούλεστο.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Μ' αρέστο. Ναι, βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα. Έστω. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Ναι, έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς.
Μάλιστα, ναι. Βούλω, ναι. Έστω, μάλιστα. Ναι, έστω.
Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα.
Ζουρούι.
Τέκτον. Ταπεινός.
Λέγε.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Βούλω, μάλιστα. Ετοίμος, ναι. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Ναι. Έτοιμο. Βούλω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Εις μάχην.
Έστω, βούλω, ναι, μάλιστα.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Έστω.
Λέγε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Εισβολή.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Ετοίμα, έστω, ναι.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Πρόσεχε.
Βούλμα, έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Ναι, έστω, μάλιστα. Βούλω, έστω, ναι. Μάλιστα. Ναι, βούλομαι. Έστω, βούλομαι. Μα, ναι. Πρόσταγμα, βούλομαι. Έστω, λέγε, μα, βούλομαι. Έστω, ναι. Μάλιστα.
Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Λέγε. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Εις μάχην. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Εισβολή.
Εισβολή. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Εις μάχην. Εισβολή. Εις μάχην.
Ορθός.
Λέγε. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Rage quit. Stop. Centaur great. I guess we gotta nerf the Centaur. I guess we gotta nerf the Centaur. These things too strong. Who needs Tengu? You have Centaur.
Ετοίμος.
I'm very pleased with myself. Very, very pleased with myself. Boit's Soup already beat my centaurs though. Soup beat them good. And I killed Adipes's Isis. That's all that matters. Then again, he did say he lost to a 1300 with his Isis. Maybe it doesn't work. Look at those favor gains. Should I be playing in the tournament? I don't know, man. I don't have the courage to pull these strats out in the tournament. I'd do something stupid, something lame, like open 3 Hippias into second town center and to throw the game. Nephthys, Priest, and Aethereal. No, you should rush for Petsukos. Like literally just turtle. And when you get to this spot, if you can get the second gold mine, turtle up, get to Nephthys, have 3 monuments, and make Petsukos. And then I think my life gets really difficult. Migdalmore. Yeah, I mean...
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε, λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
To be honest, I think I would lose to this. As ISIS. I think I would. Like if I'd seen it the first time. I think I'd lose to this. This is a pretty insane cheese. If you wall up 2 TC and I would build towers and then lose, maybe. Because, yeah, priests don't really work. So you need to have... What would you do? I guess if I saw Centaur getting built, I would go Heroic Age as fast as possible into Petsukos. I'd stop building these, I'd get Heroic Age, and I'd make Petsukos. I think that's probably the right play. Because priests don't work. But the problem with that is you might not be able to have the gold to get the Petsukos out. I wonder if Anubites are enough. Probably not. I don't have Fast Mythic with Osiris. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it's 13 minutes into the game. I don't think you're getting Mythic Age with a Ford Gold Mine. I'm just going to poke it non-stop. Yeah, the priests go up to 18 range in the Heroic Age. So that's where they become like pretty useful. But by that stage... I don't know. I think it's just very tough. What else would you do? What would you do here as ISIS? What's the other options? It's pretty much just... Can you just go Sphinx and Eclipse? Oh, maybe if you drop like a 3rd monument and go mass Sphinx. No, but then I ceasefire the Eclipse, right? I don't know if mass Sphinx would be enough. Like the amount of Centaur I have over your Sphinx is just it's like too much, right? There's an army of Centaurs you ever need to attack? No, but I will attack you though. Well, I'm pushing, right? I'm going to attack here. I was attacking. So I would be here poking this. I guess you could sit behind this and then you're fine. That's kind of true. That's kind of true. he sits back, puts Migdol down on this spot with the walls, I'd have to beat through here and then get in onto this. But even if he does that, like the game still goes on, right? Like I don't have to go and kill you either, right? I guess the game goes on and then you get to Mythic Age, Son of Osiris helps, Bellerophon comes in, Lightning Storm comes in. I wonder what Mister would do. 20 Nephthys priests and 2 Migdols?
Πρόσεχε.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't have to attack here. Like if you do that and you're going to sit in this spot, I'm just going to keep running around the map, lock you off all the food. You can get this food probably, but that's it. And then I'll just go Mythic Age. And I'll just lock you in your base forever until you want to come out. Look at how many more resources. Oh, that's food. He's not even that far in front. Considering how much value the Centaur got. He gets second TC, gets Osiris, and just Meteor. But what about my Lightning Storm? I don't think you can get there. Well, I guess it depends. If I deny these walls here as well, then what's he going to do if I play that better? If he has not this gold mine on the back and it's all forward gold mines with no ways to wall. I believe in this strat. I reckon Mister would lose to this strat. Yep, nah, this strat's broken. Nerf Zeus. Nerf. Mister, don't come in here and try and speak logic. We make myth units on this channel. We only make myth units and nothing but myth units. Because that's all you can do in Age Mythology. Lightning Storm is LS. Raffle, come on. Mister's got to look after his kid. He can't play me. This is fun to play, but it's not good. Okay. I was doing it to deal with the Anubites, Mister. But they didn't come. I was wanting to kill the Anubites. And when they didn't come, I said, you know what, I'm going to keep making Centaur. Hop Centaur lose to Priest Axeman? No, because you just shoot the Axeman and then run. So there's no movement. You can't move forward. So it's like a stalemate. Because you can't run at the Axeman with the hoplites, and the Priest can't hit the Centaur. It's very, very difficult to make any moves. Because the Centaur will just stop the movement. So it's basically, a stalemate. Yeah, the priests have a higher range than the Centaur, but you can also micro every Centaur. And you don't have to sit there. You just have to go brrr, and then they have to run, and then you run. Right? It's like you might lose one Centaur, but they lose like 5 units. When was the last time I 1v1 Mister? We played a set versus Loki, and I went for 2 village centers, and I did not find my second gold mine. I missed my second gold mine. I died. I had him in that game. I had him. Duh! Have I seen our centaurs? Yes. Of course. Of course, like 20 priests against a billion centaurs, but again, like if you put the priest on the let me get up a MS Paint and talk about, and maybe you can tell me what you think. Let me go black here. So this is the army. This is the Centaur army, right? Oh, let me get this bit fat. So centaur army is here, right? These are all my centaurs. And then this is like my hoplites. I'll make the hoplites like green, and the rest of the army. I'll just make it a blob, right? This is my blob, right? Now the priests can be yellow. This is the army like this. And the rest of the army is on the front, right? Whatever it is. Okay, so if we just go like this, and we just attack move, as soon as the priests start actually hitting these guys, I just run everything. Like I run the centaurs back first, and then I run the other guys back as well, right? In the same movement. And that way, all that special attack damage will hit these units. I'll kill some of them. He might poke a centaur down. I don't know, but it's probably a pretty good trade for the Zeus player. So you can't really engage like that. The other option would be for these guys to go like this. So the priest to sit like this, and then the army to sit like this. And now you have to run forward with the priests to zone the centaur. You can't attack forward, I guess. You can't get in here with the centaur if the priests are sitting like this. And then I guess the buildings start coming up as you move forward. Yeah. So yeah, if the priests are on the wrong side of the army, like if you just do the normal formation, it doesn't work. But if you put the priests on the front, then you can't engage with you can't get the centaur special off without taking losses. But I think in yeah, if we add a whole bunch of Hippias into the mix, then things go different. $17, that's what up. What are you big brains cooking? I'm not cooking anything. I'm just out here saying centaur, good unit. Build centaur. Quite clearly it works, mister. Did you not see the game? I know I'm washed right now with Rust, but are those Japan riders insane early? They're kind of the same as Hippias. Hippias have got the advantage unless you have Sashimon Bannerman. Sashimon Bannerman, the tech with Inari Wakami. If that tech comes in, then those cav have the advantage. And I think it then flips back if the Hippias get the next one. Yes, they do have 6.0 space speed. Wait, do they? Oh, they do. Those guys are speedy. They also have Kitsune, so they can go up to 6.6 speed if you get this tech. So this guy will put it up to 6.3, and then this guy will put it up to 6.6. Yeah, this guy is kind of stacked. This guy is actually really stacked. Is he cheaper than the Hippias as well? DLC privilege. Tell you what. The next series is in half an hour. I got one more game to play. 5 resources cheaper. Moves 5 speed faster. Has got 1 less DPS. That's a significant amount less DPS. But it does do 1.75x versus archers, whereas the Hippias does only 1.5x. So versus archers, I think the Hippias is slightly worse. Did you play a game, Keto? Get him back in. Look, it's Tim. It's me. Sorry, Tim. No rating. Get out of here. You're playing team games? Boo. Get back on the ranked grind. I know you're going to get hooked again. Zeus not going to have 200 favor at 10 minutes? Yeah, well, Zeus has 170 favor at 10 minutes, so Yeah, the Susanoo GP recast thing, I think that needs to go in the bin. I think they need to change that. I honestly don't think it's a good... I mean, it's the same sort of shit with Uranus, right? It's not fun to play against. I should have probably fought that harder when they told me about it. Like, I love the myth unit aspect of this god. I hate the god power aspect. Uranus can have 3. Exactly. Uranus can have 300 favor attempt. Exactly. Man, there's some real big opportunities for myth unit spam in this game. It's almost like myth units are good. Isn't that right, mister? I think the mister is one of those guys that came into this game and he was like, guys, you're all playing this game wrong. Just throw some fucking myth units into the mix. Here, trolls work. Centaur works. I'll be a player with only... I'll be a high level player with only myth units. In tournament. That works. Except for when you're playing against this fucking Civ. Excuse my language. We got about half an hour until grass versus chasing, so strap in. Hades versus this guy.
Πρόσεχε, τέκτον, λέει πρόσταγμα, βρυτόμος.
Βούλομαι, πάνι.
Έτοιμη, μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα, βρυτόμος. Πρόστεκτον, βρυτόμος, μεταλλεύς.
Alright. Let's see if I can nail this build order. I said Mr. has a shit build before. I'm going to show him my build. And I'm not going to mess it up. Just kidding. The whole meme is about the Hades is all about the build orders. Everyone's got a shit build. That's the fun part. Unfortunately, I don't get to share my storehouse, so Mr's build is infinitely better than mine. But that's not my fault.
Έτοιμος. Έστω θηρευτής.
Βούλομαι, πάνι.
I want goats. I have a 4-minute age up with Ajax and Achilles. Don't you worry about it, Mister.
Πρόσταγμα, ορθάνι. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Ορθάνι, ορθός. Παν, ορθός. Παν, βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Like I'm fully in agreement with what the Mister did. This has been my contention the entire time. I don't care about the speed of the Vault of Erebus. I care about a fast advance or a decent advance and getting my heroes out so I can put pressure on. The only difference between me and Mister in this regard is he is so much better at me at getting value out of his units. I'll just lose them.
Βάνι. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε θηρευτής. Πρόσεχε.
I'm just kidding. Like Mr's build was actually really good, but it's the whole joke about the thing. That's the funny part. I still get messages from Firefox telling me about this new build order innovation he's got. I think Firefox goes 14 pop advance Oh, sorry, 14 villager advance at 4 minutes, but he herds, which means he loses out on goats.
Λέγε ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
I don't know where the goats are on this map, so there is that.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Λέγε. Ορθός. Πάνι.
This guy's nice. I like playing this guy. Herding is for ladder? Yeah, I agree.
Έτοιμος. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα τέκτον. Έτοιμη. Ναι, έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Φάνι. Ορθός.
Μάλιστα. Βρυτόμος.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Πάνι.
What's happening over here?
Λέγε. Βρυτόμος.
Jesus, this has not been right. This wood line's so far from my food.
Έτοιμη.
Everything far from my food is hurting my build. That's okay. Ankara is there. That's nice.
Ορθός.
I want to take this town center if I can.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθάνι.
It's poking here.
Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ορθάνι. Ορθάνι.
Oh no.
Προσταπεινός.
I'm short of favor. My build order sucks. Oh, he took the relic as well, the bloody jerk.
Λέγε βρυτόμος. Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Ναι. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε έτοιμος.
Έτοιμο, ναι.
Λέγε βούλομαι. Ορθάνι.
Προστάγμα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Λέγε έτοιμος.
Μάλιστα, ναι, μάλιστα.
Έστω. Βούλομαι, μάλιστα. Πάνι. Ναι, μάλιστα.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Πρόσεχε μωρό. Λέγε πολύ.
Έστω. Μα έστω.
Λέγε.
Εσμάκεν.
Πρόσταγμα. Καλώς.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Προστάγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Εισβολή. Ετοίμη. Ισμάχη. Ναι, βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Ναι. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Εισβολή. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Καλώς.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Έστω. Εισβολή.
Προγριτέκτον.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
I hate Earthwall. Earthwall's a big pile of poop.
Ετοίμος.
Ναι, μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Καλό. Εισβολή. Ισμάχη. Ναι. Καλώς.
Get back here.
Ισμάχη. Μ' αρέσει. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Λέει βρυτό. Ταπεινός.
Μάλιστα. Πάνι.
Εστέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Έστω. Καλώς. Ναι, μάλιστα. Έστω.
Προσέκτον. Θηρευτής. Προσέκτον.
Προσταγτέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Έτοιμος. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
See, Mister somehow would have gotten out of this Earthwall and kept all of his units alive, whereas I lose everything. That's the difference between us. I did a lot of damage there, though. Not bad.
Μάλιστα. Καλώς.
Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω.
Πάνι. Εισβολή.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έστω.
Πρόσες έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα θηρευτής.
Λεμάλι τέκτον.
Μάλιστα, ναι.
Λέγε ναι. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Πάνι.
Βούλομαι έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι πανί. Ναι, πανί.
Ορθός. Πάνι.
Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε.
Έστω. Μα ναι. Βούλομαι μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι. Ισμάχιν.
Βούλομαι μάλιστα.
Λέγε εις βούλων. Ορθός.
Πρόσες ναι.
Τέκτον. Λέγε έστω. Τέκτο, ναι. Τέκτο. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμο. Πάνι.
Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα μες βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα.
Προς μάλιστα μεταλλεύς. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Εσμάκεν.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Λέει πάνι.
Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Μα ναι.
Λέει μπορώ.
Προς βούλο. Ορθός.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Προς τέκτο. Ναι.
Ναι, βούλομαι.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Έστω.
Πανί, έστω, μάλιστα, βούλομαι. Ναι, πανί, ναι, έστω, μάλιστα, βούλομαι. Ναι. Εισβολή, έστω. Πρόσεχε, μάλιστα, μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Λέγε θηρευτής.
Θηρευτής.
Προς τέκτον.
Λέγε τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Ναι. Προστάγμα βούλομαι, έστω. Μα πανί.
Πάνι.
Έτοιμο, λέγε, μάλιστα, έστω. Βούλομαι.
Ορθός. Πάνι.
Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμη.
Λέγε. Πανί, έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε. Έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε. Μεταλλεύς.
Μάλιστα. Βούλο. Βρυτόμος.
Μάλιστα, να βούλομαι.
Λέγει πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Έστω.
Πρόστακτο. Μεταλλεύς.
Πανί, ναι.
Λέγε ορθός. Βούλο. Ορθός.
Λέγε. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Προστάγμα.
Έστω. Μα βούλομαι.
Προπανί.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα, βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Λέει πάνι. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Μάλιστα.
Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Προστάγμα, βούλομαι.
Προστατέκτο. Θρητόμο. Πρόσεχε. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος, ναι. Πρόσεχε, πανί.
Τέκτον.
Έτοιμη.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Χώρο. Εισβολή. Χώρο. Ισμάχη. Βούλο. Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι. Εσπάκε.
Καλώς. Χώρο.
Έτοιμο, βούλομαι. Ναι, μπορώ.
Λέγε. Προσδρυτόμος.
Πρόσεχε. Με έστω. Βουφορδός.
Έτοιμος. Καλώς.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε ορθός.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέει πάνω. Ορθούλωμα.
Πρόσεχε, έστω. Τέκτον.
Προς τα πάνω. Ορθός.
Λέγε.
Λέγε βούλωμα.
Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
Λέγε. Πανί.
Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Ναι.
Λέγε. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Προς μάλιστα.
Μάλιστα.
Προς τα πανί.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πάνω. Λέγε ορθούλωμε.
Πρόσταγμα, πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι μεταλλεύς. Ναι. Βουφορβός.
Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμο. Τέκτον. Λέγε.
Λέγε τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Εσμάκεν. Ορό.
Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα αριστέκτη.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Εισβολή. Όρο. Εισμάχη. Καλόρο.
Εισβολή.
Ορθό. Πάνω. Βούλω. Βούλωμε.
Λέγε τέκτον.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε προς το βούλωμα.
Μα ναι. Βούλομαι.
Εισβολή. Σμάχη. Εισβολή. Όρο. Καλός. Όρο.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Τέκτον. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Ναι, έστω. Μάλιστα, ναι.
Εισβολή. Σμάχη. Όρο. Καλός. Εισβολή. Όρο.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι.
Victory! I did miss this strat. Attack with the heroes, and then you put the fortress down. Oh, I left a whole bunch of units in my fortress. Big dummy. Big dummy. What show match? Oh, I didn't update the thing. Okay, we're going to be moving into Champions League. $10,000 Champions League group stage. Champions League group stage. Grass versus Chasing the Sun. Alrighty. We're going to have just the shortest of breaks. I'm going to eat something quickly before we jump into these games. They're going to be starting in about 10 minutes. So I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Don't you go nowhere. Talk more about how OP myth units are in the chat and how you should always go for them regardless of whether you think they're good or not, because that's apparently all that matters. And I'll see you in a little bit. Just kidding. I'm seeing you now. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. Very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack of Fire Student's Revenge. Too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Garnet deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot, the Ghoul and Bursty's still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aethereal charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hell's... Imagine Forest Fire! He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Ghoul and Bursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets dropped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to, and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade to the Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Aethereal says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Aethereal looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Aethereal's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Aethereal says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tao Wu goes down. The Town Center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up population-wise. It is looking like Aethereal is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Aethereal just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Aethereal. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. The Slingers getting a whole bunch of damage done. Mosca says, all right, it's time to fight. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential, very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those Slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul and Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul and Bursty. Garnet deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot, the Ghoul and Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aethereal charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. Alrighty, guys, it's time for the final day of the Champions League group stage here. We're going to have ourselves 2 games, and that's it. We're going to have Chasing the Sun versus Grass, followed by, well, it says below, Aethereal versus NyanRacingCat. So very, very exciting times ahead here, ladies and gentlemen. I believe they've already done their draft, so let's jump over to said draft and check out what's going to be happening here. Alrighty then, another day, another you, another me. We have ourselves a little draft. In the left we have Grass, and in the right we have Chasing the Sun, it looks like. I could be wrong, but it does look... No, this looks very Grass-like. Grass has been a pretty anti-China player since the release. He hates them. He doesn't want to have anything to do with them. He'll never play them. That's his own personal decision. Whether it's been, whether that's at his downfall or not, will be something we're gonna have to find out in this series. We see the Grass taking the ace pick of Set, then banning out Shinong. Chasing bans out the Kronos as he ace picks Skyomi. I like this idea. Tsukiyomi does have some weaknesses to Kronos. So if you pick Tsukiyomi and ban Kronos, does make sense. There are a lot of other weaknesses for Tsukiyomi as well. However, we don't really see Grass playing into those. You've got Set and Isis are okay into Tsukiyomi. Ra's okay into Tsukiyomi. Gaia's okay into Tsukiyomi. Zeus is okay into Tsukiyomi, actually. It's just the Amaterasu that you have to kind of be somewhat aware of. You can play Amaterasu into Tsukiyomi on certain maps. But it is it is a little bit of shenanigans there. So we'll see what's going to happen. So Chasing's also grabbed all of the gods he's really good with. Chasing the Sun is at his core a Chinese main, the antithesis of Grass. He plays all the Chinese at a very high level, and then he's really leveled up with some other gods. He also plays the Atlanteans very well, the Japanese very well. He likes the DLC gods, in other words, as which he's got literally 6 DLC gods, it looks like. Tsukiyomi, Nuwa, Fushi, Freya, Susanoo, and Uranus, the OG DLC god. So we'll see how this is going to go, as our first game is going to be getting kicked off, and it will be on the map Giza. And it's going to be a a Ra versus Tsukiyomi matchup. Now, I believe this is one of the matchups which Grass has won before. He has won the Ra versus Tsukiyomi affair before. We'll see how things will go on this one. But yeah, there's a lot of spice here that Tsukiyomi has to deal with against Ra. Or a lot of just things you have to be aware of, things you have to get past in order to have success against Ra. So, I mean, if you know what they are, then maybe you can find the ways through. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. 2 options here for the Tsukiyomi. You might want to think about a second talent center and try and play that angle into like a mass army type thing and go from there. But that does allow the Ra player to get to points in the game where they're going to be comfortable. You could also just do the 1 talent center fast thrower. You could just try and apply pressure all over the map with the Tengu and see how things are going to go. These players are already off to the races, so we're going to be jumping into game number 1 and having a little bit of a watch here. But I am excited to see Grass's Ra and what he's going to come up with. There's obviously the Tar segment option as well. Does mean you don't get access to those Betsukos, which are going to be very valuable against myth units. Obviously, there's the problem of the Shogun. If that gets onto your Betsukos, then, well, Bob's your uncle. Karanjiran, and I'm sorry about that, but your Betsukos will be dying a very, very terrible death with lots of samurai spawning. But, I mean, what else can you go for? You got those Wadgets are also not terrible against high Pierce, high hack armor units. They can take those out nicely. And a whole bunch of other stuff, I guess. Anyways. I do like the fast heroic from the Ra into like getting an extra lot of economy in, so you can put a whole bunch of Migdols down, because basically sitting on your Migdols is your game plan against Tsukiyomi. Otherwise, you don't have a garrison point, you get caught out, you get swamplanded. Getting shifting sands away from swampland, that's an option. There's no Thunderdome to keep you in there. I found out the hard way the other day that if you try and shifting sands out of a Thunderburst God Power, and the shift comes in mid-unit shockwave, or whatever you want to call it, then the shifting sands doesn't work, which is upsetting, but that's how it works. Nonetheless, game 1, Giza, Ra versus Tsukiyomi, Grass versus Chasing the Sun, best of 5. I should note that the winner of this series goes through to the playoffs. They're playing for 3rd place here, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd place. And that effectively means, well, they have to win this one. It doesn't matter how they win. They have to win it. Let's check it out. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Ra. His name is Grass. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Tsukiyomi, his name is Chasing the Sun. So yes, we got a Tsukiyomi versus Ra affair. There is a bat gold mine here for Grass. So this is exactly the spawn he wants for this map. For this matchup and for everything. Why? Well, a big fat turtle here from the Ra makes a lot of sense. The question is really, can Chasing the Sun break through it or not? That's the big question. We are in the Zeus division here as well. For those of you wanting to get spoiled or not, if you go ahead and exclaim standings, or exclaim bracket in the Twitch, you will see the standings, and you'll see the players who are winning, who have gone through. We do already have our 1st and 2nd place for the Zeus division locked in. So yeah, as I said, this is going to be a battle for 3rd. And 3rd does matter. You go to the losers bracket, so you lose a life, but I've seen players get from the very start of the losers bracket very, very far in tournament before. So it's definitely possible. You definitely want to be going for it, and every single win matters. Unless, let's have a little look see at what Grass is seeing. He spotted 2 relics already. He's got the blue crystal shard in the center of the map. Always nice there. Big boost of income. 5% on golden wood. Up to the top side of the map, there is the scales of Echidna. Interesting relic here. This one's really, really nice. Lower hostage on those myth units, especially for the Betsukos to help you out, is going to be huge there. On the bottom side of the map, there is the adamantine shingles, which is going to be plus 200% of HP for the buildings. And finally, skulls of the Cercipes on the back with those monkeys, which are really, really good for the early game. Question in the chat about whether you want to build myth units versus the Shogun. Well, when you're playing Ra here, you're not really looking to leave your Migdol. So you're always going to have units. You're always going to surround the Betsukos, and that'll be enough for you to keep the Betsukos off the Shogun. Of course, if you get hit by the Shogun, if you get caught out of position with those Betsukos, then that's not good. That's not good at all. So you do have to be very, very careful. Nonetheless, the Shogun cannot hit flying units. You can use the rock as a little bit of a safety net there as well. As like if you put the rock next to your Migdol, next to your Betsukos or something, when the Swampland comes down, you can garrison into the rock with the Betsukos garrison into the Migdol fly away and enjoy your life. There is some opportunity to go for that. As we are seeing Bast coming through for grass. He's going to be looking for some Sphinx raids early on and just locking down the map a little bit. On the other side, there is the Aethereal Kami here for chasing the sun, which is not a surprise. I actually did have my first game against Tsukiyomi versus someone who went for the Amano Uzume. Suffice it to say, things went well for me. Though I do think there is some credence for the Goshin Boku tree and that sort of idea with Tsukiyomi, but at the moment, the power for Aethereal Kami is overwhelming. As we do have a guardhouse coming down for chasing, as well as a stable early on. Into the main base, he's just poking, looking for some stuff. Monument coming through for grass. And it looks like it's not going to be a second town center. It might be a fast heroic here from grass. He has done this before. And it does make some sense. As the Sphinx popping through here, he is going to be doing the spinaches. And Kitsune will pull out of here and be very, very safe, alive. And now chasing the sun, going to be looking to snipe some more of these obelisks. Wants to just limit the vision a little bit. We do see that on the bottom side of the map, all of these obelisks are up, and grass is getting some good vision down the bottom side. But, you know, limiting that is very, very nice. Meanwhile, relics actually do end up coming through for... Wow, chasing actually got those. Chasing got 2 big fat relics here. Got blue crystal shard to boost up his economy by 5%, as well as the scales of Echidna, making his myth units very, very cheap. As now Sphinx sneaking into the main base here. There are some pretty nice bushy here, which are going to be enough to send those packing. They have to get out of the base and start thinking about the next thing to do. Over onto this side, we've got the Naginata Rider charging in here. As the villager will just garrison into the town center and go from there. But yeah, these little pokes from chasing must be really, really difficult to deal with. Over onto this side, the Spearman is through. The Sphinx are going to come back. Can't really catch this Naginata Rider Kitsune situation. So they do move a little bit too quickly there. 6.3 speed. But nonetheless, now it seems like the resources will start to creep up for chasing. He wants to get to the next stage. We're also seeing grass doing basically the same thing. Kitsune does end up dying, and we will be seeing Sobek. Not exactly surprised to see this from grass. Does make a lot of sense. But he does have a perfect map for turtling, so obviously he's not feeling comfortable with the town center grabbing against a player of Chasing the Sun's caliber. And just keep the Naginata Rider away from the villager for the moment, as the units will move forward onto the forward hunt. And it will be a slightly delayed heroic age for Chasing the Sun, but he'll be heading there momentarily. I wonder if he gets another Miko out before he advances. 2 Miko is a little on the low side. Unless Chasing the Sun's got different plans here, which he might well do. There's the walls coming up onto this side as Chasing the Sun knocking at the door, poking at the door. Which one is it? I don't know. Some spearmen around onto the back here as the villagers will pull. They'll make their way over onto this bottom gold mine for a Migdol stronghold or something. Protect that position as the Rock and the Petsukos are both in. Over onto this side, the Sphinx trying to find any little bits of weakness here, but Chasing the Sun, he is ready. He is ready for everything here. No entrances into the base. The villagers finish up on the food up here as the Hachiman is coming through. Hand axe also on the way as the villagers will now move over onto the watermill, onto the bottom wood line. But still only the 2 Mikos. So we'll see if he's going to grab some more as we do have that Petsukos on the way here for grass. I'm not surprised to see the Pitsukos, but he does have to be somewhat careful here. He does have the rock in. That's going to take a little bit of shots there as the Sphinx are coming around onto the side yet again. But like I said, yeah. Pitsukos, be careful. Very important. And Grass here, the next thing he can do is he can run around the map with those camel riders, but you don't want to take fights. Unless you're fighting pure Naginata rider or something like that, you don't want to take fights. So just look for raids and delay until you can get all your upgrades in and things like that. As the Sphinx get just a little bit of damage off, but the Bushi do manage to get some revenge fire in as the temple here now is going to start pumping out Tengu. There is no favor remaining. Well, there's 10 favor remaining as the initial 4 Tengu will be out, as well as a daimyo for Shogun. And Chasing the Sun is going to be looking for all the value he can possibly get here. He's chasing, dives in, finds some villagers here. 2 smacks and a villager is dead, so one does end up falling there. Second one will go down. Nope, up onto the top side. Could be some more villagers to get taken out. It's the Pitsukos sniping the Tengu. Does manage to pick one off. Over onto this side, another Tengu will get pushed back. 1 villager kill for a Tengu is not a good trade there. That is not what you'd be wanting there. But does manage to come over here. Snipes the Sphinx. As the Shogun is looking for any amount of value here onto these myth units charging in. Can he get onto the Sphinx? He does manage to get at least one little smack in there. Drops Swampland down into the main base here as there's nowhere to go at the moment. Samurai will be getting spawned in as the Pitsukos onto this side getting some big damage onto the Tengu. Does manage to take that one out there as well. There's the Tengu Master diving in here yet again. The Shogun is almost down, but I think Chasing the Sun has gone that little bit too aggressive at the moment, but he's getting a lot of resources behind all of this. As he's got a lot of units queued up, but now the Tengu numbers have been limited. There's only 2 remaining here. The Pitsukos numbers are in. Crocodopoulos is going to be coming through. And, I mean, who's really winning at this point? It's a close situation here. Because the Tengu can't really get any significant pressure done. The villagers are hiding underneath the town center, underneath the Migdol. Pitsukos get a little bit of damage off, and Chasing will have to pull back. It's 33 villagers to 30 villagers. So kind of close there. Meanwhile, into the main base, the Tengu Master coming over. Just wants to get that damage in. Not able to. I'd love to see like a wall at the top here. I know it's not that big of a deal, but it would really help here as the Tengu tries to poke back in, but not going to be able to make much happen there. Good positioning from Grass on the defense as the Horse Archer get taken out. Lots and lots of wood in the bank right now for Chasing. He needs to be fixing up this macro right now. Take some villagers off of wood, it looks like, but there's still too many there for what he's actually trying to do. Another unit here that would go very, very nicely with his army would be the Yati Spearmen. Meanwhile, up the top, the Tengu getting a couple of kills in. Over onto this side. Chasing, pulling back. He's got that Sashimono Bannerman technology queued up. If he wants to suicide, he can go for this. He's charging over onto the villagers here. Dives in. The Pharaoh is there, though. There's a little bit of damage to come through. And nice control from Grass. We'll pull inside of the Migdol stronghold. And that Tengu does end up falling. Now we see 2 more Miko, 3 more Miko coming in.
Nani?
Lots of favor to start coming in because he's got full map control. So he can literally put these anywhere on the map. He's got 1 on the bottom here. He's got 3 out already. Let's have a little look. See, he's got 6 total now, but he needs to get them all set up on the shrines. And realistically here, Chasing can just pull back, play defense for a little bit, set up all of his stuff. He will be out of gold, but he does have that option ahead of him. As the rock gets picked off, the Tengu will move to look for some more villagers to get some snipes in here. And as I said that the Chasing has got map control, he almost instantly now loses it. But into the main base, these Tengu are coming back in. There will be a couple more villagers getting picked off. As that'll teach Grass for thinking he can leave his base. As the villagers underneath the town center there with the farms will not be able to continue. And the Tengu will move up to the top side. Over here we do see the Camel Riders getting caught out as Chasing going to be cleaning those up. Without the help of the Pitsukos and the priests, you cannot really take a fight. There's just so much gold going into the back pocket of those Tengu, Master. As the Camel Riders will attempt to take these guys out, prevent them from escaping. Maybe one will go down. One does end up falling. Rain does come through there as the Tengu turning. You don't want to turn without the special, as he does dive away. And a second town center now coming up for Chasing the Sun. Does now have a healthy amount of Yati Spearmen. The Tengu will get out of there. They can move up to the top side, heal up with that Miko. One of the really, really big advantages of doing these weird Miko placements in the corners of maps and things like that is you can use them as a healing spot to get back into the fight even faster. Nonetheless, right now Chasing has got a significant military advantage. But does his army beat what Grass has got here? One thing's for certain, the Tengu can dive right on top of those Petsukos. They do have themselves 3x versus myth units, so it's doing 25 hack damage per second, but that's plus or times 1.5 after the jump. So you do the math on that. So it's a lot of damage. But at the moment, is there really any need to take a fight? You just got the town center up. Maybe it's time to take the fight because you just got the population advantage. As the Tengu flying forward here. So many Petsukos as the Shogun will end up going down at the start of that fight. The Bushi going to town on the back line there. Are there enough units is the question. These Tengu going to town in the middle. The Camel Riders getting cleaned up. And it looks to me like Chasing the Sun not only wins the fight, but he has a ridiculous advantage now as Grass's Petsukos Camel Rider cannot manage to outdo this Chasing the Sun army. He's just got too much stuff here. Armory upgrades, pretty good for Chasing. He's got 2 of those. Grass, none. Grass is still competitive on the village account here for the moment. There's some more Petsubek to come through. Little attempt to move up to the top here and hit this gold mine. But there's already a castle on it, so not going to be an easy thing to really get any significant damage on. The Tengu Masters are also over here, and they can dive in and help defend here. Chasing the Sun not paying attention there as the Camel Riders do get through, denying a little bit of pathway into that one as the Tengu dive over here, and they say, hello there, good sir. What if I heal up the Tengu? Nope, keep the Miko alive on the back. As the army has to come over here and at least try and deal with this.
Into you.
And after all is said and done, Tengu down. Villagers will be able to get back onto the gold. Chasing has got himself 3 town centers now. And just in a roaring advantage in this game. Bushi gets cleaned up. We've got the Tenshu coming through. Crenellations. Boiling oil also on the way. Meanwhile, spearmen, heavy spearmen, chariot archers, everything else to start coming through, but he's got to catch up on military here. He's still behind by 1,000. Does still have a decent amount of Petsukos in the army, but is this really going to be enough here as Kitsune gets cleaned up? The Bushi coming forward, taking out the Petsukos nicely here. And after all, the Bushi are taken out, the Naginata riders will charge forward to start taking out those chariot archers on the back, and Grass not able to repeat what he did versus Tunison with the Ra, and Chasing the Sun takes game number 1 with his Tsukiyomi. I mean, if we walk back this game a little bit, where did this go wrong for Grass? I think one of the big things here that probably didn't go too nicely for him was how well he dealt with the Swampland. Swampland on his main base, probably not expecting that all too often, but you do have to have some way to escape that sort of situation. So maybe getting the base more walled up or something like that to prevent the units from actually getting in easily. He does have the walls over here, but as a really nice way to take the advantage early on with that big timing advantage from New Moon. But a well-played game there from Chasing. We'll move back over the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, so we do have the next picks here, which is going to be a Set versus Fushi matchup. I think I vaguely remember playing this matchup versus Chasing the Sun in Mythic Wars. In fact, I think I did play this matchup, this exact matchup on Marsh. Set versus Fushi. So we'll see if our Grass and Groom will be able to deal with this better than I did. Yeah, I got obliterated. I think I was playing against like 15. That might be saying too much, but I could not kill the Chillin to save my life. The Chillin just would not die. So we'll see if Chasing the Sun's going to go the same way here. These guys are already raring to go. They've already like two minutes in. We've got about 30 seconds here before the delay is over. Huskarl counter camels in retail? Not really, no. It's kind of like a close trade. Very similar. I think maybe the Huskarls do actually win because they're a little cheaper. Or something. I don't know. I can't remember. They do not counter Petsukos. Hang on. I'm just going to restart because we've got some weird name bug, I think. That was very strange. I opened the game up and it said Leandre or something instead of Grass playing. It's okay. We'll get back into the game and get us into game number 2 here. Nope, it still says Leandron 4. Well, I'm just going to imagine that this is correct and we're just going to get going regardless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 2. I want to just go ahead and say that if you take your eyes up to the top right of the screen, there is a graphical bug. I do not believe that this guy is Leandron 4. He is grass. Look to this side of the screen, you will see his name over there. This is not Leandron 4. This is grass. Okay? On the right-hand corner of the map, we got Chasing the Sun playing as Fushi. You know it's grass because it says that it's grass literally everywhere that it's supposed to. So it's just a weird graphical bug. I tried to restart to fix it. Did not work. So let's move on. On the bottom side of the map, there is the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. I love this relic. I think this relic is super good, but does get overlooked sometimes. Depends on the matchup. For Set, it's not that big of a deal. For China, it's really, really nice. And on this side, there's the Heavenly Jeweled Spear. A little bit of bonus there for the counter cavalry units, the ones holding the spear. Got the Feather of Bafang there, making human soldiers get a little bit of a bonus versus buildings. Up onto the top, we got the text of Imhotep, which is going to be build time minus 10%. Over onto this side, we've got the Canopic Jar of Imseti, which is infantry train time minus 25%. And on the bottom side of the map, there is the Ankh of Ra, which is going to be a favor trickle rate of plus 0.06. Alrighty. The Ankh of Ra. Yes, that's right. So the first game went pretty heavily over to the side of Chasing the Sun. Grass having a little bit of trouble there, but he's going to be a little bit more prepared in this one. A lot of games have been played in the Egyptian versus Chinese matchup at the top levels, and I think a lot of the top players will say, you know, Egyptian very, very good in this matchup. Can definitely be played, especially on a map like Marsh with Set, where you get all the extra animals out. That can help you lock down the middle of the map, and like the barracks units are really good. There's also access to slingers, or elephant can be really good in this matchup as well, especially versus Fushi. Actually, especially versus Shenong, but Fushi as well, depending on if they go for the halberdier or the Chi Yao or something like that. Nonetheless, Janu coming through now for Chasing the Sun, and I finally get to say, this is the god of choice that I would pick here for Fushi. The only matchups that I think that Chi Yao is the like bread and butter for is Norse. Maybe Gaia. Definitely not Uranus. Definitely not Kronos. Probably the Shogun gods, or Matarasu and Tsukiyomi. You need Jiannu. But yeah, there's a lot of gods here, a lot of matchups here that this is your better god, Jiannu, than Chi Yao. But with Chi Yao is the kind of flavor of the month. There's a lot of like easiness inside of using that lightning weapons to find advantages, but at the very high levels, players play around that very nicely. As we do have the Pioneers coming through, and they will be shooing our set player, Grass, back to his main base. The question is, what is he going to do here? He's going for Anubis. It looks like he's going for a fast heroic of some... non-fast heroic. A fast second talent center of some description. If he comes over here and grabs this back one, it can make some sense, but I imagine that Chasing the Sun, he's going to go for his Najar. He's going to get himself his buildings up. And he's probably going to get some nice early pressure onto this, as he does actually spot Grass moving out onto this location here. It's over here. We do have the Nubite almost falling into the main base over here. The Chillin getting involved, as these Pioneers will start being some problems. But Plague of Serpents gets dropped down. Grass wants this town center. Can he even get it though, is the big question. There's two Chillin here, and that with the special ability, they're doing crazy damage onto all the villages. Doesn't micro it correctly though, as he's now going after those serpents, and it looks like Grass will be okay here. It's the Chillin to move forward. Pulling back, trying to keep his villagers alive to get the town center finished. Another villager over here getting close to falling as the Najjar slips through. One villager down, 2 villagers down as the rest do dive into the town center. So not a clean second town center, but he gets it up. Does get some revenge fire, picks off 1 Chillin. That's actually a big value play there. Or a return fire play there for Grass, because 2 villagers down, but you pick off a Chillin. It's kind of like you've taken out a Quaofu in terms of potential Quaofu in some regards. Nonetheless, barracks now coming down for our main man Grass as the Pioneer Najjar ball of pain swinging around onto this side, looking for anything they can. A little cheeky walls coming up over here as the little Sky Lantern will spot the villager hunting operation going on. As the serpents will end up falling. There's a lot of hunt underneath this this second town center here with the set animals. He's just trying to lure as much of this hunt underneath the town center as he possibly can, but this is also not ideal for him because, I mean, if he has hunt on both sides, it's much, much better. Because these pioneers, while they'll take a little bit of damage from the town center, he doesn't mind that because he has the Chillin. He could move up here and actually grab this ball for the time being. Alternatively, a whole bunch of priests to come through and start healing up the villages is another option. So one villager ends up going down. And, man, Grass is just refusing to go elsewhere. Now a second town center on the way for chasing the sun. And he's literally just going to continue to return in here every single time that's up. 16 seconds passes. The damage comes in. If you've got enough priests, then obviously you can just heal it off. But Grass has to pull off that hunt now. He's now over onto the wood. Some slingers maybe as the Quaofu spammage will be starting up now for chasing the sun. While the Priest Pharaoh's Spearman, a little bit too scary there for chasing, as he just says, let me pull back. I can heal everyone up with this bad boy. Maybe some more Chillin would not go astray here, but he wants those Quaofu first and foremost. A little bit short on the gold for the moment, but he'll go and sort that out a little bit later. As I imagine the next pathway here for Grass is going to be the Heroic Age. He does decide Nephthys, the god of choice. I'm not exactly sure I like this one. Of course, he's going for Anubis. So Anubis into Nephthys is something that makes some sense. But that Sekhmet, well, you don't. I guess he doesn't have the divine damage, so it's a little bit on the risky side. He's chasing, just searching around here for the time being. We'll now go after some relics. He's got to get himself his upgrade, though, first and foremost. He has it. Just not clicked on it. What was this side? There's still other upgrades, relics here. They're both very much worth picking up here. It's now the villagers for Grass. Going to move over here and start grabbing these Aurochs. Onto this side, the Nubite slowly starting to go down. As the priests come forward, can they take out the Chillin? 5.3 speed. Is it enough? No. Meanwhile, right into the front of the face of chasing the sun coming a Migdol stronghold. This is normally the most difficult thing to defend or deal with. It's just like a very aggressive Migdol. close to your opponent's second town center, and then another Migdol in their face not too far after once you have a few more units. We do have the Golmang coming through for chasing the sun. Maybe I should do this. That way you guys will stop overreacting to the graphical bug. Ha! Now some elephants going to start coming through. There is a siege works on the front as well. As the elephant pop out, taking down the machine workshop is going to be very nice because this is a pricey building. 150 resources. Now the question here is, can Chasing the Sun actually defend the big push coming for him? There's no ancestors that can be really dropped down until a little later, as we do have... Never mind, he's going to go for the ancestors even with all of those units there. We do have on the back there the military camp getting the forest protection as double Terracotta Riders is called in here in an attempt to hold this town center. It's looking like Grass will be able to break through as the siege tower is not getting dealt with. But there's a lot of units here falling for Grass after all is said and done. Villagers will pull back. It's not a villager advantage though. That's the problem. As Grass is going to charge in here, take out the Taowu on the back, more fire archers, or some fire archers coming in to try and deal with the Chasing the Sun. With the Grass and Groom Spearmen. Military differential here is pretty close, and those siege towers don't really do much other than just killing buildings here. So it's probably a military advantage for Chasing in more ways than one, but now with the military camp taken out, no more forest protection. As Grass will say, all right, I've done the dash, I've done the deed. Let's pull back to my Migdol stronghold. That's going to be a nice place to be moving forward here. There's a siege tower over on this side will get cleaned up. The game will continue along. Chasing can just go and drop another town center here and keep playing defense, because you do have to remember he's got all these Quaofu. They work overtime. They're working very, very hard here. I mean, the other alternative is he just has to go crazy and try and push back and find a win. But we've got Nebty coming through. Serpent Spear on the way. Now also the Vibrant Land coming in. This is always a unique bonus I forget for Fuxi. It's like all this technology, so long as they're on favored land, basically research near instantly. Like this is an 8-second upgrade for what is normally like a 45-second upgrade. The siege towers will sit in here and just happily take out this armory. And the army for Grass is just going to get bigger and bigger. I'd love for him to just wander forward and slap a Migdol down here as well, or slap a Migdol right in the face of Chasing the Sun, because there's nothing he can do to stop that at the moment. Grass breaks the temple, continuing to push forward. Chasing has to just play defense. He's got to play catch-up. He's got to catch up 2.5k military resources before he even considers taking a fight. But now Grass is now targeting down the main town center here. It's looking like there is not enough time for Chasing the Sun to get things working here. The Jar gets cleaned up. Wuzu Javelin here, making their way in as they're all going to get cleaned up too. Villagers will pull back and start repairing up the town center as that's going to be done for. Up onto the top side, the Halberdier trying to chase off those camel riders, but Grass is in his element right now, and Chasing the Sun is getting pushed into this corner, losing military units left, right, and center. And yeah, there's a ballet here, but that is not going to be enough to defend this position with 3 siege towers coming through. Siege towers will be able to take out the ballet, and there's really nothing left here for Chasing the Sun. Up onto this side, turns around, tries to shank the Spearman. The Spearman will clean up all those villages. Over on this side, it's 80 villages to 48, and in that moment there, Chasing does tap out, and Grass manages to take that second game. It was looking a little rough for him at the start. That pressure did feel really good here from Chasing the Sun. Take a look at the post game. You can actually see the resource difference because of it. You can see he was in a great spot here. For whatever reason, Grass just catches up a huge amount on this spot. I don't know what was going on there or why it happened, but then Grass just powers on through. Military resource count somewhat not really equal here at all. It was an advantage, plus there was the ancestors. So not really a whole lot that Chasing could do to defend. Maybe he could have considered just retreating, sacking the town center, and pushing back a little bit later after the ancestors was done. But a really nice, well-played game there from Grass. Now let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 3. Alrighty, we're going in now onto the map Ghost Lake. As the players have already queued up, and it's going to be a Zeus versus Noir affair. Okay, Zeus and Noir. We have seen Zeus on this map quite a bit. Not a bad pick here. Lots of fun stuff you can do on this one. Definitely depends on the gold mine situation. Can anyone tell me why people go Zeus here? I think it's because Zeus is a pretty good boomer. Underworld helps. Bronze timings to kill off the opponent if it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. Goats, obviously, yeah. Can grab all the goats early on with an early bolt. I think I'm on your side, though, Kavod. I don't know if Zeus is the best god here. Definitely not. But you have to find places to pick him. Obviously, Zeus massing centaurs is ridiculous because then you don't even need to worry about the gold mine. Just mass nothing but centaurs and you're going to win. Truth is, most people go Zeus here because Mr. goes Zeus here. Don't know. I mean, at this point, really, you can't really take much away from Mr.'s gameplay because it's like watching, I don't know, Kavoth play versus some random 1200, right? Because Mr.'s that much better than everyone else. Just kidding. I'm really excited to watch Mr. play against these other players in the playoffs. There's lots of very exciting times. Yeah, I just called you specifically around 1200 Gaboth. Ha! Take that. It's okay. I'm just a random 1000. It's fine. Alrighty, let's get into game number 3. Zeus versus Noir. Very entertaining series thus far. These guys playing really, really cool Age mythology. Let's see how these guys are going to manage it. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Grass playing as Zeus, and in the right-hand corner of the map, we have Chasing the Sun playing as Noir. We take a quick look at the relics. On the bottom side of the map, there is Pandora's Box. Ah, my favorite of relics. Time for mass myth units from Grass, we say. Just kidding. All right, over on this side, we've got the Bridle of Pegasus. This is going to be a little bit of a nice thing there for the Pegasus. They're going to be flapping around, doing its stuff. Over on this side, there's the Titan's Treasure, making the age ups a little bit cheaper. And finally, there is the System of Bast, making booming cheaper. Every villager, 15% cheaper. Always nice. So, let's think about this. 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, huge amount of gold mines on the map. Can you just sit back and boom here as the Zeus? No. Can you get in and get into your opponent's main base, put pressure on, grab a second town center behind it, and then play even more pressure? Absolutely. However, can you stop a second town center? No. That's going to be a Hero Qualfu. It's going to be a creation getting thrown down. It's going to be the Earth Wall. It's going to be very, very tough. Very, very tough for the green Chasing the Sun player here. The new wild player to take any real damage. So I guess the question is, what do you go for? There is a world where you can hide Minotaur. Hide Minotaur and then you try and like go for an all-in and you just rush in with a whole bunch of Minotaur catching your opponent out. I've tried that before against Atlantean. It's had some success. So long as you can catch them out, it can work. But against Noir, if they spot that, they'll just pump a whole bunch of Pioneers and you will be a sad Zeus player. But Grass does spot the Pandora's Box. He might start coming up with some ideas here. As the age up to come through, and it will simply be Athena. I'm not exactly surprised to see Athena here. It's just such a nice, safe pick. What do you really need a Hermes? I guess the Fey Beast is nice to ceasefire. If the Noir ever goes that angle, I do think Gormang is generally the better option in this matchup. As Jason is out, and he is going to go look over there and grab some relics. And Athena versus How To here. And it does look to me like we are going to be seeing Chasing going for this town center. I'd be surprised to see him do anything else. He's getting a couple of Pioneers here. He also can drop his Earth Wall on this temple here, and it'll secure the town center, these boar. I think he probably wants to put it closer to this so he can secure the gold mine over here as well. That might be a little bit on the greedy side, but if we just take a quick look at what it secures, all the wood, everything else, and also the Aurochs there, which is going to be nice with the town center on the back. Nonetheless, the Minotaur making its way across the map. We are seeing some relics getting picked up as Titan's Treasure in the grasps of Chasing the Sun. And for Grass on the other side, he's getting himself a military academy, so he wants to put some early pressure on as Chasing the Sun comes through, and he's just like, what am I facing? Okay, military academy is up. The bolt there, denying scouting, but it has already spotted at least one military building. There's the settlement coming through for chasing the sun. He's got himself 3 pioneer. As the Heracles is coming through, we will also have to play peasants on the way. As the Minotaur wandering in, going to look to get little bits of damage done onto this position, as the pioneers will just say, well, let's go after that. I'm surprised to have seen no Earthwalk here. This just doesn't make any sense from chasing the sun. I don't know exactly what he's holding it for. Dropping it now would lock the units in, or they'd have to run to go over and actually take it out. Though there are some hoplites on the back there. Nonetheless, the town center is up. Villagers moving forward. House coming up. Everything else. And pioneers falling, but so far, Grass's attack looking somewhat successful. As the Earth Wall gets dropped down, the hoplites will be able to take this out very quickly. Also, the heroes as well. So this is just going to buy Chasing Sun some time, unless Grass says, I'm AFK for the next 15 seconds, which is kind of looking like he is. At the very least, one Earth Wall segment will go down. Second town center is actually coming up for Grass as well, so tiniest little bits of pressure into the town center as Chasing the Sun will just pull underneath this town center. Can he keep his pioneer alive? Yes. And in that little bit of harassment, now the Earth Wall is finished, and it takes a while for this to actually start getting knocked down. Meanwhile, a machine workshop come up. And the clay peasant will make her way over here and lock this position back up again. At least I think she will. Will she be able to finish it? Just barely? Maybe not, actually. 20 seconds. There's Grass searching up to the top side. There is this System of Bast relic. Super worth grabbing that one. Meanwhile, Grass can happily move over onto the bottom side of the map. One of the luxuries of playing versus China, so long as the Cheongqi is dead, is that you can kind of go anywhere on the map and grab food because their army is so slow up until the heroic age when the White Horse Cavalry come in and then you cry because they are all over you. But you have plenty of time to set up walls and things like that. As the hoplite gets sniped and Chasing the Sun pulls back behind his Earth Wall. And Grass is not able to really find any more value out of these hoplites. Double stables up for Grasses. It does make some sense. Effectively, like, the unit comp you want for Zeus is you want a Hippias Toxotes comp versus Fire Archer. So, if Grass can make it feel like there's a whole bunch more hoplites than there actually are, and he forces out a whole bunch of Fire Archers, then, which he has done a whole bunch of, then he's in a really, really good spot to put some real pressure on. But I don't think Chasing the Sun is falling for this. Chasing the Sun's going heroic age. It's going to have access to White Horse Cav, which are a perfect counter to Hippias. However, Apollo on the way will mean access to Prodromus, so that's a nice little idea there for Grass to go that way as well. See Copper Shields coming in. And Gormang is queued up for Chasing the Sun. And the boom off begins. So who will be able to get what done is the big question. Really, Grass needs to be so much more active with these hoplites. Hitting this, coming in, hitting this, hitting this. Over onto this side. I mean, you can't really attack any of this stuff, but just getting some damage done, especially with that Heracles at the moment, would be super helpful. Nonetheless, hand axe, pickaxe coming through. We're also seeing medium cavalry coming in for Grass. Chasing doing a good job of just getting little bits of scouting information in. He sends his Sky Lanterns through. It is definitely like these two are like, there's a couple of gods that are really, really good at getting information. Basically the gods that are good at getting information are Greek, Egyptian. Well, Egyptian has good at getting information if they've got control of the game, and China, as well as Loki. Actually, Loki's similar to Egyptians, as if Loki's got the control of the game, then he can get full map control, full vision. But yeah, China gets that map control, that vision, regardless, just by grabbing that technology in the temple. You can also grab this one as well, and then just sending sky lanterns all across the map non-stop. Set is a part of Egyptian as well, but Set's vision is a little bit different. You can see Grass managing to pick one villager off there before the Tawu says, "Get out of here!" 10-pin bowling, which is 2 pins. That's a strike there, right? Or a spare? It's a spare if he hits 2. It would have been 10 pins, but he already knocked those. Anyways. Heavy cavalry on the way, as Manticore also going to be starting to join in onto this game. You have to remember this is a very cheap unit here. 18 favor, 250 wood with that Pandora's box makes it a must-grab unit. Very, very helpful. Also, the other thing to remember here is that Grass has still got access to Restoration. The Odin Ravens, they're so blind. I don't think it's the same thing as... I don't think it's the same thing as like Eyes in the Forest. Actually, Atlantean also can have full map control. If they have map control, they can be similar to Egyptian and Loki. So most gods actually do have that ability to have effectively the entirety of the map under their control. We do have the army here for Chasing the Sun coming through. I'm not sure Grass wants to be actually taking this fight. He's already dropped 1 Manticore. He pops the Restoration there, but this army for Chasing the Sun just looks so much bigger than Grass's. As the Hippias will be able to take out the Sage. Good control there, pulling the Manticore back, but there's just nothing for the front line here. There's nothing for this fight. I don't know why Grass thinks he can actually take it. Chasing the Sun is in an amazing position now. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Jason pops out. And Chasing the Sun is not going to have any qualms with charging underneath this fortress here, idling villagers. Heracles pops out. All of units up onto the top here, trying to get through and making Grass's life very challenging. Odysseus on the way. As an underworld passage to come through. He will be escaping this position, keeping all his units alive. Maybe he can grab a 3rd town center. He gets onto this gold mine. There's plenty of gold mines here, so this is not an important position in the slightest for Grass. But he forced a fight. Restoration early. And now what? Now what for Grass? Upgrades coming in. You see that East Wind, Vibrant Land, all the upgrades for Chasing the Sun. So he can now move forward, grab another gold mine if he wants, maybe take this town center as well. But basically, Grass is just going to have to play catch up here. If he can get to full pop, maybe he's got an army here that he can actually use to win this next fight. He's going to almost have a restoration in as the army charges forward for Chasing the Sun. Grass not paying attention on that movement. He does get his Hippias over onto the Fire Archers as the Manticore will fall very quickly here. And now Chasing the Sun is just way in front. He'll be able to have a 3rd town center. He's got that 2nd or 3rd ballet. How many of these does he have? He's got 2 ballets up, so even more White Horse cavalry. And Grass looks to be in a lot of trouble moving forward. So now the siege crossbows, cleaning up the temple, cleaning up all this other stuff, chasing the sun. Is now just in so much. He's just in the driver's seat. Like, what realistically can Grass do here? He's behind 2k military plus. He's behind 20 villages. His opponent is up a town center. I imagine a heroic age will be coming soon. There's a lot of White Horse cavalry queued into this ballet. Wouldn't be a bad idea to upgrade that levy there if you want to get those out just a little bit faster. And now the main town center getting sieged down by these siege crossbows. A third town center at the top coming up for Grass, but he just doesn't have an army here. He does have restoration now, so he's going to go for it on the defense as the White Horse cavalry charging in after some villagers over here. Can Grass actually take this army out is the big question. Restoration gets dropped down. Keeps his villagers alive over here as they will start to at least start shanking a little bit late there as now the army for chasing will pull back. The hoplites will come over, deal with the White Horse cavalry, but after the restoration is done, Chasing the Sun says, I can turn around here. I can take this fight. And there is just so much more stuff here for Chasing the Sun. We're onto this side. The siege crossbow going down. Meanwhile, Terracotta Riders getting called upon. It's a fairly expensive, like, ability there, right? For the... I don't know. Anyways, villages in the main base now going down as Grass is falling. I've been saying it non-stop, but every single moment that's passing in this game, he seems to be falling even further behind. But I guess when you're playing as Greek against China, sometimes all you got to do is just keep fighting, and you might be able to bring it back. But in this situation, all the front line falls. The White Horse cavalry onto the back line here. And Grass there does decide to tap out. He's getting raided up onto this spot as well. I'm not sure what Grass's plan was here. He went for a big fight. He forced it super hard with the Ford Fortress. He had 2 gold mines over on this side. He could have played really slow, waited for full pop, and then clicked Restoration for a big fight later on. Could have gone for Prodromus to chase around the Chasing the Sun White Horse cavalry to deny all of that stuff. I don't think he had to be that aggressive. Of course there's going to be an economic discrepancy when you're playing against Noir. That's a given, but still, you've got stronger units than them as Greek, right? Well, at least that has to be your plan. Don't have to force a fight that you can't win, in other words. But nonetheless, a well-played game there from Chasing the Sun. We'll move into game number 4 here. One more win for Chasing, and he will be in the playoffs. The Grass for game 4, a must-win game for him. We'll see what they're going to pick and what's going to happen. Now we're going to be going in onto the map Mirage. And it's going to be an Isis versus Frere game. Isis versus Frere. I'm getting there, Killuminati. You gotta wait for me sometimes. Alrighty. We have seen... Have we seen this specific matchup? I know we saw, like, Garneth playing versus... Oh, who was it? I think it was Garneth. I can't remember. I'm still live. I'm not live. Hang on. Am I live on YouTube? You're on YouTube, it's all good. Is it just... It's just Twitch? Oh, we're back? Oh, never mind. Alright. Don't mind me. Don't mind me with that link. We're back. Just hit F5 and we're good to go. Alrighty. Fantastic. Well, that's weird. I don't even know what that was. Alright, let's get into game number 4. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Isis. His name is Grass. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Freya. His name is Chasing the Sun. All right, we are on the map Mirage. And I am feeling like this is a bit funky. So let me pause. That's looking better. Alrighty. So, I have not seen Chasing the Sun really play much here. I didn't go anywhere. This isn't my fault. Something else happened. I don't know what, but something else happened. We're still good. Just let's go. It's fine. So we haven't. I don't think I've seen Chasing play much Freya. But Grass's Isis on this map is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy strong. So, excuse me, we'll see how things are going to go here. We've got some relics on the map. We've got that Ring of the Nibelung, which is gold trickle rate plus 0.5. Up onto the top here, there is the little crow circle, which is going to be food and gold cost minus 50% there for the armory. Over onto this side, there is the Bow of Artemis, which is going to be wood and gold cost minus 10% there for the ranged soldiers. And finally, there is the Arrows of Heracles, which is ranged attack bonus damage plus 5% there. Alrighty. So, I guess we'll see. Is this going to be a 2TC idea? The town centers are looking mighty fine. Back giraffe. You've got obviously some cows there, some lions there. There's food over on this side. A forward town center here. It's a little bit crazy, especially versus sort of ram all-ins. So for Grass here, he's got to be fairly well aware of two possibilities here from the Freya. First possibility is that this is going to be a ram all-in. And the second possibility is that it's just going to be 2 TCs into a nice defensive game that the onus is on the Isis to break through. Nonetheless. Got some fishing ships on the way now for chasing. He just needs to get up to 8. Oh, sorry, 9. There's already about 8 or 9 out for grass as well, so the final one to come through. And the temple finishing up the grass over here. And we'll see exactly what the plans are going to be here momentarily. Turns out I got this stuff all flipped the wrong way. Apologies! Both plays are a little bit on the late side here. I would have expected to see like a 4:30, especially if it's going to be a town center for grass. But, man, chasing is like... I'm taking this as late as I possibly can. 5:15 there. No, is he getting another dwarf? It's going to be a 5:30 for chasing the sun. I think it is, without question, going to be a fast second town center for grass. It is a nice one, like I said. Does he know? He's got no idea. It could be a blind town center of some sort. He is making a priest. He's getting himself pickaxe through. So the soldiers coming in. There's another wild idea here on this map for Isis versus Freyr, which would be to go for a village center as well as this town center. Reason being is your opponent will scout this out and go, oh, okay, no worries, he's going to TC. And then he'll come back and then he'll get his own town center up. Little to his knowledge, there would be a village center in the main base slowly paying itself off, giving huge advantages over. But that's not what we're going to see here. Add this map to the ranked pool. Sorry. And chasing does note the town center there. As he's going to pull back now. So cleaning stuff up over onto this side. And I mean, like, 2 options here. I already said it. But number 1 would be knock this obelisk down, put hill fort down, spam units, and just try and punish the second town center. Like, if you go to town center and you lose all these obelisks, life does get a little tricky on the, like, scouting situation. You do have a new bite, obviously, but that's Guardian Hill Fort going to come down. See if grass can find this. Dropping Plague of Serpents down on this could be a little annoying. So barracks will come through for grass. There's a bit of a safety net there. And a town center as well. And Plague of Serpents will get dropped. And this is the... I mean, on the one hand, Plague of Serpents, not that useful if there's nothing else there. But on the other hand, this is the one civ that actually does have to stop what they're doing. Turn around and actually beat these guys, because... Yeah. Sea Snakes is better? Yeah, maybe. Pop it up onto this spot and idle all the fishing ships has been like the kind of standard for Anubis on this map. He delays the town center a little bit, but he gives a lot of favor over... Gives a lot of favor over to chasing the sun there. The Axeman numbers will start to tick up. We will see a heroic age to come through. Priest does end up getting poked down. The Anubite looking for any little bits of damage. The dwarves will just turn around. Nice micro there from chasing. And that is a very sad 12 HP Anubite remaining here. As 9 HP and a dream for grass. Can he get out? the Herser. No. Yes. He's out. He is out. I thought he was going to get whacked mid-jump there, but he is well and truly out of there. He's going to pull back to his main base. Now the Axeman to pop over here, and all is well and good for our Chasing the Sun dream here. Ghost has his armory up. Going to be getting all of his armory upgrades through immediately. He's got 2 armories already, so those will come in nice and fast. And we'll see Aegir most likely coming through momentarily, but already Grass has got himself his heroic age. He's getting himself the Sultan Fora. He's dropped prosperity. He's nearly got 2k gold. And generally speaking, against Freyr in this 2 town center matchup, the thing that's the most scary for Freyr is just a fast mythic. It's just a fast mythic. So we'll see if this is something that Chasing the Sun's going to be prepared for, or if Grass is even aware is his best move. Does he have a market? He does not have a. He does have a market. He's bought some food there as well, so it looks like, yep, he is probably going Mythic Age as fast as he possibly can. Great haul coming up for chasing. And Grass will be Mythic Age momentarily, as it's going to be Osiris here. Really? I'm a little bit shook it's Osiris. Thoth is generally the pick when you go for a fast mythic because of that Valley of the Kings tech. But Osiris is going to be a Son of Osiris, and what else? Maybe a whole bunch of mummies? A whole bunch of mummies to kind of help out. Could make some sense. Now Grass pulls back. Ancestors onto this top side, as he does note those dwarfs up there. Any little bit of damage, but Chasing the Sun, he's got his Magyar wall up. I love it. It's been a while since I've seen a Magyar wall. Oh, beautiful. He's even going to lose one. He loses 1 dwarf, and that's it. As the minions will get taunted in onto this side. What's a as if you don't know what a Magyar wall is, AOL Iron Maiden. As if you don't. Don't be out there pretending like you don't know. For everyone apart from apart from AOL Iron Maiden, who knows exactly what a Magyar wall is. Of course he knows. What is this guy? A Magyar wall is just a random wall that counters a god power. That's all it is. It's a random wall. It's just a wall at the bloody top of the map. It's random. What is it doing there? To be fair, yeah, AOL Iron Man doesn't really know much about Age of Mythology. He hasn't been around for he doesn't know much. Alright, we've got the Son of Osiris coming through. Migdol on the front now for Grass, as Chasing the Sun knows exactly what he's up against. But can he get out an army to break through? There's going to be a monument to the priest on the front. I would love to see the monument to the villagers deleted and then just placed in even further forward so that you can't even drop Gullinbursti. At the moment, you can't drop Gullinbursti on this area, but you can put it behind this. Now, Chasing does manage to snipe a siege tower. And the Chasing the Sun Great Hall is also going to be going down. No, the Berserks charging in. They're all going to get turned into minions here. It's not the biggest problem, but he gets 4 of them. 4 minions to just enjoy his army. They live. How long do they live for? 60 seconds. There you go. And now the siege begins. There's 90 favor in the bank as well, so another prosperity is totally usable. There's another upgrade here that's super good is New Kingdom. Don't see that grabbed all too often, but it's really, really nice. Especially in this situation, because then you can have the Son of Osiris fighting and you can get the Pharaoh on this. As Tempest comes through, Ghoul and Bursty comes in, and the units here will dive through the Migdol stronghold as he has to give a little bit of ground. Witches on the top starting to take some damage. This Grass pops up to the top. Some barracks coming down for Grass there as well. That's the Migdol stronghold. After Tempest is done, don't think the Migdol is going to be falling here. There's still 9 seconds left of Ghoul and Bursty. This Grass pulls back, does not want to take a fight until that Ghoul and Bursty is done. Turns around, now he's ready to have a go of it. And my game is frozen. My game is frozen. Hang on. I'm going to get the recorded game to finish off this game. The score is literally equal. He's got in front on 4K. All right, we'll jump into the recorded game here quickly. Apologies for the freeze. I don't know why this happened, but... What happened? My game just froze. I don't really know why. I think I opened the wrong recorded game there. Definitely did. I'll just speed through and then we'll get back into the other thing there. Yeah, X16. It's only like 14 minutes or something, right? All right, we're going to be zooming in here, so let's jump back into the game and finish this one off. We're almost there. Hopefully it doesn't out of sync. And we're about up to here. As Grass is continuing along in this push, and the army here of Chasing the Sun will pull back underneath its main base. And I think at this point, there's really not much more here. He's trying to dive in, trying to take out the Son of Osiris. He's got the catapult ready to take out the town center next as well. Village is dying. Army melted. And everyone's enjoyable moment here to watch the Nords players suffer while on defense. Yeah, Throwing Axeman versus Camel Rider do not work. But what does work against Camel Rider for Norse? Erdman? Berserk? On the top side, now raids onto the gold mine. I think Chasing the Sun loses his town center. He's actually going up through Vidar, so there's a little little bit of fight left in here for Chasing the Sun. Meanwhile, over onto this side now, the town center for Chasing going down. I mean, he might be able to get Vidarian. I actually don't know. The catapult will kill the town center too fast, right? I think the town center is going to be... The town center is going to be done for. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a game number 5. Grass versus Chasing the Sun, 2-2. I don't see anything else here for Chasing the Sun to do to pull this one back. He loses his town center, means no Mythic Age in, and he'll tap out as Grass takes the dub. But let's quickly jump back into the draft here because I know we're going to be behind the players a little bit as we have to jump into the recorder game. So we'll see what's happening. Alrighty. Okay. Alright, so Grass goes up to 2 wins versus Chasing's 2 wins. We got the win for the Isis and the loss for the Frere. And with 2 gods remaining, this is really interesting as to what would you pick here. Last map, we've seen Giza, we've seen Ghost Lake, we've seen Marsh, we've seen Mirage. We have not seen Bamboo Grove. Bamboo Grove. That's some spice there. Some very spicy, spicy, spicy. Uranus can beat Amaterasu? Of course. Uranus is the best god in the game, so Uranus can beat anything. Bamboo Grove? Actually, no, Bamboo Grove seems half decent for Uranus. There's also Gaia as an option there for Grass as well, which is kind of good into Susanoo and fine into Uranus as well. So really, this is a big pick for these guys. But nonetheless, the final pick in this draft to decide who gets to go on to the playoffs and who will be twiddling their thumbs, watching from the sidelines. Dun, 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 as it's going to be Grass as the Gaia and Chasing the Sun as the Susan. We've got a Susan versus Gaia affair for game number 5. That is the ultimate of spice. I'm actually so excited to watch this game. Can you buy a car with points? Yes. Yes, you can. Alrighty. Oh, this is going to be a really fun one. Alright, these guys are actually off to the races, so let's I don't even have like a good sort of pre-game analysis for this matchup because I don't really know. Petition for Boit to revamp the point system and the rewards. Okay. Petition heard. Now you have to come up with some ideas for me. Tell you what, we'll do a thing in the Discord. The Discord users can try and come up with some not garbage rewards for the rewards. Gonna see me do. I don't have any muscles. I had the not the epiphany. What's the thing? I made a decision. That I'm gonna start. I hate lifting weights, but I'm gonna start doing some like, what's it called? Where you use your own body weight as a thing to kinesthetic or something. That doesn't seem right. Calisthenics. There it is. Yeah. Start doing some calisthenics. Made that decision. We'll start next week. I mean, it's not just eating protein. I eat plenty of protein. It's just like actually using the muscles. Anyways. Appreciate you guys for playing along. Of course I eat healthy, but it's like I just don't have any muscles here. There's nothing there. Actually, maybe that is a good idea. We'll do like a no, because I'll just get abused. You guys will just keep redeeming these silly points. Guys, we're getting into game number 5. This is everything here. The winner of this next game goes to the playoffs. The loser is out. Let's jump into it. Last game. In the right-hand corner of the map. Playing as the red Gaia. His name is Grass. In the left-hand corner of the map. Playing as the green Susanoo. His name is Chasing the Sun. The winner of this game will go on to the playoffs. And we'll have the pleasure, I'm going to give it away already, we'll have the pleasure of playing the loser of Recon and Moscow. So let's just say the reward for winning this game is you got to go play a really, really strong player. But that's the playoffs. The playoffs are just that. But I'm really excited here to see what Chasing the Sun's actually going to be doing with Susanoo. Because I think Susanoo is a good god. I think Susanoo is a very, very strong god. But does require a lot of knowledge and a lot of games, I think, to work out all the problems that can come your way with this god. Nonetheless, let's have a little cheeky look at the relics. We've got the arrows of Heracles. Over here, ranged soldiers and heroes, damage of ranged attack plus 5% there. Up to the top side, there is the Sistrum of Bast, which is going to be food, wood, gold, cost minus 15% there. Into the middle of the map, we've got the Ankh of Ra, plus 0.06 favor per second. And on the bottom side of the map, there is the Eye of Horus, which is going to be a population cap plus 4. Now, Oceanus to come through for grass, and a pretty late advance time here for chasing the sun. As a temple only now started. Grass did not go for an economic guild. He did not go for... Wait, am I going crazy? This is literally a Chronos rush from grass. He's gone 15 pop. He's got his mana up. You have to ignore this. This takes some time sometimes to sort of decide whether or not it wants to show off. I think as soon as the unit pops out, it'll go up. There you go. Because now the military barracks is up. And Grass dropping the military barracks. He wants the Murmillo in his opponent's base as fast as humanly possible. Get the pressure on. What's the weakness for Japan? It's this early game. It is this early game. Shrine coming up onto this side. Inari Okami super late. It might be a worthwhile usage of Swampland right at the start here. Because Grass won't have the resources to heroize these Murmillo. But he is making those Murmillo nonetheless. And he's going to be sending them in. As we see a little cheeky house coming up onto this side. Carnivora does get dropped down over here. Going to attempt to take down the Sentry Tower. As the forward gold mine is a bit of a problem here. The villager also getting caught out. Not getting into the tower here. And it does manage to stay alive. Just barely. As the classical age comes through. The Jiragumo is in. And that is a scary unit onto this position. Picks up one. If you drop it right next to it, it will be able to then kill it afterwards. Down to 20 HP. One hero Murmillo coming through as the Carnivora is now dead. Little bits of damage from the Jiragumo, but with the Murmillo hero, now things are spicy. Do we see a dojo? Yes. One dojo on the way. Swampland might not be a terrible idea. Another Jiragumo coming in for the defense here. But with the Miko to help heal this one, I mean, who really wins this fight? Neither of them. There's no bonus for... Actually, wait. You do get Bushido for fighting there, so that's smart from chasing. Take a little fight against the hero Murmillo, even if it's not ideal. Watermill coming up. Still no units out just yet for chasing the sun. He's going to be making himself an Onnomusha here. With the Carnivora already being placed, though, maybe it's a better idea to be dropping just Samurai to kick this game off. As a couple of Hero Murmillos are on the way. Or already in here, I should say, not on the way. The temple on the front. Going to start getting beaten down. We're just pulling back into the tower as the Murmillos trying to take out those Jiragumo. That's the nice little pacify there. One Jiragumo down, but one Murmillo hero down. Not the worst of trades in the grand scheme of things. But the temple falling on this side, that's not good. As the villagers will all pull up here. Still no Swampland. Naginata Rider coming through. Literally one Samurai would be a nice little move here. As the Swampland is in. The villagers, or not the villagers, the Murmillos will charge back. He gets one kill. Not ideal. No Kusanagi to send the units into all the other Kappa. But one kill there. As now he can move over and take out the Sentry Tower. Two kills, excuse me. Someone else died. Bit of a misplay there from Grass as he's continuing to put this pressure on. We'll be seeing the Crushing Waves technology coming through after all is said and done. But chasing is really struggling to get anything sorted out here. Hero Caraballister also through. I mean, at this point, I think the game plan for Chasing the Sun has to be playing for this next stipend of 50 favor, dropping that Swampland cost down to like 75 or even less with 2 Kusanagi potentially, and basically trying to get max value out of that Swampland to keep himself alive here, because he is in a lot of trouble. Another Onimusha coming through. That's the gold mine getting harassed yet again. Gotta be careful of the Juragumo, but still not really any opportunities to take the fights just yet. Another Onimusha going to be on the way. I don't really understand all the Onimusha because, of course, there's the Carnivora. This is such a difficult position to be in. The temple falls. The villagers have to pull off this gold mine. They might be able to move over here, but there is already Murmillo on that. And at the moment, Chasing has snuck himself a gold mine down the bottom of the map. Chasing has snuck a gold mine down the bottom of the map. And Grass is... He sees it, but he doesn't see it. If he clicks on the gold mine, he'll know it's getting grabbed, but he doesn't see it. I didn't notice it walking down there either. He probably went straight past this oracle while that was all going on. Shrine getting poked down. And we will see the Kusanagi getting dropped. Carnivora does go through. And there's going to be the favors to come in. Swampland will be able to get dropped as well. He has to drop that Swampland down a second time here, but he's not noticed that he has the favor. I thought that was the plan. Take the fight, get the favor in, but nonetheless, maybe he can wait for the Kusanagi to come off of cooldown for another opportunity here. Manners onto this side as the Murmillo making its way around. They will spot the villagers on this hunt here, but not on the gold mine. So the villagers will back over onto this spot. There's the pressure continuing to mount. And now Grass comes through. We'll see the mining camp.
Yuji.
Villagers here. They're getting taken out. Brutal. Any sort of defense for the moment. Looks like Chasing the Sun going to come over here and do what he can. There's the Murmillos. Going down. These three pulling out of here. Shrine in the main base here. A little bit of trouble. As Chasing the Sun will be back onto his gold mine for the time being. This damage here is big for Chasing the Sun. Getting little bits of poke back as he's trying to just get something happening. Houses on the top falling. Naginata Rider here. Nice snipe there for Grass. But like I said, now there is another Kusanagi Swampland idea. Random Mikos on this bottom side as well will get picked off pretty quickly. And Chasing just turn around and take a fight soon or not. There's really not that many units here, especially like a Kusanagi to send everything flying. Main base in under some pressure as the Miko on this side. 6 HP, 3 HP. Manages to pull back into the main base, keeping that one alive as the Murmillos up to the top side. Villagers will back onto the gold mine now over here. Losing another villager though. The Naginata Riders in this spot. trying to keep them alive with the Miko as he does manage to keep one there. Picks up a couple of Murmillos. Chasing, trying to get himself through this early game. I mean, we're in the mid game already now, but trying to just get some units. He's got so many resources in the bank in terms of food. Villager differential is only a 10 villager difference. Trying to come back up. Chasing has been very consistent in this game to get those things up. He's got himself a temple again. He can make some more Juragumo. Is that even going to help him that much here? That's gold that it costs as well. He needs units as the army will push off the gold mine yet again. Chasing sitting up onto this spot. He might sneak this gold mine next. But Rhea is now on the way for grass. House is popping up onto the top. Samurai numbers are just so low here. He's got 2 samurai. 6 on the Musha though. But these guys don't get any bonus versus infantry. They're kind of just sitting here being basically exactly the same as a Mamilla. Mamilla are fine versus on a Musha. Of course, there's also the Caraballas to take effect as well. Mark it over onto the back. Can sell some resources here. Try and get Heroic Age. Maybe for the ultimate combo of Swampland, Thunderdome, into a Kusanagi as well at the end of it all. The Murmillos on this bottom side do get spotted as the Naginata Riders will very easily win that fight. The town center now under attack. Kusanagi with the Swampland getting dropped down. And is this going to be the max value or not? It doesn't look like it is. Does pick up a whole swath of units there. The Caraballas are falling. The what's it called? A Behemoth also going down. And Chasing the Sun, well, he just got another stipend of favor. And with Heroic Age in, immediate Den drums to come. And then all he has to do is wait another 147 seconds for another Swampland. And maybe, just maybe, he can keep himself alive here. The village is all in the back there. The wall's coming up onto this side as well. But Chasing has to play very careful moving forward here. Taking a fight straight away is not the way forward at the moment. Palace coming up though. It looks like he wants to take it. He's got that Thunderdome. He chucks it down onto this side as the army charging in. Trader onto the Raiju, onto the backside here. This Thunderburst, amazing god power when comboed, but by itself here just does not do what it needs to. And Grass has managed to hold Chasing the Sun back in this game. And I think Chasing the Sun will have run out of gas. He's going to be losing his town center. He's making himself those Raiju with a little bit of favor that he's actually got in here. Kusanagi gets dropped down onto the backside, but I mean that doesn't really help at the moment. Villagers falling now 37 to 58. The red lines for Grass say everything about what is happening at this moment. Up onto this side as well. The Raiju coming through. The gold mine on the top going to be falling. And unfortunately, I don't see it here for Chasing the Sun, as it's looking like his tournament hopes and dreams will be finishing on this day as Grass takes the win and punishes the Susanoo from start to end. A nice try to bring himself back into it. I think that first Swampland, had he dropped Swampland and then also Kusanagi to keep the units in, to give himself a little bit more survivability or a little bit more time, and then the second Swampland comes down and the third one comes down. You've got to be using those here as Susanoo. That's where the big power comes from. But unfortunately for Chasing the Sun, he's not able to make it happen. And Grass goes on to the next round. He will be seen in the playoffs. Better luck next time for Chasing the Sun. We might see him in the next tournament. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. But nonetheless, guys, we'll be moving into NyanRacingCat versus Aethereal next. So don't go nowhere. We've got more Age of Mythology coming your way. Short break before we jump into it, and we'll see you in a moment. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. It's very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul Bursty. Gareth deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdol Stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aethereal charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdol strongholds, but the portable rams coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hell's... Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Ghoul Bursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The the Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force city is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that pushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopessu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves one more game. Our very last game of the tournament. No, of the group stage. This is our last group stage match. Champions League and Challengers League. There are no more after this. A nice little bit to congratulate is the hold on. There's the fact that we've only had one game not get played. Oh, sorry, 2 games not get played through this group stages, and they were both from the same player. So that is a huge congratulations to everyone involved. Thanks everyone for participating and all the other good stuff. We're going to jump over to the draft menu and see what these guys are going to pick. Now, it is not Chasing the Sun versus Grass. It is NyanRacingCat versus Aethereal. Schmack. Fixed. Happy days. As we see Nyan taking Tsukiyomi as the ace pick, as well as Aethereal also doing the same. Then Nyan's going to take himself Amaterasu. And Aethereal picks himself Fushi and Nuwa. And then Nyan very happily takes Shenong Isis. As Aethereal takes Zeus Frere. And we see Nyan taking the Uranus and the Thor to round his draft out, with Aethereal finishing up with Poseidon. And for our first match, after I don't know how many games of the group stages, and how many mirror ace picks we've seen, we will be seeing our very first mirror matchup. Our very first mirror matchup, we've got Tsukiyomi versus Tsukiyomi. You guys can't complain about balance in this one because they've both got exactly the same stuff. Right? There's no problems anymore. Doesn't matter if there's something that's broken because they've both got access to it. Why is the Chronos getting banned? Because I think the big thing behind the Chronos ban, or the Chronos second pick that we've been seeing out of the Mister, is just that it covers the Tsukiyomi. Because it's not an easy matchup. Tsukiyomi versus Chronos. You're gonna get rushed, and it's just, actually, to be honest, I don't think it's that bad. I think Tsukiyomi is completely fine in that one, but don't tell anyone. I played an Amaterasu versus Chronos game the other day, and I built like 5-6 Mikor in the arcade cage. I overbuilt by about 3, I think. I think you only need about 3 Mikor to defend it, and you're totally fine. Yeah, the ace pick should be Zeus. Nihongo de oshiete nani o? Nande Chrono? Zenzen nani ka oshiete ii ka wakarahen. Nande. Okay. That's kind of making... I just said it. Okay, if I translate... never mind. There is no delay on their game, so we're jumping into game number 1. I'm just going to quickly just say... Alrighty. Let's go. Game number 1. Schmack! Alrighty, in the top of the map, playing as the red Tsukiyomi, it is NyanRacingCat. In the bottom of the map, playing as the blue Tsukiyomi, it is Aethereal. It's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. First game here after this best of 5. And yet again, for the second time today, a must-win series. Some series in this tournament will be, doesn't matter if you win, lose, you get another shot. This is not one of them. This is not one of them in the slightest. Also, whichever god loses in this one, we have to buff. And whichever god wins in this one, we have to nerf, right? Exactly. Nonetheless, let's check out some relics on the map and see what we're going to see. Scales of a Catopulus. Myth unit, damage vulnerability to pierce minus 15%. Very, very nice. Over here we've got the Eye of Horus, boosting up the population cap. That's also nice. On this side we have Shenong's Ochre Whip, which is going to be the farms for the for going up by 5%. And finally, in the top of the map, we have Wuhao Bow of Huangdi, making those ranged soldiers get a little bit of snare. Nonetheless, we'll see how this game's going to go. We are in the ISIS division, and like I said, the winner of this game will be third. And I did tell you guys who was going to be moving on here. So the winner of this game will have the pleasure of playing the loser of Kavoth Tunison. So yeah, there is no easy matchup after this game. It's going to be a tough matchup. It's going to be tough games for the rest of the tournament. These players are all incredibly high level. There's no easy wins anymore in this tournament. Okay, isn't it versus you? Did I misread it? Oh, is this B? No, this is Group C, right? Or is it Group B? I don't know. I'm confused. My brain doesn't work. I'll have to... Never trust Liquipedia. Always trust Boit. Boit sometimes makes mistakes. Especially when he looks at Liquipedia. Alright. And then for some reason he talks in the third person. Alrighty, let's see what the game plan is going to be, as we do see Aethereal Kami coming in for NyanRacingCat. Nice and quick. There's a couple of villagers on gold, a couple of villagers on wood. He might try the second town center idea here. As Aethereal also going to be going Aethereal Kami. You guys did not get predictions. Soup is literally sitting there. Soup, do the predictions. Don't be lazy. All right. As we got the husbandry coming through for Nyan. Over here, Nyan is sitting on top of this relic that I can no longer click. I think this is Eye of Horus. He wants that one as the Sacred Custodians is going to be coming through. And it looks to me like Aethereal is going to be going for his far second town center. But the question of whether or not he drops New Moon on the watermill or not, that's going to be quite interesting. He also does not need to go for this town center. He could go for this one, or alternatively, he could also drop a village center in his main base. As the New Moon does go down onto the watermill, and I think NyanRacingCat is going to have a very large grin on his face, because he knows from here, well, he gets to do whatever he wants. Charges forward. Let's throw that villager away, but with the upgraded villagers, you will never lose them. Aethereal he's a man of a purpose, sheer will. This man is. Wait, hang on. There's two Juragumo out here. That's different. Nyan is going crazy. Wait, does he have the upgrade? No. There's just two Juragumo looking for villagers to kill here. Always two touted them. Exactly. Coming in. Trying to take out any villagers he possibly can. As Aethereal's always very, very high level with his defense here. As he sends the Miko forward. Gonna get a little bit of healing. You do want to stand still here though, if you can, because that makes them heal even faster. There you go. That's speed! But at the moment, no gold to come through. We do have one Naginata Rider up onto the top side as farms. We'll have to staff Aethereal. That's not ideal. Nonetheless, in the main base of Nyan, he is very much ready to go to the next stage. He's got the gold in. The food is coming through. He's on the goats for some reason instead of on the chickens, but he's got his plan. See a little bit of gold coming in onto this side as well. Here is Nyan searching left, right, and center. Now you do have to remember, this matchup was kind of played already, except Aethereal was Amaterasu, and he almost beat Rappel in this matchup, or in this specific situation. Japan, 2 town center versus 1 town center, Tengu coming through. But what Nyan's doing here is really nice. He's causing so much idle time. He hasn't killed any villagers, but there's just no gold income for Aethereal here, as the Hachiman is now going to be coming through. Does cancel the villager there. Hopefully he remembers to turn that back on, because this is something I see far too often when people cancel their villagers to go up to the next stage. Nonetheless, villagers all over the place. Onto the wood line. Hand axe is on the way. I almost guarantee Nyan's going to forget this. We got to do a new prediction, guys. Will Nyan remember to start villagers or not? Nyan. Stable coming up as well. Oh, he does! Hey! Alright, but the Tengu will be coming through. There's 72 favor in the bank here. And a decent amount of wood. There's no rush to drop the new moon down. You basically want to wait until you have yourself 600 wood and then drop new moon, so you can immediately get all the Tengu out, or at least have 3 Tengu queued up. Otherwise, you will not get them all out from the new moon there. Nonetheless, the units are still coming back in, and Juragumos now will be giving some gold back, as effectively here Aethereal needs heroes, but he has queued up himself to the heroic age. So 1 town center Tengu. Well, it's 1 town center, no new moon Tengu versus the Tengu with all the upgrades. Meanwhile, over onto this side, charging in. There's also going to be a Shogun as well to help take out these Tengu. As Nyan losing his Juragumor onto this side, the Bushi in hot pursuit. The Daimyo looking to get in here as well. Bushi starting to come through. A Daimyo is queued up already. There's lots and lots of idle time caused from Nyan for the time being. Everyone to this side. We'll see some villagers getting sniped. Will he get the villager kill? He does pick one off. But basically, like, now we've got the Daimyo on the other side for Aethereal, and this is not easy for NyanRacingCat at all. We do have the Swampland getting dropped down. Realistically, these are all heroes, apart from a couple of Yati Spearmen. That Swampland was not value for NyanRacingCat in the slightest here. I actually don't know if the Shogun beats this many Tengu, though. Because the thing with the Shogun is it's about damage, right? So these Tengu dive over here. Villagers will pull back. We'll lose one there. Like, it's about damage. And when you jump in with the Tengu, they had so much armor that you don't get that much damage off, even with a 3x bonus there. Even with 75 hack damage, it's going to get down a bunch. Oh, is Aethereal not training villagers? I was saying the problem here was going to be Nyan's town center, but it's actually Aethereal's. He's forgotten to train villagers. He's also got 0 food as well, mind you. So that's another problem there. As the Daimyo attempting to come over here and deal with this. So at least one Tengu now taken out. And Aethereal has started his villager production up yet again. He should be in such a better position right now, but he's just not. So Tengu onto the left side. Dives in. Good reaction from Aethereal. Pulls back as his Daimyo are in hot pursuit. But the Tengu will not take any damage on this day. Meanwhile, over onto this side as well. Searching around. Also, the forward Miko as well. I love that from Nyan. Who needs to have the... Who cares about the Miko being not gathering? When she can just get in the middle and just heal everything up. It's the horse archers now starting to get some value. But Aethereal, he's still got quite a bit of oomph left here. 2.7k military resource value versus 5.1k here. Nyan makes his way over to the right side. There's 3 daimyo waiting. And that will be at least one little cheeky samurai to join in. And onto this side, though, the Yumi horse archers a little bit out of position as the Tengu numbers are starting to creep up into some very dangerous numbers here. Now we see the Swampland coming through, and Nyan is just going to be sitting in it. He can move forward here if he wants, and he does just that. And now the Swampland there for Aethereal does not get the value. Nyan sees his opportunity to pounce here. Aethereal doing a good job of just delaying as much as he can. But he has to take a fight now. At this point, the Shogun going after each other. Tengu on the left side taking villagers out, and Aethereal there not able to defend. How long was he not making villagers for? You see him hit that next age, and it's 32 villagers for ages. He starts them here. That hurts. 9 minutes and 21 seconds to 11 minutes and 25. I don't know if it would have been enough, but it definitely would have helped. I liked the idea here from Aethereal, but I don't think he needed to use the new moon on the watermill. Just throw down a couple units, get some Bushi out as fast as possible to defend against those Yuragumo, and then go heroic age yourself. Would have been in a really good spot. But Nyan takes the first game. And we'll move on to the draft to see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty. So we've got ourselves that first win there of Tsukiyomi for Nyan, and Aethereal losing with Tsukiyomi. Our next game, as the players are getting ready to start, they haven't picked it just yet, will be on Marsh. This is the last series for the group stage. Alrighty. The loser is out, yeah. Both of these guys have got 0 series wins. And it looks like it's going to be a Thor versus Fushi matchup on Marsh. little surprised to see the Thor, but I think Nyan is a cheese lord, and there is a really nice way to play this as Thor. I don't know how to say your name, RS Migler. Is that maybe close? But I appreciate you. Tell your fiance that I love them, and I appreciate their generosity in allowing you the joys of life, like watching a nice game of Age of Mythology getting played at a very high level. Yeah, this will be an interesting one. I do think that, like, especially with Aethereal's style, things can go very wrong for him here. But then again, he is kind of well versed in, like, defending. How do I put this? Aethereal is well versed in playing one town center versus Thor with Greek. So there is a world where he does that with the Chinese, which is very good versus Norse, mind you. Well, the guys are still getting their lobby all sorted out. Let me get some more water. We are getting close to 5 a.m. I am very tired. Absolutely gigantic stream today. We played some fun games. Managed to make my mass centaur strat work. Managed to make my mass Oni strat work. It's almost like every single game I can make mass myth units work. We see mass Tengu working. But I feel like everyone can make the mass Tengu work at this point. Aethereal doesn't care about your 1 TC meta. He does what he wants. That's true. Nerf Centaurs buff Tengu. Actually, I would be interested in what that looks like. Mass Centaur versus Mass Tengu. Who wins? These guys. Where is he? Where'd Aethereal go? He's not in the game room. I did a lot of a lot of Caladrias is also really good. People always stop building them for some reason, but like getting out 9 or 10 Caladrias is super strong. Like really, really strong. I don't know what's going on. Caladria nerf to hell? Nah. Caladria is still OP. Caladria must build unit. Mass them. The more Caladria you get, the better you are. In fact, if your opponent doesn't end the game saying Caladria abuser, then you didn't make enough Caladria. You never see mass Ati myth age myth units? If you're talking about like, what are they called? If you're just talking about mythic age myth units, you do actually see Lampedes. At least you should see Lampedes. I'm still waiting for everyone to catch up on my meta, but at some point we'll see mass Lampedes. Look, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Einhajib. The only problem with it is I have to decide to do it at the start of the game, of which I did not decide to do it at the start of the game. But I hear you. It makes a lot of sense. Big eco. Not bad idea. Anyways, we got Thor and we got Fushi. I imagine NyanRacingCat's going to do some sort of cheese. Like, what I would do here as Thor is I'd run my Berserk straight forward. I'd find where the enemy town centers are, put a temple between the two of them, and then I would make Herser. I'd go for like a 14 pop advance or a 13 pop advance. And all that other good stuff. Anyways, we are jumping. Oh, hang on. There was a mistake. There was a technical difficulty, unfortunately. So we're going to have to restart. All right, I think I'm locked out here as well. Ugh. Give me a second, guys. Be just a little bit here. Unfortunate technical difficulties are a part of life. This timer is incorrect now, isn't it? I will not be reviewing your bloody AI trash. Anime god portraits. AI trash. Someone actually was to write it by hand, do a time lapse of them drawing it, I'll check it out. But until that day, don't care. Also, Recon calling me a weeb before, not very nice. I read that. My feelings were hurt. I don't know if he's here or not, but big meanie. Maybe I'll PM him. Big meanie. It's true, but he's still mean. Coding up an AI that makes a time-lapse video of drawing art. I'm sure Recon can speak Chinese as well, right? Wait, what is it? Is it Chinese or are you some other language? Is your partner? I can't remember. The term is technically, it is otaku. Yes, I am very otaku. Otaku te imi wakaru yo. Otaku means nerd. Or like just obsessed about something. Like Disney otaku. You took lessons, but you suck. Yeah. Takes more than lessons, my dude. Lessons actually don't help at all. Unless you put the hours in. Alrighty. We got game number 2 coming up. Apologies for the delay, but that's the way of the cookie crumbles. Let's go. Alrighty, in the right-hand corner of the map, dropping the Dwarven Armory, making me surprised. It is NyanRacingCat. In the left-hand corner of the map, we do have Aethereal playing as Fu Shi. I was going to say, I thought we were going to see Nyan go for a really, really aggressive play here. Like, you go Freya, fast advance, like 13 pop, advance, forward temple, rush in with Herser. It's pretty brutal for the Fu Shi player. Because Fu Shi will be advancing a little bit later. You go 3 Qualfu. A lot of these players are going 3 Qualfu now, right? Which is like a 430 advance or something. So you're going to be getting beaten up by the Herser. Pioneers don't really help in that situation. The Valkyrie is going to be able to run around and get a huge amount of value. But unfortunately, we don't get to see it in this one. And we'll see how much of a cheese Aethereal is going to be able to get off. And at the top of the map, we will be seeing the immediate copper armor.
Hey, boy.
Looks like Nyan is doing my build. Yay! There's so many different ways to do this Dwarven Armory opening. Whether you go for full dwarves or you make some gatherers and you get yourself the early pierce upgrades. It all doesn't really matter. Either way, you just want to get it all in. Is Marsh a 2-town center map? It's not necessarily 2TC. It just depends on the matchup and also the map spawn. So for example, on this spawn, this town center not very good. This one is very, very good. And this one is obviously sort of similar. But this one is much, much better because the balls are right underneath the town center, where over here, they're a little bit far away. So if you have a matchup where you can grab that town center, then yeah, it's a 2TC matchup because it's an amazing town center. Or a 2TC map. It's not really about marsh. It's more about where the resources spawn and then also the matchup. And part of this matchup here is, do you really want to go 2TC versus a Thor? If you have 2 large gold mines, or if you have a large gold mine or 2 medium gold mines, maybe you're happy to go 2TC. But it is interesting. As we see the temple coming up for Aethereal, as he's got all the food in the world. He has his final cloud food coming through. And you can see, actually, this is going to be a 3... Yeah, it's going to be a 430-ish. Or 420-ish? 424? 418? It's going to be a 418. Okay, there you go. But still, yeah. A very fast advance from Thor with super aggression could be so brutal here. Nonetheless, I am speaking theory only, not what's happening in this game. As the Divine Light comes through, and we'll start to see relics getting picked up, as we do have over here Demeter's Throne, making those houses cheaper, silos cheaper. On the other side, there is Staff of Dionysus, a little bit of Villager Regen rate, which is really nice. On the top of the map, there is the Tail Feathers of Heaven, which is going to be a little bit of divine damage for your infantry, always nice. On the top side here, we've got that Dar's Scepter. Wooden gold cost minus 25%. Over here we've got that Fur of Boit, which is regen rate plus 0.25 per second. And the final relic over here is the Dusk of Dankang. Is spawning some pigs. Nonetheless, oh, it is going to be a Freya, so it's not going to be that 4-city option. I'm a little surprised to see that, but we are seeing that nonetheless, as the units now starting to move out for Aethereal. He is happily spamming Qualfu. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised here if Aethereal doesn't go to TC. Just on... I mean, he's doing it. I was about to say... I wouldn't be surprised. Let me fix my chair. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see the 2TC because Aethereal in all of his, like, the way that he thinks about the game, he'll go, I get enough of an economic advantage just by making Quailfu. Nonetheless, the Yatsa gets caught out. The Pioneers will be going down quickly as well. Now, the Yatsa might be able to get away from here if he gets that special back up. But already basically taken out now. It will be falling. So Nyan gets those kills. And on that side, the Pioneer going down. We will be seeing a great haul coming through as the town center is going to be finishing up here for Aethereal. Wow, these Quailfu are some incredibly daring Quailfu on that forward gold mine there. Forest Fire gets dropped down. This wood line going to be getting pushed off of. It's a Quailfu will have to move up here as well. That's so difficult. And Imperial Academy attempting to come through as Aethereal is doing his best to mitigate damage at the start of this game. Miss Nijar on the way. And Aethereal is literally just like, I'm just going to pump out Quailfu because why not? Machine Workshop. Wouldn't be a bad idea to actually drop a market here. House is getting cleaned up as Nyan getting in with his Valkyrie. What can he find here? Valkyrie gets poked. Celestial Weapons pre-queued as well. I don't think that's going to come in anytime soon. Not with the Quailfu getting pre-queued out or getting auto-queued out as Nyan comes through. And he will be spotting the town center. No surprises there considering how much stuff is over here. So Raiding Cavalry are going to be searching for everything else over on this side. They see a silo. But the Quailfu are actually really good at just turning around and fighting this off. You can just turn around and just throw stones. See if Aethereal is going to do that. Yeah, there he goes. And that'll be a dead Raiding Cavalry. The 360 no scope as the rest of those Raiding Cavalry have to get up to the top side. But the problem here is now for Aethereal is he needs food. A market and buying food sounds so weird, but it's probably the right call here. As the village is pulling off of this side into the town center, into the main base. He does have 1,000 food or 1,000 resources in that Peach Blossom Spring as well. So Valkyrie searching in here to try and take out the back line. Quailfu, but they're just going to pull back. No problems. Nijar gets a couple of smacks off here, and those Valks will need to heal themselves back up, it looks like. Never mind, they're both dead. Aethereal with a great kill off there. That's going to give him a lot of time here as the fire arch is starting to come through. But really what he needs is a halberdier. So Raiding Cavalry, get in here. Pioneers do get crashed in onto, but this is a lot of damage to be taking underneath this town center. Yes, you killed off all the Pioneers, but at what cost? I guess you get the favor in as well. Raiding Cavalry coming up to this top side. Checking out the gold mine, but it's the food villages over here that are the interesting thing. We still have Quailfu coming in. That's going to be delaying this technology that obviously Aethereal wants here in Master of Weaponry. Am I crazy? Are those houses rotated? Am I crazy? I think I'm going crazy. The villages, one does go down. Like, they're rotated, right? Aethereal is styling on NyanRacingCat in this game. As the Najjar will be able to get back to safety. Raiding cavalry falling underneath the town center. The halberdiers do now have that master of weaponry technology. Because, like, okay, so look at this. This is what a normal house looks like. And this house here is rotated. No, it's not. It's just a different type of house. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. It's not. It's just a different type of house. There's two different type of houses. I've never looked that hard at these houses before. Do you have different versions of Norse houses, or is this just DLC privilege? I guess these are different versions. The house, the door off onto the side here. Yeah, okay. All right, it's fine. I want to go back. I want to go back to my my he rotated a thing idea. I think that's funny. I think that's much more funny. As the halberdiers managed to get a couple of swings off, they might be able to pick off a raiding cavalry. Not able to do so just yet. Aethereal does not have himself that survival equipment in just yet, but he is really defended beautifully in this game. It might have been... Look, I haven't looked that hard at the houses before, okay? Nyan does have himself up a second town center, actually, so he's not really falling behind anymore. He is behind by a lot of villages. But at this point, Nyan's goal in this game, as the Peach Blossoms was getting grabbed, is going to be looking for a somewhat of a gold staff. But there is also this lightning weapons technology to deal with. And all the other good stuff. Potentially like a heroic age here for Nyan would not go astray. Get Frost. Then when the army comes over onto the gold mine, put the pressure on. Frost it. When the lightning weapons comes in and hit the villages as well. Aethereal now moves forward. Grabbing himself all these water buffalo. The raiding cavalry coming through these. Clarfield finished up on the Peach Blossom Spring now. There will be no heroic age just yet. They can move down to the bottom gold mine. One villager does get sniped. And it does look like it's going to be a heroic age, but it's going to be Bragi. Bragi is a... Oh, no. Never mind. Skadi. I like this Skadi. Skadi makes a lot of sense. Especially if he's hitting the heroic age first, which he is. Machine Workshop coming through for Aethereal as the rest of these Quailfoot make their way over onto this gold mine. Raiding Cavalry say, let's try our luck at taking the town center down here. As the third town center coming up onto this side, the Halberdiers will split off as taking out houses and things like that. Nyan's got to be careful because he really doesn't see a whole lot with his raiding cavalry. Town center down to 1,000 HP as the halberdiers come through. Now he's going to lose a lot of cav for this. I don't know if this is going to be a worthwhile trade as he finally pulls back, but he's going to lose even more on the retreat. Pretty big blunder there from Nyan, but he's going to return back in here. 300 HP and a dream. 200 HP. 100. Pulls back with the raiding cavalry. 100 HP. And that is a defense from Aethereal. Just hit anything over here to repair it? Not just yet. Nyan is now in the heroic age. He's got Frost. There will be no ability to use that lightning weapons at the moment. Terracotta Riders will ride on in. This is still 123 HP. I guess a nice unit to mix in here for Nyan with his 44 favor would be some Frost Giants. Of course, there's the Najjar, but there's only one Najjar there. And there's only a handful of Pioneers, so a bunch of Frost Giants would be a big help for him. He's just going to wait on his upgrades. Heavy upgrades come through. 185, 190 pop. Town Center getting torn down as Nyan needs to take a fight here. He drops the Frost. And he's going right after the villagers. But now there's not going to be an answer for lightning weapons. Raiding Cavalry will get a lot of kills here. Like I said, I don't know if this is... This can't be that good for Nyan. What are his upgrades look? He doesn't have any of those bronze upgrades. Heroic Age now in as the Forage Protection comes through. On the back, some more Great Halls coming in. And it's going to be Jarls throwing Axemen to slowly start moving forward as the Najjar on the back here is just getting a whole bunch of value, but will get picked off there quickly. The Tawu barrels in here. And Nyan does need to just give this position up, and Aethereal will slowly be moving forward. These three heavy raiding cavalry here. Just hanging out. They're like, yep, we'll take a couple of boulders to our back. It's fine. Finally pulls away. We'll escape the boulders, but nonetheless, a hill fort to come down for Nyan. Can he deal with this or not is the big question. The Jarls will ride down here as well. Resting cavalry. Riding cavalry. Raiding cavalry. Nonetheless, the Jarls. Look at how many Quailfu are here, though. He's got 13 Quailfu total. He will turn around and try and take these out, but this is going to be a lot of kills for Nyan. The town center over here going down as Nyan can do nothing but sit back and watch as his Jarls do not... They've got so much HP. They don't die here. I'm surprised Aethereal is sitting back. We see Tia on the way. The Fimbulwinter going to be a big assistance as the army swings around the side. You can try and grab this town center again, or at least a fortress or something, or a bunch of hill forts. To the top side, his town center is literally still on fire. Does Nyan have this on something weird? He's got it on passive stance. What is he doing? Why is it on passive stance? Yeah, Ragnarok here would work in the sense that once this gold mine expires, you click Rag and you can lock off all of the gold mines. But you do need to have an answer for these fire archers because they will be more than enough to take your Ragnarok out. So you need to make sure a whole bunch of Jarls are out or something to deal with them. Nyan's problem right now is he is pure throw and axeman against nearly pure fire archer javelineer. There are some halberdiers in here. But I guess if Nyan can get himself out at a couple of hill forts, lock this position up, get his town center back, he could be okay here. Yeah. Chukonu over fire archer at the moment, probably. Because there's no... Sure, they're good against the throw and axeman, but they have less range than the Chukonu. So yeah, at this point, I would expect to see Chukonu coming in instead of fire archer, but the fire archers were in from the classical age. You can see that there are... Oh, there's one Chukonu. There's the ballet coming up on this spot. The Jarls are back over onto this position, picking off more Quailfu. We said he was like 13, and now he's down to 6. I don't even know where the Kualfu are anymore. Right in the middle. He's down to 7 Kualfu. Kualfu. He's slowly taking buildings out in the center of the map. Ballet on the way. The army coming through for NyanRacingCat, trying to grab himself this town center. Gotta stop. Poking down a couple of these peasants in the center of the map. The main base is sort of the problem here. It's basically Nyan just can't take a fight as he hits the Mythic Age. You can drop the Fimble Winter at the very least. He will get his town center up over onto this side. Fimble Winter Wolves hitting in the main base, idling the villagers there. Up onto this side, idling those villagers. Wait, does the town center fall? 112 HP in a dream as the Kualfu is going to be distracting. And that should have been a town center kill. Wait, can he? He's got 7 seconds. Oh, no, another Kualfu is out. I think that's all she wrote on the Fimble Winter there. As Nyan is now down to 170 pop versus 165 pop on the other side here. Champion coming through. 151 favor in the bank. Forest Fire? Imagine. Where? Maybe? But he has to pull back for now. Aethereal's army just does not die here. Some Huskarl will start to come through. Maybe actually swinging around here and then going off to this spot, taking this town center is actually the way to go for Nyan. Keep avoiding the army as long as you possibly can. Armory upgrade check. Nyan, full bronze. Other side, full bronze basically for Aethereal. He does not need bronze shields here. So it's very equal. The Nyan's got the villager advantage in a big way, so he's able to repopulate his army quickly as the Jarls will sneak around right under the nose of Aethereal. Aethereal's paying attention. He's coming back. So these villagers popping around here. They will somewhat die as the halberdiers are coming through. And all those Jarls are dead. I don't think you can escape. Or maybe you can get out with those two. Not bad. Aethereal is pushing forward. There's a big fat army now for Nyan. I think it'd be in his best interest to just use his economic advantage now and get himself to full 4 upgraders. So Iron Plus upgrades. Frost Giants coming in, freezing up nicely. The Huskarl are in. Jarls trying to get through onto this back line. A good fight here for Nyan is huge because he's got so much income behind this all. The Frost Giants are an absolutely gigantic front line with the minimal amount of heroes that Aethereal has. He's actually got, never mind, he's got 1 Sage, so that's probably enough for him to break through all of this. And it does look like Aethereal's army, after all is said and done, does manage to survive here. And Nyan has to pull back. He can rebuild his army. He's going to be able to hit back up to 210 pop very, very quickly. Aethereal will try and spend everything he's got left here. Players with a decent army in, as we have got yet again another little cheeky raid over onto this gold mine. As Nyan is never going to stop raiding Aethereal in this game, it looks like. Actually see more Kualfu coming through for Aethereal. He is taking this idea to the absolute nth degree and running with it. The villagers are going to be trying to repair the town center back up as we'll be losing their life there. 200 HP. I think this falls actually to just the Fenris Wolf. As we do have a little fight in the center as the town center here getting targeted down. Fenris Wolf will pull off any. Aethereal's still playing with fire on that position. He's refusing to repair it. As Nyan gets in, trying to take out these fire archers, trying to do what he can. He's still sitting at full pop. And it's looking like now, for the first time in this game, maybe Aethereal's Chinese is having a little bit of a kink in its armor here. Good shoot and scoot micro from Aethereal, as is always the case. He's got some great control. The town center on the top there does end up falling. And Nyan looks to be breaking through with Aethereal. Not much going behind all of this. And in that moment there, he does decide to tap out. And Nyan manages to hold on in game number 2 as he takes this game nicely here. Very, very close though. I mean, Aethereal, obviously, if he just had some defenses set up. I keep on saying this. Literally, just throw some walls up, man. This saves you so much hassle. Sure, your opponent can knock him down, but it's not that big of a deal. Get some walls up, and then these walls are all, these raids are all shut down. But nonetheless, we'll move back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. As Nyan is now 1 game away from complete and utter domination, from the playoffs. He will be going into the losers bracket. Game is going to be on Mirage, and we're going to be seeing an Isis versus Fret. We saw this matchup just beforehand as well, and we did see a pretty brutal strategy from the Isis. So we'll see if the Noir from Aethereal was paying attention, or not the Noir, the Frere from Aethereal was paying attention. Why not pick Zeus? Yeah, I don't know. Zeus is pretty good on this map. And it's also a good 2TC god on this map as well. But then again, I think Isis is probably going to be able to beat Zeus here most times. Snakes and Stymphalian birds kind of kill it. I mean, Stymphalian birds die to the ships, no? You just build some ships. It's fine. Like, literally, you just build some ships. And, like, the snakes, just garrison the fishing ships and then drag the snakes in with the fishing boats. It's, like, no different from from dropping, like, snakes onto a gold mine. You just gotta kill them. Not even that big of a deal. I actually think going past is a better option for Isis on this map than Anubis as well. Alrighty, are these guys off to the races? Yes, they are. Alright, our third game, Mirage. versus Mirage with Isis and Frere. Now, knowing NyanRacingCat, I know he loves a good cheese. And there isn't anything more cheesy than the 2 Town Center fast mythic through Thoth, especially when you're against Frere. And especially when you're against a defensive player like Aethereal. What's the best way to beat a defensive player, guys? What is the best way to beat one? Let me know in the chat what you guys think. Someone's playing hardcore defense. What do? You greed. You do not rush. You greed. Give me everything. Let me have that. Let me have that Mythic Age. Let me have that extra technology. Let me take that extra town center. Let me put a tower on their home gold mine and call it a day. There's lots of options. I'm sorry, guys. I'm quite dead. 5 a.m. 8 hours and 30 minutes of streamarooning. It has been a really fun group stage, though. Appreciate everyone for hanging out and watching these games. This is like my favorite thing in the world to do. One of my favorite things in the world to do. I already answered you, Young Oath. Do not bring it up again. Don't care about your anime god portraits. They were drawn by the hand of a evil creation. Doesn't even have a hand. Someone leaked the anime portraits thing. Lol. Alrighty, we're getting into game number 3 now, guys. Let's jump in. Alrighty, in the right-hand corner of the map, we got Nyan, and in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Aethereal for game number 3. Alrighty, let's see how things are going to go here. We've got some relics on the map. Let's have a little look-see. Sharon Zobel, helping those villagers get a little bit more back. Up here we've got the Chariot of Cybele. Always nice. We've got Jade Hair in the middle of the map with that myth unit speed. Very, very good. And finally, the Blanket of Empress Zoe. Building damage, vulnerability to crush.
NTO.
Alrighty. Well, it's just going to be a bit of a... Actually, this town center is amazing here for Aethereal. Nyan, on the other hand, doesn't really get that. He does have a gold mine over here, which is fine. But not the best town center in the world here for NyanRacingCat in the slightest. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nyan doing something weird. He loves his weird stuff. 1 town center fast heroic. 1 town center fast mythic. Actually, I tell you what would be brutal here. Dropping like 3 monuments early with the fishing ships coming through and just going for like mass Anubite. Would that not be incredibly brutal? Yeah, hang on. Why is Nyan on chickens?
In wedge.
edge.
It's not that big of a deal, but he's literally got Gazelle over here. Explain.
And wait.
Aethereal does spot a random priest being very aggressive. That one's going to go down ever so slightly. I mean, he can get back to his main base and heal it up with the Pharaoh. It's not that big of a deal. But just going to be limiting the obelisk placement here is super nice. On the other side, actually, Aethereal is doing something we don't normally see from Frere on this map, which is grabbing his early upgrades. That's going to put him pretty far behind in terms of advancing. As he does pull back now with the Berserk, has to throw a house down. But yeah, it puts him behind quite a bit with the advancing, which does also then put behind the fishing upgrade, which also puts behind your second town centers and a whole bunch of other stuff as well. I told you, NyanRacingCat, his entire world in RTS, and this is the truth in Legacy, Age of Mythology, this was the truth in Age of Empires 4. Maybe I can tell you a story about that. Probably the truth in any other RTS games he's ever played. All Nyan wants in life is a good cheese. Let me cheese a dock up. Let me throw this random strategy at you that I think is really strong. Anubis is coming through. The dock is coming up. And Aethereal is going to get hit by a little something something here. Okay, here's the play. Hear me out on this. Fast heroic, but delete this dock, rebuild the dock, delete this dock so that the Leviathan comes out for free, and then you're killing off your opponent with a Leviathan or two. Don't even worry about making any actual boats here. Nyan, never mind, he's actually going to make some boats. There's 10 villages on wood. The only problem with this is it slows your own second town center down and things like that. Of course, there is the Plague of Serpents, which is going to be a nice way to defend over here. And we will see the ramming galley as well. As Aethereal is going to be very much aware. Oh, hello there. Be very much aware that there's some shenanigans afoot, as all the fishing ships will need to pull into the dock. The slightest of advantages now for Nyan. I'm surprised he didn't actually go for a siege ship here to start taking the dock down, as Aethereal is going to build a second dock. Not exactly surprised about that. Town center coming up here for Nyan. Am surprised about this though. There's also an Anubite into the main base here. Will he be able to pick off any villages? No. Hersur is in. Anubite is out. And we do have a cheeky little Dreki to come forward here. And that will make things a little bit more tricky here for Nyan with his little plan. He's actually stealing fishing spots. I wouldn't even bother. This is like, you've already gotten enough value here. You probably have to spend like twice the amount of resources to fight back. Well, that's the Hersur coming up here, starting to bash away. Still no town center up for Aethereal. Super delayed here. The fishing ships will be able to come back onto their spot. And it looks like Nyan is just happy. I mean, he was losing his fishing ships that didn't pay for themselves and weren't worth it in the slightest. But he's done a lot of damage onto Aethereal here. There's 5 boats here. It's probably, what is it, like 150 each? Yeah. It's a lot of resources spent. Nyan, on the other hand, has only spent 300 or 450 resources. As the town center now coming up for Aethereal, but surely the villager differential is going to be absolutely gigantic. Now some spearmen coming in as Nyan's going to be looking for more raids. Nope. Spearman on Gatherer. Who wins?
Yeah.
Guy with pointy stick versus girl with sharp knife. Many girls with sharp knives. The
Skip on?
I don't know why, but my brain just went to like Futurama there. That, you know, that scene that you guys know what I'm talking about. Don't pretend like you don't know. Don't pretend. This low HP spearman can get back and heal itself up. As Guardian Hill Fort being built as the Herser here will get taken out. Also, Watchtowers is through. Are we seeing more? We are seeing Nyan continuing to be a menace over on this spot. Up to the top here. Bits of damage as the units are getting cleaned up. I don't think Nyan's going to be able to deny this. There's 43 seconds remaining on this one, plus the Draugr here. No priests in to help out either. Now, medium spearman. Also, the serpent spear on the way. As Guardian Hill Fort gets up. See, armories will start popping up over here, and the spearman just hanging up over there. All units starting to pop forward. And there's just still more spend on this spot. I don't actually know who's coming out in front on this all. We have got the Sobek to come through for Nyan. As he's still looking for more pressure in the main base. Can he get a build pick here? No. Loses more units. And Aethereal is defending really nicely. I mean, he's been playing pretty well for the entirety of this game in the early stages, but sometimes he's like in the last game he sort of slipped up mid game. This game, Aethereal is just winning at the moment. He is in a great spot. Double armories up on the back to get himself all those upgrades through really quickly. Sure, Sobek is on the way, but Nyan doesn't have himself a prosperity here. He has to get himself up the Migdol stronghold. He can move forward onto this gold mine if he wants. We'll see where he's going to go as he does decide to do so. Nyan, this villager waiting over here for the end of the game. See how much of that wood he can actually chop down. Onto this side, a couple of great hauls as the spearmen cannot quite manage to do a whole lot there. To the main base to try and take out that watchtower, but the rock giant is here to defend for the time being. You come in, you get the taunt, run back, pull them into the tower, into the town center, but not able to quite get that one there. Is Nyan paying attention, pulls away. Does have himself that forward Migdol now. As the siege works, also going to start coming down. Another Asgardian Hill Fort here for Aethereal. So imagine NyanRacingCat. He's not really building anything. I imagine he's going next age here. He does not have a market, so has to wait for the old-fashioned. He has to go the old-fashioned way to get that gold in. But with 2 hill forts over here and a town center, a meteor on this spot could be absolutely brutal. And it will be Thoth. Nyan probably needs to be dropping this next monument here and all the other good stuff. This is a bit of a weird route, line, whatever you want to call it, to get this strategy off from Nyan. He's got no ancestors, no Nephthys, not using his Pitsukos to get himself his upgrade in the town center. He doesn't have sun-dried mud brick. It's these dwarves hacking away. Spearman poking forward. There's a lot of units. You need axemen here as well. Nyan's like, I'll come over here. We'll try and take out a couple of units. Loses a lot of spearmen there, though, to the hill forts. Not ideal. On the top side, now the units can start thinking about taking out this Migdol stronghold as some elephants are going to be coming through. They have a priest and a Tsukos, town center to come up for some potential Ghoul and Bursty shenanigans, as Aethereal does look to be dealing with all of this stuff nicely. There is the monument in, so not able to drop the Ghoul and Bursty here. He can pull it back like this, though, if he wants to. Now, Meteor here is going to be a pretty big help. We'll see if he can actually get the value on it. He has to Meteor this army here. He drops that one down. Right on top of the army starts to split up. Is this going to be enough here to help quell the pain? The town center does actually end up falling. That's huge. There's no Ghoul and Bursty needed here, or able to be built here. That's Valley of the Kings pre-cute, but Tusks of Apademak coming in first. Which does mean not enough favor for that Valley of the Kings. I think it's like 40 favor or 50 favor or something. 40 favor. And now Nyan is going to be able to get out his elephants. Axeman. He's got Phoenix as well. Unfortunately for Nyan, like I said, no Valley of the Kings for the moment, but maybe it doesn't matter. He doesn't have any houses as well. He's missing his houses. Is he building them somewhere? Nope. Yep, he is. I guess in that sense, he's already pretty close to full pop, so he's in no rush. Champion Axeman coming in. There is the Tempest to come through as well, and Nyan can simply just retreat into the Migdol stronghold. A couple of elephants will get frozen up on the front as Aethereal has his portable ram out, taking all of this position out, and I don't know if Nyan is going to be able to get himself out an army here. I mean, the Chariot Archers are going to do really well. There's not that many Huskarls, so maybe there is enough stuff here for Nyan to defend underneath the hill, underneath the Migdols. This rock is in my way. Let me see what's happening here.
Garrett.
Movement to the priest gets taken out. The Axeman continuing to come in here. Nyan sort of needs to micro onto those. Throw an Axeman at the back. He does keep his Migdol alive for the time being. Aethereal yet again going after this middle town center.
Into you.
I do not think there is a fair win, so even with Valley of the Kings, it's going to be a bit tough. As now Nyan has to pull back. He could go for this town center, which he is going to go for. The game is not yet solved from Aethereal, but he has survived this next portion of the game. Yeah, there's a weird bug with when any unit gets its population taken down, this bar goes spastic. So just look at the top one for the military resource value. The chariot archers leaving the army here for Nyan, not ideal. His villagers will have to all pull off of this. How many military buildings does Nyan actually have? He's got 5 and 2 Migdols. So not terrible. And Aethereal does lose a lot of units on this little attack with the Axeman now all out. Ideally just Axeman Chariot Archer. I love this comp here from NyanRacingCat. Now he has his third town center up at the top. It's 82 villages apiece. A very, very close game. But Vidar is on the way. Not the best fight from NyanRacingCat. It's the Huskarl coming forward. This Migdol Stronghold will be falling next. Ferry is onto the Migdol Stronghold at the very least now. Some camel riders, a bit odd. Would have expected the elephants to come out again. Elephant against Norse tends to be pretty useful. Now the problem here for Aethereal is he's going to be out of gold soon. He's only got this gold mine on the bottom. Now, if Nyan is paying attention, and he does see it, he's got the obelisks here. If he's paying attention, this is where things can go very downhill for Aethereal. That's Guardian Hill Fort getting dropped. All the dwarfs on the bottom, and
into you.
Does Nyan notice this? Yes, he does. He's sending the chariot archers over. He's sending the entirety of the army over. It could be bait, especially with Inferno to come in. But the dwarves do get pushed off the gold mine for the time being. Big amounts of damage over here as the army, though, is looking incredibly fierce for Aethereal. Aethereal has got so many dudes here. The Fafnir is huge. Chariot Archers pulling back. The dwarves need to come back over onto this gold mine, and Aethereal needs to defend this. This gold mine as well is a must grab for Nyan. If he can take this one and finish this off, he's still got the gold mine here. He's still got the gold mine here. He's got a trade route he can start to come over onto this spot, or maybe back corner up to this town center. As the catapult start taking down the fortified town center on the front there. Realistically here, actually, what Aethereal needs is Jarl. He needs to mix Jarl into this army here. As the Fafnir will come in, taking out these catapults. The army for Nyan does sort of get caught out yet again. He's only got 4 barracks. He does have... No, he's only got 4 barracks and 1 Migdol at the moment. Have to be asking questions here. As Nyan needs to pull back, he's just not able to get the units out. He's got a lot in queue. On the other side, Aethereal is slowly creeping up to a very healthy amount of units as the Inferno will come charging through. Can he garrison? No. Big explosion taking out the siege workshop there. As Nyan literally just needs to give up on this bottom side and start figuring out what else he can do, as he's decided, all right, we'll go up to this top town center. The villagers will come over here and attempt to take some stuff out with a couple of chariot archers. It's going to be not the easiest of defenses. He's still put more barracks down. On the other side, like, look at what Aethereal's got. He's got 10 longhouses. He's got 2 great halls. He's got 3 hill forts. Much, much better position for Aethereal in terms of production. And that's why he's sitting at higher population right now as well. There's a hill fort coming up for Aethereal. You see it on the dock up here for Nyan, and he has cleaned up all these fishing spots, but that doesn't matter anymore. Cheeky armory check is Nyan getting himself iron. On the other side, Aethereal has every upgrade he needs. So Nyan will pull up to this top food situation. Still hasn't started a trade route. No trade route up here either for Aethereal just yet. And basically here, Aethereal can just take a really slow game. Just put hill forts everywhere and slowly grind towards this victory. He's getting himself advanced fortifications, Twilight of the Gods, Silent Resolve, Fury of the Fallen, Fred's Gift, Draft Horses. Fafnir will slowly go down to this one priest. Another hill fort coming up for Aethereal as the units up onto this side. Starting to get taken out. Fafnir does go down, and Aethereal is getting pushed back for the moment. This game is not over just yet, it looks like, though. A hill fort on top of this town center is going to make life very tricky. So raiding cavalry, or not the raid, these are not raiding cavalry, camel riders spreading out into this position, looking for something to do. The dwarves have finished up on this gold. They've got 1,800 gold remaining. A trade route is needed yesterday. Started for both players as well. Would be ideal. There's more hill forts coming up into the main base. Catapults are going to be needed over here, or elephants or something. And this game is slipping out of NyanRacingCat's grasps here. Town center on the right going down as a second Tempest does get called upon. That might be enough here to finish off the hill fort. We'll have to wait and see. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Does end up finishing. No siege over there for the moment. This is the only real siege works that he's got. He's just got the one, so 3 catapults queued up for the time being. And now Aethereal can go up to 4 town centers. The main base just getting cleaned up. Houses falling left, right, and center. And the main town center is going to be going down next with these siege portable rams. It's going to be just that little bit too much here for Nyan moving into this late game. Engineers comes through. There's still not a single attempt at a trade route though. So I don't know if this is gonna, I don't know if there's any way that Nyan can kill the army of Aethereal here though, so it's not gonna matter. As Nyan does tap out and Aethereal does manage to live one more game here. We'll see if he can make it 2 more games. But yeah, this game, Nyan had this one in the bag, guys. He just didn't have the buildings down. If he holds this position and prevents this gold mine going over to Aethereal, this game is lost. Aethereal cannot continue here. But Nyan, I don't think he realized that was the win con in this game, and Aethereal made him pay. Let's jump back over the draft and see what they're going to pick for the next game. Our next game is going to be an Uranus versus a Noir game. Oh. All right, I'm gonna have a quick break before this next game. We'll be starting soon, I think. They're not yet started, so I'll be right back. We'll give it 3 minutes. See you guys soon. The Hephaestus Revenge technology is not in. Priests slowly sniping down those automatons here. Population differential. It's very, very close. Both players losing units left, right, and center. The Pharaoh coming through, not getting taken down. Those slingers now taking down units beautifully here. And Mosca defends the big attack. Hephaestus Revenge too late to come through. He can drop the Ghoul Bursty in here as well. Does decide to do so. Pushing in to take out a whole bunch of that front. Look at the damage from the Ghoul Bursty. Garnet deciding to fight this one is absolutely insane. He has to just say, no worries. It's fine. We'll just run into the Migdal stronghold. He gets those catapults back to safety, but the front line falling is absolutely gigantic here. As the Chariot Archer's pulling all the way back in onto this spot. The Ghoul Bursty still getting damage done. That area of effect auto attack damage is absolutely insane. Now Aethereal charges in. He is fighting under 3 Migdal strongholds, but the portable ram's coming through. If he gets onto the Titan Gate, it's all over. You can't finish that one. 40 seconds remaining because he hits every villager. He kills every villager with the strikes. Does Chasing the Sun see this? Not just a huge hit onto the Toxotes. He takes them all out. Eric is 70% here. He sees the Titan Gate. 20 seconds remaining. He's got to click on it though. He has to click on it, and now he's making his way over there. Disaster for Eric. 18 seconds remaining. The villagers will start to die. They've got a huge amount of HP. 13 seconds. Is it going to be? He drops Tempest. Is that going to be enough? He's going to be healing. The restoration from Eric. 5 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. The Titan falls and the game is over. Can Hells break through here or not is the big question. Lots and lots of Halberdier. Should be very, very strong here, but the Chaos gets dropped down. The healing, though, from those Chillin is going to be an amazing assistance for Hells. It looks like he's able to completely dominate this army. I did say that those Terma were not of any value there for Zucolo. But now, Hell's... Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. It doesn't matter. Alrighty, now we're into game number 4 here. 2-1 for NyanRacingCat. We do jump a little bit far into this one, unfortunately, but let me regale you of exactly what happened early on. Nyan has rushed his temple up. He's grabbed himself Scales of Echidna, and he is looking to take his pick of the relics in the center of the map. In fact, he'll probably take all of them. Takes the front ones first, and then he'll go to the back ones. There's Dar's Scepter, which is going to be some farm cheapness. There's also Tail of Feathers of Heaven, which is going to be some infantry hitting harder, which is going to be something very nice for Nyan. In his clutches at the moment is the Titan's Treasure, and of course that first relic being Scales of Echidna, making myth units cheaper. Alright, nonetheless, How To will be on the way here for Aethereal. The map is key. It's not the best 2TC map, but you can grab this position, put the earth wall down here, lock this off, have the berries on the back there to be eating as well. That can work. On the right side, it's a bit far away, but it is a nice town center. On the left side, same thing there as well, but very far away. On the other side here, Nyan actually deciding to go for Prometheus, which is not something I expected in the slightest from him. Reason is he normally likes his Oceanus. He normally likes to be pretty aggressive with his Murmillos, and Prometheus just isn't that good at doing that. But maybe he knows that the Quailfu is not going to be able to get picked off. The town center is not going to be able to get denied, no matter how fast he advances. There he goes. Let's go for more of a boomy play and figure it out a little bit later. Let's up front here, this Oracle hero doing God's work, trying to take down an earth wall, but he is not strong enough. Oh yeah, 2 cows to 16. This should never happen. I don't know if Aethereal knows where the cows spawn on this map. Most people do. In fact, every single top player does know that the cows spawn in the center of this map. For those you don't know, you want to send all your oracles for Scout, Pioneer, forward. Grab all the cows in the center as fast as you possibly can. But Aethereal's town center will get up no problems. He's having a little bit of a food crisis here, unfortunately, as his villagers aren't training. He grabs himself pickaxe and hand axe instead. Not ideal. The units for Nyan starting to poke forward. The earth wall will end up going down. The Terma actually will be able to pick off 1 Pioneer. Aethereal not really paying attention here. He picks off the Promethean, but not the biggest deals. So I'm sure behind this, Aethereal will start getting himself the barracks and all the other good stuff. Around to this side, pushing off this gold mine immediately. Super important. It's the Quailfu taking more damage. We also the Pioneer getting taken out as well. And Nyan is just running rampage through Aethereal's base here as the villager. I don't know if it's going to die or not to that burn. No. Hero Murmillo goes down. Still no buildings up for Aethereal just yet. Hero Murmillo comes in, trying to take out the Cheongchi. Unlike with Oceanus, you've got to be so careful running underneath the town center. Still no watchtowers in for Aethereal. He's actually pushed off of wood here, it looks like, as well. As the Terma slowly taking out the Quailfu hero. He does manage to pick it off. It's not the end of the world for Nuwa. Does come back in like 2 or 3 minutes for free. But comes back nonetheless. Another Qualfu going down, and Aethereal is just like killing. What is he doing? I don't see a building. Is he trying to get heroic age for some reason? And that's the game. Well, congratulations to NyanRacingCat. I don't think I've ever seen something happen like this before. There's watchtowers to grab. There's all these resources in the bank. There's a wood line over here he can be chopping. Not a great end here, unfortunately, but that does conclude the group stages. Congratulations to NyanRacingCat winning 3 games to 1 here. Better luck next time to Aethereal. Nyan will be heading into the losers bracket as the 3rd place in the ISIS division. And yeah, that's that. I'll jump over to the other scene and we'll talk a little bit about what the playoffs are going to look like and what you can have what you can be looking forward to next week. Alrighty. So next week on Friday, we have the Challengers League. First round of the playoffs. So that's the quarterfinals. That's happening this Friday. It's going to be starting at about 1400 GMT. We're going to see 4 games getting played back-to-back. 4 series getting played back-to-back. The actual games are not decided just yet. They will be changing. I had a list, does not work, so we will be changing them. The Champions League first round will be happening this Saturday. So it's Friday the 21st for Challengers League, Saturday the 22nd for Champions League for the quarterfinals. Then there's going to be the losers bracket first round on the 23rd this Sunday. So 3 days, 3 huge amounts of Age of Mythology to be watching, enjoying, and all the other good stuff. My name's been Boit for today, and I am exhausted. I'm going to go to sleep. I'll be telling you guys a whole bunch about all the random stuff going on throughout the week. So definitely get yourself sorted out, get yourself in, and I'll talk to you guys later tomorrow about everything else. But for now, I'm going to bed. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I'll see you guys later. Bye for now. Peace. Bye.